under determinism, I don't know how they could possibly think that they are correct, that they're right, or that their pursuit of knowledge in this fashion is going to lead them to enhancing the correctness and exactitude of what they're doing. And this has kind of been the case for the past 100 years. The way they interpret data from the sky and keep backfitting to a model, ignoring underdeterminism, is how we get the fucking, you know, cosmic background radiation problem and the freaking Big Bang problem with dark matter and dark energy. The lambda cold dark matter model.
Yeah.
It's a garbage heap, and it's because it's been like hundreds of years of this shit.
And there's more garbage on it. I mean, they're finding more garbage all the time. It's just the supernova versus the expansion, right?
Right.
I heard of the astrophysicist Becky, Dr. Becky. She's like a YouTuber. I don't know if you've seen any of her videos. It was, what if the universe is jerking? That the expansion rate is changing, right?
Becky's jerking universe.
Yeah, boy, oh god, I'd watch that.
Oh yeah, NASA loves that degeneracy, so they're probably already filming it.
It'd be like an episode of like Survivor or something.
You're gonna made me cough, man. Shit. But
She's
more
back
to it.
alone on an island with 20 guys. She needs to survive this ordeal. Each each day, we're gonna remove one of the guys. How can she jerk her way to find the finest man to make sure she don't starve to death?
Maybe she's born with the talent. Who knows? Yeah, but at a more earthly or practical level, right? I mean, just like astronomers do this, these people with the globe surveying do the same thing. Um, like the uh, the entire inertial navigation system of modern airplanes rests upon the use of the geoid, and they do this in order that they can project the plane's position, however it's been measured in the real world, onto a common coordinate reference system so that it can be used interoperably with all the towers, with GPS systems, with tracking the position of other planes for safety, with calculating fuel loads and all this other shit. It's all integrated.
Yeah,
And
but
so,
is that actually necessary to fly?
no, no, because you go take a private flying lesson, like to go up in a Cessna or something, and it's basically visual flight rules and instrument flight rules all day long, and you're not using high tech ring laser gyros. You're using direction finding from radio towers. You're using your heading on a compass.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm like, man, well,
It's like
I was
plane
gonna say
sailing.
Amelia Earhart, she's a bad example of surviving an airplane flight. So not her. Maybe
Yeah.
Charles Lindbergh, how did he find his way across the Atlantic, you know?
Well, yep. And so the reification comes in when the pilot then unfurls a map and tries to get a coordinate fix. And now he's mapping his position. It's more in projection onto that coordinate system.
You know, if I could see if I knew pretty much how fast I could fly at an airplane and I had a nautical almanac, I could fly across the Atlantic without anything. Because you could have a pretty good idea based upon flight time and how long it takes, what stars you should be seeing when you're in Europe. You know what I mean? You should have a pretty good
Yeah.
idea. I'm pretty sure you're gonna see the land. You know what I mean? You only have to be so accurate.
Yeah, I mean, you just like the coastline paradox, you're going in reverse, you're going to increase your accuracy as you get closer to your destination. You're going to start switching methods. You're going to start switching from using stars to using, shoreline features and then terrain features. and the local features.
Yeah,
No,
I
but
mean, yeah, that's what pigeons do. That's what those freaking homing pigeons do.
it's what UAVs do when they're flying autonomously. They switch to the local tangent plane in order to land their craft. 'Cause the GPS coordinates itself is going to not align the UAV to the runway properly. Like the GPS has given lat and long, they have to switch to a different coordinate system that's got higher refinements and has a flat surface. But nobody really knows what direction or how long the distance was these UAVs are traveling really when they're relying purely on a coordinate system, lat and long alone, like which you kind of have to use if you're going to be out in the Pacific Ocean or some shit,
I
because
think
there's
they
no other system that we have that'll work. And work being a degree of error.
don't the missiles do that too? I thought I heard a
The
Russian
cruise missile,
military strat analyst. Now he's not just like a military, like he's a PhD in military sciences and specialized in naval rocketry. And I'm pretty sure I heard one of his podcasts a few years back say that once it gets like when the ballistic missile gets into the local area, it switches coordinate systems
yeah,
to a local
everything.
reference. And like obviously the Russians aren't using GPS. I don't even know if they're using GLONASS or back then. But because he was chained during the Soviet Union. So I wonder what the Russians use.
Well, there's a critical interest for I would think. I'm just kind of speaking in a conjecture here. There's critical interest I could imagine for national security and having highly refined localized maps so that when you are operating at a very precise local level, that you can use the local data that was collected. It's not all just going to be
Yeah.
broad-based GPS worldwide. There's going to be a need for those specific measurements and surveying done at a local level, hyper locality, in order to increase precision. And that's absent of people like laser guided designators.
Well, I mean, let's use the satellites, Yoder. We got
Oh man.
satellites. Just take pictures of the ground. That'll do it.
All the pictures they take have to be wrapped around a globe. If they put them on a flat table, it wouldn't work.
Yeah, I brought up Chinese surveying, like what datum they use, and whoever I was talking to was some Glober. He went and looked it up. I think he said it was illegal to take like their survey data or to use any other datum other than the datum that they're using internally
Oh,
in their
I'm glad
country.
you brought that up. Indio, I happened to post about that in the side channel on
Oh, mate, was it
24/7.
you? Was it you
It
that
might
was
have been me.
talking?
Yep.
Yeah.
Along with like a dozen references. Absolutely true. The Chinese government has a datum, and private surveyors must be licensed, must use the datum. It's illegal for them to use any other datum, and they cannot leave the country with the survey data that they took, even if it was of their own backyard.
Wow. They're pretty smart, man.
Yeah, obviously. So you got to wonder, okay, are they doing little coordinate shifting around here to move people around sensitive sites? You bet.
Huh. I mean, that's like the NAD-27, dude, where they just like, oh, we're not gonna move the marker that's for this coordinate. We'll just stamp a new number on there. Because they had the geodetic markers, right? And they had a coordinate from 1927 stamped on them,
Yeah, that's
right?
right.
And then they get to that marker and they're like, shit, this is the wrong coordinate. They didn't pull up the marker and move it to the right place.
It just
They're like, I
erased
got to
it.
stamp a new number on it. I mean, that's great.
Yeah. Now they're going to have to rework all the distances, and because it's all interrelated, the entire globe would have to be recreated because all the
But
relationships are
Google Maps,
interdependent.
but Google Maps works. So,
Yeah, Google Maps switches datums too,
what
don't
do you
they?
think they're tracking data, like, how they track cars and stuff with the accelerometer? What do you think that looks like?
Funny, I have a citation I posted the other day on this.
Jesus
using
Christ.
iPhone pedometers, and how they're ditching globe coordinates for local coordinates because it more accurately captures where the pedestrians are going.
Oh, yeah, certainly.
That's in the Geodesy channel.
Cool, I'm gonna check that out right now.
Dude, I posted a lot of shit in there.
I noticed because I just looked in there a minute ago. I'm like, "Where did all this come from?"
I'm taking over.
Take over, man.
But I,
Yeehaw.
I gotta I gotta lift up some things and put them in a car. So
Alright.
give me a few.
My god. I have to read through all this. Jesus Christ.
Basically, the common thread in everything I posted was how the bulk model of the globe datum is not useful for practical purposes. And what we have are a bunch of different examples, from pipe fitting to infrastructure, highway development, to all kinds of different things. Flying.
You know, remember that, the the the, uh the infrared horizon detector that was tested, what was it, in Virginia or something? And they had a bunch of dummy missiles flying, they looked at the range at which they detected them at? You sent it to me a while back. I can't remember the name of it.
I do recall, man.
Had
I need
some
to open that up.
acronym
A friend of
for it.
mine sent that to me.
That's pretty damning,
Yeah,
quite honestly, because it's literally the inverse of what Goldberg says should happen. The detection
right.
is not based upon, um, the height. It's based purely upon the atmospheric condition. It has no correlation to the height. It only correlates to the visibility.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, it's like, well, why would they need the height?
Oh, because the curve of the Earth,
Oh shit.
right? So when it's further out, we dip down, right? So
Yep, that
if it
rotation again.
yeah, so it's like, say it's flying at I think it said 10 meters above the surface. So 10 meters above the surface, you know, 15 kilometers away shouldn't be visible, right? So regardless, if it maintains that elevation relative to where from there looking at it, right? So from there, it's only going to be a sliver above the horizon. It's going to be right on the horizon line, right? What you're going to see is it come up over the horizon, according to these guys, right? You'll see it on the horizon, and then it'll appear to get higher and higher and higher in your field of view, right? And like you should never pick it up when it's under the horizon, but it had nothing to do with that. None of their data shows anything like that. Explicitly says it. Explicitly says there's no correlation with distance.
So
That
I've
they're
got
only
more to back that up from a conference I went to, like electronic communications conference in Maryland. um, and it was all about the contrast problem and using depression angles from aircraft and with their infrared and how to pick up objects. And baked in, I mean, this it's all the same shit.
You talk about the look angle that the
Yeah,
yeah, okay.
I posted those slides from that packet somewhere. It's completely unclassed. I'll have to find it.
It's the HISS, Horizon Infrared Surveillance Sensor. I found it.
So there's something to this. Like, I know Ruvif kind of brings this up, but horizontal sounding balloon. Their their communication is line of sight, and what they're measuring is also line of sight.
Yeah.
And they bake in the globe. So how do the balloons know where each other is positionally? Well, they'll bake in a globe. They'll attach, latitude and longitude to it.
Yeah.
But the data does not reflect exactly the distances that would comport to, because you have the problem, it hasn't been reduced. The raw measurement distances that they take has not been reduced to the horizontal direction, and that takes place after post processing.
Yeah. Well, also arc length isn't or line of sight isn't an arc length. So it's like if they calculate a globe into it, it's going to be a different actual distance, regardless of a globe
Yeah,
or not.
yeah, with respect to the ground. So like satellite communications, they claim, these massive orbits, thousands of miles high. If you have a closer satellite to you, it's potentially going to be at a lower elevation with respect to the Earth. So the satellite would not have to account for the curving surface underneath. But on paper, it looks like the satellite would have to, because of a dip angle. So the claim is a satellite would have to rotate a certain amount in order to hit a satellite at a lower elevation. But there's no rotational vector being produced either, and not just in this case, but in the case of the satellite's own orbital trajectories. The data that is produced showing the rotational vectors is added back in. There's a quaternion they use, and they apply to the frame. They take the EF frame and apply the quaternion to ECI, and that adds the rotational vector, which is fake. Because if they were really doing it, they'd have to have a measured amount, but they don't. I don't know why I'm rambling about
Yeah,
this right now.
there's something fishy. Look, I'm with you because there's something. I did this a long time ago, right? So you got your 8 inches per mile squared drop, right? Okay, so let's change the radius to 3,959 plus. Let's add the elevation of the ISS to it. Okay, boom. Now we got 4,000 something. Okay, what's the drop from that altitude? It's probably something like, 7.5 inches per mile squared. Okay, so what's the tangential velocity of the ISS? 17,000 miles per hour. What's the acceleration due to gravity? 9.8 meters per second squared. Is the ISS dropping? Is it going to drop more than that curve or less than that curve and fly off into space? Is it dropping that amount? Because that's what they're saying, right? It's in free fall around the Earth, and it's just missing, right, as it's going around. It's falling, but it's going has such a fast sideways velocity. It's just missing the edge of the Earth, as you know what I mean.
Right. So the gravity vector's tangent.
Yeah,
I
so
like
they're
that.
always doing this loop de loop, and like I think my calculation came up to ISS would fly off into space. That's actually going too fast for gravity to drop it at the rate of curvature of the Earth's surface
Oh,
that in
that's
such a way that
interesting.
would maintain its altitude. It would increase in altitude. And then it would only get worse because now, like, say you are at a higher orbit, so that's a bigger ball, that's less of a drop, right? You do have to cover a larger distance. So maybe the 17,000 miles wouldn't matter, but then gravity decreases. So then you got that problem. To me, orbital
Oh,
mechanics is just a trick, dude. That's all it is.
yeah. Yeah, when you start thinking about the dynamics, right? Like I brought this up before with the ISS and the direction of orbit, the tangential to the Earth. The front of the spacecraft is going to have, because it's in an accelerated frame, there's going to be a barometric pressure difference within the cabin,
Yeah.
which means objects will have a tendency to be buoyant. It's going to be The buoyancy is going to be different in one place versus the other. It means that objects at rest will have a tendency to move to the back top of the cabin over time if left unattended. And when you consider that an orbital pass with this thing's in 90 minutes, these
What do
this should be very obvious.
Yeah, within 90 minutes. Well, 45 minutes, you'll be going like the opposite direction.
Yep,
You'll be on the other side.
yep.
What do you guys say to astronauts?
Astronauts?
And then that tangential plane itself is rotating, so maybe it'll push objects to the back and the bottom.
The mysteries of outer space. It's just a mystery, Yoder. You can't understand it. You don't know the secret handshake.
So what do you say to astronauts? Like,
I don't
I
think
guess
I've
with
talked
this,
to an actual astronaut.
oh, what?
I don't think I've talked to an actual astronaut.
No, but I mean, like, what would you say to them? Because their entire
Depends on
life
what
is
they
wrapped
say.
around. Well, I
Well,
mean,
first thing
so
I'd
like,
ask them,
there's
why when
people
you
who have
talk
been
about outer
lost.
space, do you talk in the third person? That'd be the first thing would ask them.
Okay, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you call it like one that clips of one of the old guys who are losing their minds as of
No,
now.
all of them. Even the chick that just came back, she started talking about what she saw, and she started talking in third person.
I don't know what
Astronaut
that
Michelle
means. Do you have
Fowler
a
says that she's
specific
related to
video or
rocks.
interview?
She calls rocks her cousin.
Yeah,
She
you
lost
know
her
what?
mind at like age 35.
You know what talking in the third person is?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you're not
But
talking from your experience, you're talking it as like from a story.
yeah. But I'm asking, like, is there a specific interview that you wish to
All of
point
them,
to?
every single one, they
Every
all
single one.
talk as about it
What?
as if they're in the third person.
So what about
That is weird.
Captain Barry Wilmore, who's a Christian man who was trapped in space for 460 days?
Yeah,
He
that's a
got
cool
back in,
story.
I think, July of 2025.
That's great. That's an awesome story.
No, I mean, but like he, I listened
Why
to an
should I
interview
believe
from
that?
him, and he didn't talk in third person.
Okay, so you heard him talk about his experience,
Yeah, his
and I don't
experience
mean,
around
oh, I'm trapped in a tin
up in
can or
space.
whatever you think he was. What'd you say, Captain Barry Gilmore? What happened to him?
Yeah, Barry Gilmore. Yeah, he
What
was
happened to
trapped
him?
in space for 400. Yeah, he was up
He
in
was
space for like
trapped in
460.
space?
Yeah,
What do you
he
mean
got.
trapped in space?
Oh, 1 second.
Colonel Richard Barry Gilmore. Okay.
Did you hear about that NASA astronaut where she was stalking her ex's new girlfriend?
Yeah, and she drove 900 miles wearing a diaper.
Yep.
She had the right stuff, man.
You would think they would do all these mental tests on these people before trying to stick them in a capsule with other people for days on end.
Finding anybody by that name. Richard Gilmore. Performance assessment and program manager at NASA. Wilmore. Damn, dude. What the hell?
Sorry about that. I got a phone call.
Okay.
Yeah, what was the question you asked?
I
You asked what it
his
meant to be
name.
up
Okay,
in space.
I found him. Hold on. You know, what do you mean stuck, dude?
I mean, I don't know how else to reduce what that means.
You know all
But
this
you
is
mean the
just a
working
story
mechanics of
you
how?
heard, right?
You mean how? You mean how did he get
You
stuck?
know all this is just a story you heard, right?
Okay, and I mean, like, so I mean, technically, every time
Why
I
should I
listen to
believe
you
that
guys,
story?
they are stories that I am hearing from you guys.
No, you can go right to the ocean and see that it's flat, dude. That's not a story.
I mean, yeah, because when you put, um, when you put water, yeah, it's going to be like level is going to be in a how would you put it?
Flat.
Um, well, yeah,
That's how I
it's
put
going
it.
to appear flat. But I mean, what do you talk about? What about ships? When you see them sail out enough distance, and all of a sudden you don't see the bottoms at
Yeah,
all, you would expect to
that's
see on a flat plane
that's not
it
true.
sinking, correct? Well, yeah,
You would
and I've
you would
seen the
see the
videos that you
same
guys
thing. There'd
use.
be no visual difference.
You would see the same thing. So, like,
Yeah.
if I put a sticker on a boat and it sailed off into a distance, that sticker should never
Okay.
disappear.
What do the experiments show? That's all that
I,
matters.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So you have
You
a
said it's a
hypothesis.
flat
You know,
plane.
look, no, let's cover it, dude. I'm going to address what you said. First of all, I go by the ocean. The ship's over the horizon. The ship disappears bottom first mast. This is only observed sometimes. It is not a universal observation. If you go to the ocean, you don't see this happen every time. You see it happen sometimes.
So you're
Okay,
calling out
I
that there are
personally
certain
have never seen it
mechanics,
happen. I've watched the
but
ship sail
listen
30
to what you're
miles
saying.
away. Why are you
But listen
talking
to what you're
over me
saying.
constantly?
Well, you over talked me to
Look, I'm
interject. I let you
addressing
go
your
forward.
question that you asked. Okay? You asked the question.
Okay.
I'm going to answer it. I've watched the ship sail 30 miles away from 6 miles away, tracked by marine traffic radar. Okay? It never disappeared over the horizon.
I'm not saying that you would not see the boat at all entirely. What I'm asking is if you put a sticker on a certain position of the boat, would that sticker begin to slowly, increasingly close distance with the water? Because you would imagine if it were a
Yeah,
flat plane, the distance wouldn't close. Actually, it should stay the
it's not
same.
true. It's not true. Look,
Wait,
dude,
so it's not
if you have
true.
two headlights, right? You have a car and it's very far away, you see one headlight. What happens, even though you see one headlight, meaning there's a light, but there's two lights on the car. Are they touching each other?
I'm sorry, what? I
Headlights on
think
a car. As
calling
that
out like
car
light
gets
theory.
closer, the lights appear to separate.
Yeah, I mean, calling out. I mean, maybe light theory. I don't know. I've never seen
So if you
from a
took a
distance
sticker and say
two
you put it
headlights looking
6
like
feet
one.
above the bow of a ship and it sailed away, that angle between the water and that sticker is gonna decrease with distance. It's called perspective.
So with distance, things should sink
With
or
distance,
appear to
things
sink. Appear
shrink.
to sink. No, no, shrink. Okay, so shrinking. That's
They
different
shrink
because
and appear to sink depending on the weather
well,
condition.
you're talking about change of scale. And it wouldn't be just the object. It would be everything would change in scale. Yeah, perspectively, everything. Yeah, shrinks
Yeah,
in
yeah,
in
things
that
look
manner.
small
Yeah, because
far away.
yeah,
Fucking hell, is this
that's what
conversation still going on? Yeah,
that's what
things
it
look
does.
smaller the further away they get.
Oh,
Look,
he's a
look,
repeat
Fucking
customer?
look.
I didn't
There
know
there are
that.
two issues. There's two issues. One, like everybody gets it. As things get further away, the scale of the object is going to reduce. The scale of anything from a distance is going to
Yeah,
reduce.
it's gonna the visual angle
Everybody
that
gets
it
that.
looks is gonna get smaller.
The visual angle.
The visual
Okay, I mean,
angle, so this is how perspective works. If it looks 1 degree from 5 miles away, from 10 miles away, it's gonna look half that
well,
angle. It's gonna
well, I'm
be
calling
half
out
a
two
degree.
issues though.
And then
I'm calling out two issues
another
though.
10 miles away, it's gonna be a quarter of a degree.
Yeah, but I'm calling out two issues though. Um, that was only the first one. The second issue is you said this doesn't happen anywhere, so you're putting into question God and His sovereign control over His world.
Bro.
What?
What are you
What?
talking about?
What the? What are you
Universality
is
babbling
talking
about?
about?
I
Hey,
said what doesn't happen anywhere.
can you stop? Can you
I
stop?
said
I'm
what
trying
doesn't
to
happen
finish.
anywhere.
You said what was happening with the ship example, like
I
the
said it's
sticker.
not a
You're saying
universal
that example.
observation.
Yeah,
I said it's not a
you're saying
universal
that's
observation. What
yeah.
did
So
what did I mean by
hold
that?
on, but
Even though I said what I
well,
mean, you straw man me, which is
okay,
crazy.
well, okay. So just to know that words have meaning, and when you
Yeah.
say that is
Oh
not a
wow!
universal observation, are
It means
what
it
that
doesn't
Dude,
happen
communicates
all the
is that
time.
you guys are more pissed than I am.
that observation should not be universally observed in every location.
Well,
Now,
guess
It's where
what?
they
So
can
far it is.
misdirect it.
So far it is.
you
Okay,
can
hold on.
define
So
your
far it
position.
is.
He's talking about
So far,
the
listen,
disappearing of the boat from the bottom up.
come on. So far it is a universal observation, and it's enough in so many instances where it
Mhm.
falsifies the curvature that you think
This is where
exists.
people get confused.
I'm sorry, what? Falsifies
I'm
the
sorry,
curvature
what?
that.
Ask, ignore, repeat.
Well, he said it's not a universal observation. I don't
Not
need a third
universal
party to come in
meaning
and say it is a universal
because the
The boat
observation.
horizon's not
disappearing from
It's
the
physical.
up to
bottom
the
up.
other
My
individual.
words. Is no one listening? It's the boat disappearing from the bottom up. The universal reducing the angle the further they get away. This is observed all the time. But the phenomenon of the boat disappearing from the bottom up, that's what Indio is saying is not a universal phenomena. That doesn't always happen.
And I gave an
Are
example.
we all clear now?
Well, okay, so that's the
Makes
issue
sense.
now, because now you're putting into question your ability to account for any scientific endeavor, any empirical observations, because what you're putting into question is, look, this will not be observed universally across the line everywhere.
That's right. Do you know why?
That's the
Because
danger
the
of that's the
horizon is. Do you know
that
why?
undercuts
No, listen. I'll
that
tell you
undercuts
why.
any
That it's
scientific
not a
observation.
universal observation. There's a reason for this. Is because the horizon is not the edge of a fucking ball. The horizon is an optical effect created by meteorological conditions, which change all the time. So sometimes you'll see this, and sometimes you won't. Just like it's not a
Is there
sunny day every day.
is it okay without appealing to things on the water, um, shrinking in ratio? Is there anything that you can actually
Repeat
apply
to me
this
what I
to?
just said.
Well, you said it's
I'll give
not
you an
like a
example.
ball.
Hey, Ficto, I'll give you an
Just
example.
go on
Okay,
fucking
on an
mute, dude.
ultra humid day, okay, it's going to move the horizon wall of opacity closer to you. You ever go to like the desert? You could see freaking forever, a high desert like in Arizona. It feels like you can see forever. But then you go take a vacation in Hawaii and boats are disappearing on the horizon like a mile away because it's so humid.
Look, we're gonna try again, dude, because you are not listening. The horizon is not the edge of the ball. It's not where the curve starts. It's none of those things. We know this because the observation of that does not happen all the time consistently. Ships going over the horizon, as well as the fact is you can go watch the horizon move around. If you went to the ocean right now and watched the horizon for 6 hours, you would see its distance change. So if its distance changes, if it's the edge of a ball, the sides of the ball would have to be changing for that to happen if it wasn't optical. But it is optical. Do you understand what I said?
No, I'm trying to understand why would the size of the ball have to change?
Because the horizon is where the curve starts, right?
Yeah, but why does
If
the size of
if
the
the
ball
Earth
have to
is
change? I
bigger,
don't.
if the Earth is bigger, that horizon is farther away. If it's smaller, it's closer.
I mean, I would agree with that. Like, yeah, if you had a bigger
It's basic
mass,
geometry. It's not really an agree or disagree
yeah,
thing.
you would have to. Yeah, well, yeah, the larger the mass, yes, like the larger the ball,
The larger the object,
the
right?
larger the larger the object. Wait, okay, so hold on. Okay, you weren't making an argument for
Let
the
me show you
larger
a
the size of
diagram,
the.
dude, because you're confused.
Well,
The universal
well, at least let
observation
me
in this
finish.
case is
I
that
think
the
this is
horizon's
part of
variable. Okay, that's the universal observation is the horizon's a variable condition.
horizons
Because
of
of
it.
the
Oh,
weather.
well, I mean, of a variable of what?
Because of the weather. The
Because of the
weather that
Oh,
we're
weather's
looking
weather.
variable.
through.
Okay. So
The weather.
what is the weather doing to our perspective
What?
of what the horizon is?
It's got moisture in it. It's got pressure and temperature. We understand that the density of the air is going to refract the light. Right? We've heard of refraction before.
Okay.
haven't we? And we're
Yeah.
talking about that now. Because when we're making
Yeah.
observations, let's say on a scale in my living room, as I move my hand further away from my face, it gets smaller. But when I'm looking at a boat through miles and miles of air, I'm going to have to start taking that into consideration also, aren't I? Yes?
Okay. Yeah. I'm trying to
That's
figure
what
out
we're
like
trying to point out. There's
what.
two factors, right? Your eyes, angle of
Yeah.
resolution lost with distance, and the air that the light is passing through.
Well, I asked for like another example, where you would have, like, is there some sort of study or something that proves this whole loss of angle, like
Yeah,
unable.
optics. I mean, I'm wearing glasses, for example. There's a whole study of optics, dude, like how we camera
Yeah, but I'm just asking, like, where in what literature are you appealing to? What experiment are you appealing to?
at the moment, just literally moving things
It's
away.
just geometry, man.
Yeah.
Well, like, I
You
get
need
it. As things get closer, you can see like the um geo what do they call it? The angle of a
what
plane.
I'm
You
saying
can
is
see the
based
angle of a
upon my
plane
own
as
personal
things get
observation.
closer because
Of,
because your sight would be elevated above it. Like that's
Changing your
I
angle.
think
it changes your angle.
yeah, yeah,
If
but
your
I'm
if
Okay.
your
talking
line of
about like
sight is parallel to a flat surface, can you see that surface?
if your line of sight is parallel to a flat surface, can you see the no,
Yeah,
you wouldn't be able to see the surface.
exactly. And when you're looking at the giant ocean, your line of sight is nearly parallel to that.
Okay.
In this place where that becomes too parallel, where you don't see the surface no more, that's where the horizon appears to be.
Yeah, but if you just took like a photo without like some sort of fisheye lens, like just a regular photo, and you were to see something go off in the distance, shouldn't
I've
that
done
photo be
this,
able to?
dude.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I
yeah,
already
yeah. I
covered
mean, I
this.
think
I've
everybody's
done
done it,
this
and
myself. I've
everybody's,
done this. You're
and,
saying, if you would do it. Yeah, I've done it already.
yeah, yeah. So what you're saying is, you would report the same thing that I would, which yeah, things that sail off into a distance, um, not just I mean like shrink in size, like because we all understand they're not shrinking in size. It's just we're on a with perspective
Drift.
ratios change,
Yeah.
but
The
or
light
scales change.
is being
But
reflected less with
we're
distance
talking
as
about
well. Yeah.
okay, well yeah. I mean that's the
In
thing in
my
question though.
observation, the boat just got too far away to see. Because the air absorbs light, the boat fades away. Fades away, right?
Fades
Because it's
away
just
because there's no
reflected
light.
light. The light reflects off the boat, has to go through 30 miles of air to the fucking camera, right? It's easy to see when it's
Well,
only
no,
going
I'm
through 20
no,
miles
no,
of
no.
air,
So
but when it's going through 30 miles
that's
of air, it becomes harder, and then 40 miles of air, it's not a linear function, it's an exponential
well,
function. So the fall
that's not
off in
exactly
brightness of the object decreases exponentially.
yeah, but that's not really what I'm calling out. So like
That's what I saw.
So what
yeah,
are you
but
calling out then?
like if something was above the plane, um,
Like a fucking giant
sailing
container
off.
ship that's 150
If some,
feet tall?
yeah, yeah, sailing off into the distance, you put a sticker on it. Shouldn't that sticker be able to be seen? Um,
How
the
big's the sticker?
entirety of the time that you can see. Hold on, that the entirety of the time
No.
No,
that you can
I
see
can't
the
read.
boat,
No,
because
stop.
Oh,
the
Stop.
boat. We're talking
Please.
about the
I
boat is
can't
not
read
disappearing.
the
It
you
doesn't
gotta be
just
writing on the
kidding.
side of a boat.
It's getting unbearable. You're
I
not
know.
okay.
unbearable.
I
Calm
can't
We're
read
not
the
talking about
writing on the
the
side
boat
of a boat,
disappearing.
dude, until it gets closer.
Okay,
I can't
really
see
quick.
flies on the
We're not
side of
talking
that
about a
boat.
scenario. Well,
You're
hold on.
talking
We're
about a
not talking
sticker.
about. Can I
Dude,
finish?
yeah, but you're
Yeah.
talking about a sticker.
Can, yeah. Okay. Yes. But
The
Okay.
we're not
sticker's going
talking
to
about a
get to a
boat that is
certain
just
Oh,
point and then
disappearing.
it's going to be
Hold on.
non-resolvable. The sticker
We're,
is
we're, we're,
smaller than the
hey,
boat,
can I
so it's
finish?
going to be... Bro, your little sticker, unless it's bigger than the boat, is going to be non-resolvable before the boat. So when you're halfway there, your pissy little sticker is going to be non-readable,
Well, I already answered
No,
non-resolvable.
no, no,
this.
no, no. So we're
I
not
already
talking about
answered this 20 minutes
non.
ago.
Okay.
You're doing the
So,
ask, ignore, repeat.
but you're saying we won't be able to see things from a distance because of atmospheric pressure and lack of reflection of light and
Dude, you're
whatnot.
not even
But look,
listening, dude. Not
look.
even listening or not comprehending.
Well, I'm trying to actually get to my point. I just not am
Your
being
question
given the
was
time
already
to.
answered about the fucking sticker. I answered it
Well, yeah.
already.
Well, yeah, I don't think you answered it
What was the
sufficiently
answer?
because you
What was
brought up
the
a
answer?
you brought
What
up
was the
you brought
answer?
up a I'm
What
trying to
was the
finish. You
answer?
brought up
No, what
I'm
was
trying
the
to finish.
answer?
You're
What
asking me
was
a
the answer
question.
I
Let
gave
me
you, dude?
answer.
What was
Yeah,
the answer
okay.
I gave you?
Okay, you're just a scoffer. You don't
What
listen.
was the answer I gave you?
Could you at least try to be funny if you want to troll? Like, this is boring as shit, dude.
This isn't a troll. This is
Yeah, it
it's
is a
boring
troll.
because
You're doing
I'm just
ask and no
being
repeat.
yelled down at.
Fucking troll. I already answered this. What was my answer? Why would we answer it again if you didn't
Yeah, am I
listen the
allowed to
first
answer?
time? If you didn't listen the first time, why would we answer it again?
Am I allowed to answer?
Yeah. What was my answer? Go ahead.
Yeah,
Answer.
you said it's going to disappear off in the distance because of a lack of reflection of light.
It's not what I
Or
said.
because
I brought up
not
car
what
headlights.
yeah. No,
You
okay,
didn't listen.
no, that's okay, that's not fair because
Yeah,
we're bringing
that's
up
when you
two
asked
different
about the
scenarios. We're
sticker.
talking about the boat, not
The
headlights.
sticker. Yeah, the boat with the sticker, dude.
Yeah, not the boat with headlights. Okay?
Yeah,
Oh my
he
God,
said that
that's the
because it's
difference.
easier for you to
Hold up.
You're a
understand.
retard.
No, he said he
Yes,
talked about
yes.
headlights.
Fidpo, just breathe oxygen for a second, mate. That involves
We're
your
talking
mouth
about the
closed
boat.
in 3. Shh. Just think for a second. Long way away, 2 car headlights look like one. Why? Because you can't resolve the image properly.
But you
Same
can't
thing.
see the space
Sticker
between them.
disappears.
Okay.
Okay, if you take a sticker and you stick it on the boat, it's going to get so far away, you're not going to be able to see the space between the sticker and the water, and they're going to look like they're the same thing.
Wait, hold on. The sticker is gonna look like the water.
My
You
God,
won't
can
be
you
able to
read number
distinguish the
plates
sticker
from
from
20
the
miles
water
away?
visually.
Fuck me.
What do you mean by that? You won't be able to distinguish the sticker. I'm talking about okay, like for example, like forget the sticker. Let's just take a
Sticker
boat
is smaller than the boat.
My
that has
God.
giant letters on the side of it.
Okay, Fidpo,
Okay.
we're going to do this the
Now,
old-fashioned slow way. Side
hey,
chat.
can I why can't I just finish?
Because you're just yabbering with shit and it's doing our heads in. Look in the side chat, please. There's a black image with pretty colours on it.
Now, can you? Yeah, this. Can you see the Empire State Building here? So below this guy's eye level, that angle between the ground and his eye level is 12 degrees. Now, say he has a resolving power of any angle below 1 degree he can't resolve. Which is going to reach 1 degree first, the top or the bottom? Obviously the bottom. If you move this away, because the angle will shrink as you move this little Empire State Building away from this guy. Both of those angles will shrink. 12 degrees will reach 1 degree before the 50 degrees reaches 1 degree. Okay? You won't be able to see the bottom. It'll look like the bottom's missing. If your sticker was at eye level, your sticker would be in that space. That's unresolvable. You wouldn't be able to see the individual windows. You wouldn't be able to see the bricks. You wouldn't be able to see any of that crap. This is how vision works.
Wait,
This is how image
okay.
formation works. There's something called,
Hey,
this is why that's why I used the headlight example. If you have 2 points of light, when they get the angle separating them gets too close, they look like one light. You can't distinguish. Even if they were different colors, say one's a red light and one's a blue light, when they get below the diffraction limit, you won't be able to tell which light is which. You won't. All the information that distinguishes them is lost. Brightness, contrast, color. It doesn't matter what it is. This is a physical limit based upon the wavelength of light. It's, I mean, in the diameter of
Planck
the
limit.
optic. Yeah, I mean,
There's a Planck limit too. Like, it gets even worse.
and you got to remember, you got 2 things going on. You got the angle, right? So we're just talking about small angles here. The small angles of some object that's receding from you. In the surface angle, the look angle that you're looking at the surface is also decreasing. And that's why I started with, who cares? This is all academic. Okay? Doesn't even matter, because it's what the experiments show. That's all that matters. We can demonstrate quote unquote ships over the horizon, disappearing bottom up on a flat surface. We can demonstrate it. We can get a flat surface, eliminate curvature as a variable, and replicate a ship disappearing over the horizon. The thing that globe earthers
Hey,
say is impossible on a flat surface, we can demonstrate that happening.
hey,
There's no
can I
basis for the
ask?
impossibility claim at all.
Yeah, can I ask? When you're looking, so the picture that I was told to look at with the Empire State Building,
Yeah,
you're saying as that gets further away, I mean, and if you would observe the two blue lines, as that gets further away, it should escape the two blue lines.
no, everything will converge to the center of your vision
Okay,
at distance.
converge to the center.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's gonna they
everything will
converge to yeah, but you ever seen a
converge.
perspective drawing? Perspective
No.
diagram?
I think the planar tilt of what you see is also interesting. You know, you bring this up before, and it's a point that I think is lost on the audience.
Here,
You know,
I'll show
like
you.
if you're looking straight down at your feet at a 90-degree angle, and then you look at a point in front of you, the plane that you're standing on rotates to like a 45-degree angle, and will keep rotating as your eyes move up towards the horizon. And the limit is going to be about 0.02 degrees in angle. At that point, you can't see anything further.
Wait, so
It
you're
actually
saying
follows a sine
the
function.
flatter that the plane gets in perspective, the flatter the object on
With
top of the plane
distance.
gets.
Sorry, I wasn't done yet when you interrupted, but yep, go ahead.
You're saying at a distance, the plane is going to get flatter, but also the appearance of the object is going to, um, I'm trying to understand that one. So there's going to be a convergence between the two objects, the flat plane and the object itself.
That's right.
Yeah, man,
Okay,
like
I
Aries
actually,
disc.
so,
It's gonna be
okay,
indistinguishable from the horizon, and it's a combination
okay.
of factors which it becomes indistinguishable.
Well, that doesn't sound right to a certain extent because, and I
It
say
is
to a
what it
certain
is.
extent because, well, I mean, the thing that doesn't sound right is, well, the, as a plane appears to be flatter, um, the object on top of the plane actually is more distinguished. Now, like for example, like look, so the building meme, it's kind of funny, but there's no object um off of the building. I mean, like maybe the light, it's the light post. Oh man, you can't really see it. But like, let's
The
just say,
building's
like for
going to have an
example, like
angular size. You got to think in terms of angles, dude.
yeah, well, I'm saying the bigger the angle, actually, the more likely the object is going to appear to be flat on the plane itself. The more angle that you would
What?
have, the flatter the plane appears to you, the more how would you put it? The more the object itself would appear distinguished. So like if there was something
Look,
on
look,
top of
look,
that building,
look.
like a gargoyle or whatever, you wouldn't know really how distinguished that is from the building until you went up to the building as if it were like for example in that meme video that was
Let me
sent
teach you
by
something about
Athos,
geometry here, okay?
it
The
it
bottom of
would
the
appear to be more
gargoyle on the floor,
distinguished.
listen, both you and the gargoyle are standing on the same floor, okay? The angle of your eye to the bottom of the gargoyle takes a longer path than your eye to the top of the gargoyle. And this is why things appear to disappear bottom up with the distance over flat surfaces, because the longer distance to the bottom of the gargoyle means it'll reach a diffraction limit of your vision sooner than the top of the gargoyle. Because you're staring down a hypotenuse of a triangle, which has a
Wait,
longer
you're
leg
saying it would take longer?
than your eye to the top of the gargoyle, which is a shorter path.
Okay, so you're hold on. So
Did I get that right, Indio? I think I got that right.
okay, do you mind repeating that?
Yeah, you got it right.
The light refracting is going to take longer.
Diffracting.
Diffracting
Yeah, the
is going to
destruction
take
of information.
yeah, it's going to take longer. So this is the basis for not being able to see like um I mean what exactly would disappear? What information would be destroyed here?
the information that takes a longer path to get to your eye is going to be at a smaller angular resolution than information that takes a closer path to your eye. The top of the gargoyle is actually closer to your eye. The light reflecting off of it doesn't have to travel as long as the light reflecting off the base of the gargoyle where it meets the surface.
Yeah, but the
Right.
significance of the significance of distance would have to be taken into account.
Yes,
So
absolutely,
like,
and that's what determines angular size of perspective. And because the bottom of the gargoyle is a longer distance, it's going to reach the diffraction limit sooner than the top of the gargoyle.
wait, but how are you going to say that the gargoyle would be at a lower angle if you're purporting that the plane itself is flat?
You're staring down the hypotenuse of a triangle where the leg is longer.
The angle would lessen as distance would go on.
The time of flight of light from the bottom of the gargoyle to your eye takes a longer path because it's a further distance than the top of the gargoyle to your eye.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand. The angle would reduce the further the object is away on a flat plane.
At a faster rate, yeah.
No, I'm saying the angle would reduce. It would appear to be one angle.
Well, I mean, there's also a path of light from the different parts of the gargoyle. So
I'm saying that the
the
object
collision
itself
of
would be at a
information
different
will,
angle. Like it would be at
yeah,
well, depending on like if it was in a
you're
negative angle,
resolving. Okay, here's another
it
way to
would be
put
at
it. I
a
think I got the
higher
answer.
angle.
Hold on. The resolving power of your eye needs to be stronger to see the bottom of the gargoyle at that distance because it's at a longer distance from your eye than the top of the gargoyle. You're going to need to improve your angular resolution
Okay.
to see the
Yeah.
bottom of the gargoyle because it's at a longer distance than the top of the
Yeah.
gargoyle.
That's why we have binoculars and telescopes and cameras and
They
whatnot.
enhance your angular
Yeah, and what do
resolution,
they
right?
do? How does it? What is the main feature about those tools than what you can see better?
No, I don't know. I
The
don't. I don't
lens
know
is
Check
the.
and learning.
gigantic compared to your eyeball.
Okay.
It gathers more light.
Okay. And
Because the
but
hole is bigger for light
destroy your
thinner, so
argument
you have
because your
more angles
argument
to go
depends
in.
on lack of light. Okay, we'll use devices that need that
Light
take in
comes to
more light
the
and
optic, dude. You don't see out. There is air. Look, do you have a weather app? Does it say the visibility that you can see today? Do you
no.
think that that's a globe Earth calculation?
Yeah, I've never checked the weather app for visibility outside of like fog. But yeah,
Well,
no.
every day they post the visibility, and it'll vary between, I don't know, 8 miles and 30 miles or something. But you can't see further than a certain distance just because of the opacity of air. This isn't like
Yeah, but
even our thing, dude. This is just
yeah,
well known.
but that's why I gave the boat example because the boat has not disappeared yet. The things like designs plastered at a lower level would begin to disappear. Like
I don't get
to
what
me,
you mean.
and water planes would appear above the graphics.
Oh my
Like
gosh.
that was my point. Is you can still see
Water
the object.
planes would appear
It
above
hasn't
the graphics.
been
That
lost
like
to
make that
atmospheric
make sense.
pressure. Well, I'm saying you can still see the object. It hasn't been lost to atmospheric pressure, according to you. Yet you can't see
No, it's not
the lower
atmospheric
graphic
pressure,
designs on
dude.
the boat,
Who said
and it's actually
atmospheric pressure?
disappearing.
Reverse.
Who said
Well,
atmospheric pressure?
okay. When I say you,
Nobody
maybe
said
not
atmospheric.
directly you.
The meteorological conditions, which are humidity, water vapor content, CO2 content, particulates in the air.
Okay,
Pressure is one of them. Temperature is another one.
yeah. But in general, my point is the object has not disappeared yet. The lower graphics that would be on the boat would seemingly disappear, and water would be above him.
Dude, that doesn't happen every time. You just think it does.
so that's also an issue, and I
It's not an
talked about,
issue.
well,
It
now
doesn't
you
happen
can
every
no
time.
longer, because you dispute that,
Okay,
you can
Fidpo,
no
I've
Fidpo,
longer
seen the
stop,
account
opposite with
for
Fidpo.
my own 2
universals.
fucking eyeballs, dude.
Okay, I'm saying
All,
now you can no
Fidpo,
longer
all
account
of the
for
weather
universals.
conditions, Fidpo, all of the weather things that he just read out that can affect it are all things that are going to make your sticker non-resolvable one day and possibly resolvable the
There's only
next.
one.
This is why he's
But what
saying it's not
you're
universal.
but
And you
now
keep
what you're saying
bypassing
is,
that. For one reason, I don't know what it is, you just keep bypassing
now
that, thinking we can't use our perspective because he said it's not universal.
hold
It's
on.
because of the weather. Do you get that? Yes or no?
How
Okay,
far we see is based
I'm
upon
I'm
weather,
saying
not geometry. Do you get it?
because you're saying it's not universal, you no longer
Because
can
of the
account
weather. Because of the weather.
because of the
You
weather.
keep what? Excellent, he said it.
So
Yes, I
so
know it's sunk in now. Wow.
How
okay,
about we
okay.
frame it a different way,
He's out
like
of
I
here
I'm
in
trying
a
did
to
second.
earlier,
understand.
okay?
I'm trying to
Listen, the
understand, how is
universal
the weather making
observation,
things
there's a universal observation here, my friend. I mentioned it before. It is that the weather is variable and the horizon
Dude,
distance is
I joined
variable.
in India. You're fucking.
Oh, I almost
The
heard you,
horizon
but I
distance
didn't.
will always be variable. That's universal true.
okay? Horizon distance, horizon. You said horizon distance will always be
Yes.
variable.
Yes.
Universally
Horizon
true, yeah.
distance. Okay. Now I just want to understand.
No, the rate of
Okay,
variation is the only thing in
you're
question.
yeah. I mean, I would love to know what it would take to have that not be universally true in all cases, and what other case you would have. Like,
Look,
let's just
have
say,
you
suppose a
ever? Let
boat
me
30
ask.
miles
No, look,
out
look, look. I'm done with
where
this
the graphic.
academic shit. Have you ever looked at any observational shit? Ever?
Actually, yeah. I could show you 3 pictures of a boat disappearing off into the distance.
Yeah, and you can't tell me how
With the
far the
graphic.
horizon is away, can you?
Well, the boat's about 30 miles out.
I can show you a boat disappearing in the distance.
Yeah. Let me lay
Well,
some
You know what?
groundwork real
And
but
quick,
it's not
okay?
here's my
caused by
issue.
Earth curve.
You're
And
talking
it's
you're talking
not
about
caused by
disappearing.
Earth curve because the distance is too short. So I can also show you a boat not disappearing in the distance.
Good point.
Also
Now
show a boat
listen,
not
you can
disappearing. Oh,
remove
how
the
far is it?
variability of the
30
weather by
miles.
introducing
30
infrared
miles?
wavelengths into your optic. Infrared wavelengths reduces the variability of the horizon due to weather. So now you
Okay.
can mitigate that variable and test for curvature.
I told you, I started this. I personally can post the pictures. I watched a boat over a period of 3.5 hours sail from 6 miles away in Boston Harbor to 30 miles away over a period of 3.5 hours from 15-foot height. That ship should be 420 feet under the horizon, but it's not.
420 feet. I mean, you wouldn't even be able to say
420
that.
feet,
What?
that's correct. How much do you think the Earth is supposed to curve down, dude? It's 66 feet and 10 miles.
Yeah, I mean, my thing is, look, I hold on, let me.
And it's an exponential function. It's 420 feet at 30 miles. That's the hidden height. That isn't even the
Wait, are
drop.
you saying that
The
actually
drop is
happens?
500 or something.
Hold on, are you saying that actually happens?
No,
You're saying no, that does not actually happen.
didn't happen when I tried to see it. Now consult your DMs, dude.
Um,
Now,
so
the,
I
the
I
key
don't think
part,
that
the key part
what you're
is
saying is true. Because it's 8 inches per mile squared.
yeah, I know.
Wait, but
Yeah,
you just
and
said
that
it's like
it doesn't exist, dude.
you said it's like two
That's what
feet
we're
per
here to
mile.
tell you is that the 8 inches per mile square is fiction. It doesn't actually exist in the real world.
But you just said the math, like what you brought up as a
That
counter
is what's
argument was
supposed
about
to
2 feet,
happen.
2 feet per mile. That's what you were communicating. You said in
420 feet and 30 miles is 2 feet per mile.
actually, hold on. Actually, it would have been 6 feet. You said in about 10 miles, it should have dropped like 60 feet.
66 foot. That's
Yeah,
what it's supposed to
66
drop
feet and
over
10
10
miles
miles.
is the drop. Look, and all, like I said, all this is academic because we have replicated, just like the images you have of ships disappearing over the horizon, we've replicated this on known flat surfaces.
So
That's
actually,
where I started, right? Where your
about 10
claim
miles,
that
it
it's
should be
impossible on
13.3
a
feet.
flat surface is incorrect. You just think
Yeah,
that.
in about 10 miles, it should be 13.3 feet.
How much should they disappear in 1,000 feet?
1,000 feet. I mean, you probably wouldn't be able to see it, right?
Should there be earth curve in
I don't
1,000
know. In
feet?
1,000 feet, according to your math,
My math? No, it's your math.
well, I mean, okay, according to the math, it would be about what 1,333.
Yeah, so say you had a camera at 1.5 inches. The horizon's supposed to be 2,400 feet away. You know, the thing the ship's supposed to go over? That horizon thing? Should be 2,400 feet away.
Well,
You can take a
okay,
distance that's
2,400
shorter
feet
than that
away.
in a body of water, and you can take a little RC boat. You can sail it away. You see a
Yeah,
horizon.
but
You see the boat
in a mile, it's
disappear.
about 16 inch.
Pardon me?
Yeah, in about a mile, it should be about 16 inches.
16 inches of what? Drop.
0.67 of 1
Drop.
foot.
Yeah, 6'7", 6'7".
8 inches per mile.
8. Well, that's like a square mile thing. Yeah, I mean, as far as distance goes, hold on. Let me see. Earth curvature drop.
You know, in this case, square miles doesn't mean like a square, right? It's a rate of change.
Key thing is we can replicate this on known flat surfaces,
Okay,
destroying
in
the
8
claim
miles.
that it's impossible on a flat surface. It's not impossible. It's not even close to impossible. It's even in the academic literature as sinking refraction.
Can you prove that?
That's in the academic literature as sinking refraction? Yeah.
Can you prove the academic literature?
That it
Do you
exists?
understand what the hostile witness is?
That it
Can you
exists?
prove? My God, where's this conversation going
Well,
already?
yeah, I can actually proving.
Can you
Captain.
prove the Earth's a ball?
What?
Can you prove the Earth is a ball?
I can prove that I can put balls in your mom.
Yeah. Your balls haven't dropped yet, dude. What are you talking about?
What do you mean? You're just jealous
Yeah,
because I
you're
actually
baby
have a
food,
deep
bro.
voice, and
My mother
I
don't
sound
fuck
like
with
I have a
baby
deep
food.
voice, and you sound like a fucking girl.
You sound like I have baby food.
Bro, you need to get some
What the hell are you
testosterone.
even on about?
Yeah, your
No,
voice does
it's
kind
funny
of
because
sound
I
like
get
that.
muted for less.
Oh my
Son
god,
I
of
get
dude.
muted for.
Well, I
Oh
can
my
even
god.
get muted for less. Well, I get muted for less.
Shut your
Shut
ass
up,
up.
dude. You're boring. Literally infantile name calling.
You know, I think you'd win at name calling. Just saying.
Yeah, probably, but you know, we were having a semi-productive conversation, so I want to stick with that. I'm from a different generation. Like that's what we did in like 7th, 8th grade. Just had insulting contests. I have bags and bags of it. You be getting 1980s insults, bro.
Fucking right.
Had to ban himself for TOS violations because of all the
Oh, dude, we'll
soy
be done.
boys.
Toast. YouTube will be gone. I'll be gone.
I think
The time
nowadays,
police
if
will
you do
come.
that in a school, you'd get kicked out.
John Claude Van Damme would show up and be like, "I'm Time Cop. You're in the wrong era. We're bringing you back."
Shout out to everybody who watched Time Cop for the boobies. No, Life Force, that space vampire flick, that was that show. That's what you watched when you were homesick and your parents were out at work. Oh, come on. Don't leave me hanging, guys. You know what I'm talking about. Fuck, I didn't mean to derail. All right, can we get back to the semi-productive conversation, please?
What other bits you lost on FidPro? Or Fipto, whichever one you are today? I think he's broken.
Mic check.
Loud and clear.
And he's gone. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yep, you're working.
Okay.
If you scroll back to 54 past the last hour, I chucked up a panorama of today's little drive.
I am driving myself.
Yeah,
I'll have to check it later. Dude, I
I
charged up
looked
my
into
camera last weekend and I can't freaking use it because it's been raining.
no,
so I was
for a
reading
little
into the
drive.
curvature example, and
What curvature
I
example?
think I now see what you're talking about as far as this doesn't universally apply. And you were talking about the weather, and what was it? What was it?
Yeah. Do you understand the
Yeah,
role of using different wavelengths for observation then to see through the weather?
well, I wasn't addressing that specifically.
So I got a few papers. NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, right? They contracted with two teams, a German team and a Dutch team, to go study the horizon just above the water. You know, there are multiple reasons why the military would be interested in this. Like if you're doing laser designated targeting, like with Navy ships, you kind of want to study the atmospheric effects of the water to see how it would affect the laser path. So they set up some TV camera and infrared, and on the opposite end of the Chesapeake Bay, they set up a tower of lights. The lowest light they put on a tripod, they specifically calculated the curvature of the Earth and put the light on the tripod below where the curvature of the Earth should be so that the TV on the other end couldn't see it. And they set this up as a control. So they turned on the TV, hit record, and they started recording day and night cycles. And they could see the damn light. They wrote in their paper that this was confounding, and they actually called the situation cursed because they couldn't control for where the curvature of the Earth was. In other words, they couldn't see the curvature of the Earth. They tried to measure where it was. They did everything. They grew frustrated. And so what they ended up doing was they ended up inventing their own refraction model by altering the temperature conditions they actually measured. So they took the temperature measurements and they said, no, those temperature measurements, yeah, even though we're convinced they're right, it's not fitting with the globe. So we're going to actually fudge the numbers by moving the decimal over one place. That's right. So they fudged their precision by one order of magnitude in order to explain what they could see, which was not measured in reality. So we read time and time again cases, situations like this that are just utterly baffling. People try to find the curvature. They try to observe it, to measure it. And when they go to do it, they can't. And we have flat earthers who are doing the same, taking lasers out, taking infrared optics out, taking regular cameras just to zoom in on long distance. Nobody can find where the curvature of the globe's supposed to be. And when they control for weather variables, we're unable to account for it. You know, in other cases, you have people who are not thinking about curvature of the Earth. And so there's a team called the Beyond Horizons team. They go out with high-end optics, and their whole shtick is to see as far as they can see with their cameras. So they're filming landscapes in infrared and posting them to the internet, not thinking about the consequences. And when we go to check their distances against the globe math, we're finding that the curvature of the Earth, which should appear crisp and in the foreground, or I should say the midground of their images, is nowhere to be found. You know, we have ship's logs from people who are sailing, and they're able to spot lighthouses at vast distances. Not thinking about the curvature of the Earth, they happily report and honestly report what they're seeing. There's like Antarctic surveys you can read about where people are seeing mountains 300 miles away because the air's so thin. Not thinking about the consequences of what that means. There's no globe curvature. So the internet is littered with millions of data points like this. And we're just in the process of hoovering them up and presenting them. We save a lot of them to our home server. No, and you don't have to be a flat earther to do this. Like these people are going out and making these observations. They think Earth is a globe. They're just not thinking about it. I don't think flat Earth crossed the minds of the surveyors that went to the Chesapeake Bay, where I was just talking about. They're thinking Earth is a globe and that they just don't understand the refractive conditions of the environment. So that's what's on their minds. And so none of this requires some grand conspiracy of any kind. It's not like there are millions of people in on it that are hiding the flat Earth. You can't hide flat Earth. It's obvious. What's really happening at a much greater scale is a grand delusion. People believe in the globe. The globe is part of our Western mythology right now. Modern Western mythology accepts the globe. And so people take their data points and they shoehorn it into the globe cosmology. That's all that's happening. When you ask for the empirical measurements to verify that the globe is real, you can't produce it. Nobody can produce these. There's the golden seed value of Earth's radius that is nowhere to be found in any measurement of any kind. It's just a concept. So when we were talking about surveying earlier and deflection of the vertical, I was going to say and it recounted that when the early surveyors in like the 1700s were trying to measure curvature, they weren't doing it using the spherical excess method of reciprocal zenith angles. They claimed that they were able to build the curvature out by using pendulums. I'm not even joking. They drop plumb lines and swing pendulums. And what they were doing was they were comparing pendulum readings from one place to another. And they were comparing vertical plumb lines they were dropping with observations of stars and against their clocks. And whenever a local vertical didn't align with the star, they were assuming that there was some kind of gravitational force that was bending light. Yes, they were talking about that in the mid to late 1700s. Because they believed in a celestial sphere, they also believed Earth was a sphere. And so they would take their pendulum measurements and their hanging plumb lines, and they'd create a globe out of a lot of errors that would pop up within their reading. The spherical excess measurements that people claim exist with dip angles to the horizon came later. In case you haven't heard me talk about this before, I don't have a lot of time to get into it right now, but they drop a plumb line to determine the direction of what they thought the gravity vector was, and they'd use the pendulums to determine the strength of it. So if gravity was less, the pendulum would swing slower, and if the gravity was more, then the pendulum would swing faster. And then they'd get the vector by dropping the plumb line and comparing it to stars. That's all that was going on. They assumed a spherical surface to begin with, and that's what aided in their reification of a globe. Is Discord splitting users into different sharded instances or something? Is anybody else here with me right now?
Yeah, I'm here. Discord was doing weird stuff yesterday.
Dude, we might be in a separate instance. Because the conversation just dropped. Like, this is weird. I mean, for all we know, they're carrying on in a conversation in another instance right now, so crazy. I'm going to quit for a minute. I'm going to give it like 60 seconds and then I'll relog.
Alright, well, I'll catch you later then, because I'll be...
Well, I'm still here. And now all my 80s insults are coming back to me. And heaven
Yeesh.
help these people.
Yeesh.
What happened to Sticker Boy?
Water washed his sticker off. Put it on the wrong boat. I don't know, he just dropped out.
Why is everyone in here muted?
Say what?
But almost everyone in here is muted. What's going on?
Discord's acting weird.
Oh,
Some people, I don't even know. We haven't figured it out yet. Maybe it's normal now. I don't know. What brings you here? You been here before in this chat?
Oh yeah,
Your old hat.
I suppose.
Matrix, you there?
I'm here.
Dude, I think Discord sharded itself. Different users are in different instances. I just left an instance where Matrix was talking. I disconnected, came back, and now he can't hear me.
Matrix. Matrix.
Wait, who is Matrix?
Weird, right?
Panhammer. Oh, he's
There's
not
no
even
one
in here.
There's no one in
Yeah,
here
he's
named
not in
Matrix.
here. I'm in here. It
Oh,
sounds
that's
fine to
weird.
me.
I
Yeah.
just left another instance where he was in, and I said, I'm going to disconnect and reconnect. Maybe I'll log into the other instance where everybody else is talking. And that seems to be what happened.
I wonder when he's going to figure out he's all alone.
I mean, this also would be quite a revelation if you could prove this.
Happens a lot in online gaming with how packets are handled.
Yeah, I understand that, but if they're trying to fracture online discourse, like on purpose.
No, I think it's a bug.
No one said it was on purpose.
Okay. Well,
unless you consider bad coding on purpose. I mean, they probably chose to use Claude Code on purpose.
well, I mean, at a certain point, like there is a ratio of H-1B visa hires to like destructive code that becomes
I'm
catastrophic.
well aware of it.
So,
well aware of it.
Oh, that reminds me, Indio, before I forget, I want to bring this up to you earlier, and I'll probably forget if I don't mention it now. There's an online game, old school, called Subspace. It was then open sourced and called Continuum. You got to examine the net code of that. It came out in the mid to late 90s, and it's fucking awesome.
I'll check it out. It's in Git.
It might be. Look for it. It's called like Subspace Continuum. It looks like Asteroids top down. It was multi-user in the late 90s. You could have hundreds of people playing online at once over dial-up. Yeah, with like.
Damn, this was
crazy good.
This was state of the art in the 90s.
Yeah, and I think that code was actually used for online gaming, like worldwide. Like snippets of it are popping up everywhere, and have been for like 20 years.
Huh.
Yeah, I think I found it.
They were doing something with like UDP. I don't know. It's been like 20, 30 years since I thought about this.
I mean, most of them use UDP.
Now,
I still think this is really going to date me. SPX over IPX was the best protocol for games.
Oh man. Dude, was that like when with the B and C connectors, the banana plugs?
The Nobel NetWare internet or network protocol.
Oh man, that reminds me. Like
they were competing in the beginning. This is like 93-ish. Yeah, so they were like, it was a competition between TCP over IP and NetWare protocol, and Microsoft, what they do. They'll just break it. They'll just break your shit so it doesn't work on their platform, and that's all there is to it. Which is what they did.
Dude, I remember in computer class in the 90s, my friends and I found out that you could send network messages over Novell NetWare to to the whole network or to specific teachers. So in computer class.
Oh yeah. Yeah, those. God, that was
good old days.
That's like, it's one of those things where it's like the double-edged sword. Novell NetWare was great, fucking great, and like the people that ran that company, they had the right moral compass, meaning They wanted to make a great product. Unfortunately, the business world's a bunch of sharks, and they didn't have enough ambition to take their great product and move it forward past a certain timeline when it just became when the speculators and investors and all that shit dived into the foray.
It's a common story, I think.
Nobel around, or did they get bought?
I don't know. Yeah, just because you're the best doesn't mean you're going to be the best, and that's how it is. It's why the world was stuck with fucking Microsoft products.
I remember IRC, people would post their Nobel boxes uptime. Be like, uptime 10 years. Fucking like, what the fuck?
Don't turn it off. If it reboots, it may never come back online.
I'm sure there's boxes that are still running out there. Let's see if they... Are they out of business? Yeah, they've been gone since 2014. Yeah, they've been gone.
Oh, look, Scott Mackey. He probably knows the era we're talking about and technologies. Hey, Scott, you a Novell network kind of guy? IPX, SPX networks, remember those? BNC connectors and all that?
It worked over Ethernet too.
Doom never played so smooth.
I used to play, me and my friend used to play Need for Speed. You could network Need for Speed and race each other. It was fun.
Duke Nukem 3D.
Duke Nukem.
Give me a jetpack and a rocket launcher. That's all I need.
As far as the Indian dudes writing malicious code, a friend of a friend of mine that I did work for. I actually did like semantic language processing like way before frickin' LLMs too, which is crazy. But anyway, the same guy, he had a friend, and they sell used scientific equipment, and these pieces are $100,000, $300,000. You know, gas chromatographs, oscilloscopes, things like that. Anyway, he had some Indians work on his website, and those frickin' morons, instead of SSHing into the box, they made a web page that was just like a command line right into the fucking machine through the web. Not password protected, nothing, just frickin' out in the open. Yeah, with root access, dude. Literally a web page that serves a command prompt, basically a terminal with root access, just on the web, forward facing. Just there it is, dude. Is because the problem is nobody was getting their emails and they couldn't figure it out. They were They ended up they were blacklisted and they couldn't figure it out. And you got to remember, like, these are sales emails, man. This shit's costing them millions of dollars. You know, if they don't get like 10 emails, man, that's like $1 million right off the rip. So they're like, this needs to be fixed right now. Like, so my friend called me because I worked with him before. He's like, man, you got to fix this. I don't know what's wrong. Turned out that they were running a mail server. Somebody, just decided they were going to go through that frickin' portal and install a mail server and serve spam emails to the world. So Google's like, we're blacklisting that IP address. So, yeah.
That's crazy, dude. I guess
Well, because
maybe
that
later they
stupid
got a
it took me a
contract for
while.
Hillary's server.
Yeah, but it took me, like, forever to figure out how it happened in the first place.
You
Because
wouldn't think to look.
I didn't look there because it was so stupid. I couldn't conceive of the stupidity of doing that. Yeah, so crazy, dude. Because the website itself was in Drupal. The dude just made, like, an HTML page and just inserted it into the fucking base directory. With access to the world. To the command line, to the like a root level command prompt terminal in a browser. Just anybody could have just mistyped it, like whatever. But you know what happened, right? Someone just they were scraping websites and they were like, holy shit, here's a moron. What really blew me away is I installed I think it was fail to ban or something, and then it started recording illicit attempts to break in. Something like 500,000 freaking attempts per day to break in, and I'm like, why are you like wasting your time? There's a web page that just will serve it right to you. Like you don't have to break into the through the fucking goddamn SSH. It's right there.
Kind of makes you wonder about legacy SCADA shit. It's still out in the open that people haven't discovered because the people who set it up are long gone.
And it wasn't made for that. The internet was not made with security in mind. It was meant for redundancy. The very fact that you can spoof MAC addresses right there tells you there was no security in mind. Look, if you can spoof a MAC address, that means you can't identify any particular computer that connected to the internet.
Oh, right. I poisoned the network. Yeah. You become like a pass through and you can read people's AOL instant messaging traffic from your dorm room.
Well, let me tell you a little story. So, Xfinity Wi-Fi. So the way Xfinity runs it, I don't know if they still do it now. This is the way they used to do it. They run an open network with no password. And then when you log on, you don't get access until you go through their little web page and log in. Then you have access to the internet. But before that, you're just on their subnet. Well, someone decided that they're going to set up a router. This is in Cambridge. And they're going to name it Xfinity Wi-Fi. And they're going to let people log into it as if they think they're logging into Xfinity Wi-Fi. They're just logging into their router, and they had their own DNS running. One was a fake PayPal page, and one was a fake eBay page.
Nice.
So that you would put in your password to log into eBay or PayPal, and they would just get your information.
Pineapple.
Yeah, this is your last moments on the server, dude. You know that.
Pineapple router
runs away.
Yeah, these people set up those rogue pineapple routers.
This is back in 2000. Maybe it might have been 2009. Yeah, it was back then. I figured out that the router. Well, that's what they were doing. They were spoofing the MAC address for one. If you looked up the MAC address, it came back as a Xerox machine, which it definitely wasn't. I'm pretty sure Xerox never made routers.
Hey, sorry, I gotta go for a few minutes. I'll be back in maybe 20.
All right. I might be here. I'll probably.
Why do you listen? Where's all the trigger globies today?
You missed it there earlier.
Yeah, I usually miss the good.
Yeah. India, it was strange you brought up Jesse Koslowski's name today because I was getting those vibes when those surveyors were on.
You guys know Jesse. He's a good friend of mine.
Well, we know of him.
What do you know of Jesse?
His videos he's done on YouTube.
Yeah, he does pretty good work.
You're the guy from last night?
Yep.
So do you still think plumb lines don't curve in geodesy?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm glad you're here.
Thanks.
Was that the dude that kid Mike was all up his butt? Same guy?
What do you mean up butt?
Yeah, I didn't actually understand that myself.
You don't know that phrase?
Well, I just don't think it's very classy to use that sort of terminology. We're just going to have I would hope, a respectful discussion. But if it's not going to be that way, then I will leave.
It's the only way to put it, man.
Yeah, I just, when you're trying to get to know people and have this conversation.
Well, let me warn you, Baron. Have you ever been in this Discord before?
Never. This is my first time.
This Discord is very degenerate. So,
then
not on our side. I'm not saying it's this chat. This Discord in general. It's the politics Discord. So you get a lot of immature. They'll come in. They'll say the N-word. They'll say some stuff against Jews. They'll, they do these drive-by trolls. So I'm just warning you. Don't be shocked.
Yeah. So I have a responsibility to own my behavior, which is 100% my choice. And if I can't do that as an adult, then I shouldn't be engaging in these conversations.
Well, it's going to have nothing to do with us. This is an open chat. People can just join. And they see flat earth and they get triggered and they come and they just yell some crazy stuff. That has nothing to do with the conversation. They're not flat earthers. They're just speds.
Oh, okay. It was pretty hard for me to get in here. Like I had to do a lot of I had to get interviewed.
Really?
Yeah.
Man, damn.
Yeah, I had to do this VC verify. Some guy had to come talk to me and ask me about, my flat earth experience and what have I done to verify the shape of the earth. And
oh, you mean in the home server?
This was
I think so.
Home server.
Yeah, that's because we live stream on YouTube, so we get people that would just come in and scream expletives to try and get the YouTube channel nuked. So we had to introduce a screening process.
Gotcha.
Though I deprecated that, so I don't know why someone's still doing that.
Well, yeah, and there's also people trying to evade bans and stuff like that, right?
Oh, yes. 200 plus, 300 plus alt accounts. There's a guy we finally named PD because he comes and advocates drinking pee and not using soap or water or anything like that, and that he's using the internet from the Garden of Eden. Yeah.
Well, roger that.
Just warning you, Discord is not TikTok. I mean, there's some weirdos on TikTok, but man, there's no accountability on Discord for some reason.
Interesting.
I mean, I remember back in the day, all the mods in our server, we got autopsy photos for something like 2 months. Every day we'd get spammed autopsy photos in our DMs. Yeah, he didn't like us. Whoever that was. I'm not squeamish, so it didn't really bother me that much. Though, I'm not going to describe one that did bother me, but... I mean, if you hang around, Yoder will be back. I'm just very like, I need more caffeine to engage in this crap. But I will post a couple citation about curvature of the plumb line.
Yeah, it's I think there's
and a
I think
diagram.
there's some yeah. So these things are sub-millimeter, and it's considered deflection of the vertical.
Yeah.
Right. It's the difference. It's the angle between the true plumb line, which is influenced by local topography, and the normal to the theoretical reference ellipsoid. And generally, it can get up to about 1 arc minute, which you'll see in your Laplace corrections via like phase differential GPS leveling and stuff like that. Yeah, that would be a pretty exaggerated example. There's an angle there, right? That takes place.
Yeah.
And so what you can do, I did this out at Fort Funston. I went out there to meet a group of guys that wanted to learn how to measure the Earth. And so what I did was I took a 60D nail. It's a common nail in surveying for construction staking, because that's primarily what I do. And you hammer the nail in the ground, and then what you do is you set your tripod over the top of it, and you use usually about an 8-minute tribrac. And you can get more sensitive to that depending on what you're trying to do. There's an optical plummet on it to where when you look through the peep sight, it shows you a 90-degree sight to the nail with a circle and a crosshair on it. And so the idea is to center the instrument directly over that point. Now, when you do that just out in the open with nothing around and you hang a plumb bob, the plumb bob will just drop right to the center of that nail. But if you do this at like the base of a mountain, you'll notice that the plumb bob will pull towards the mountain. So it's like, okay, that's what they're talking about, that angular deflection between what would be considered vertical and plumb. And this is why we got away from the North American vertical datum of 29 and got into NAVD 88 and derived orthometric heights. It comes down to leveling, right? And how surveyors have to account for the curvature of the Earth via the leveling process, right? Like trigonometric heighting and things like that for obtaining the heights of like distant peaks that are virtually intraversable.
Okay. That's not what deflection of the vertical actually is, though.
Well, can I hear your definition of it?
Okay. So you have your celestial sphere.
Mhm.
So imagine there's a star that's supposed to be directly overhead at zenith.
Yep.
And you have I can't remember the name of it. I can't remember the name. It's for astrogeodetic surveying. It'll look straight up. So now say your coordinate is supposed to be exactly underneath the star. That star is supposed to be at zenith. But when you sight in zenith, that star is off by a little bit, arc minute, whatever it is. Right? That's the deflection. It means even though your instrument is level, right, where you're at, the gravity vector is not aligned with the celestial sphere.
Yeah,
Yeah,
one is vertical and one is plumb. So if you were to draw a straight line down from that star through the center of the Earth, and then you were to occupy a point, geodetically speaking, which, I mean, These are referencing to geographical points, and the reason why they come up in geodetic surveying is so that we can transform those coordinates to what are called state plane coordinate system, so that we
How
can map
important
out
is
our
it, Baron,
state.
for the clock to be synchronized and accurate with sidereal motion?
I don't know.
Well, that's actually necessary for determining deflection of the vertical.
No, I'm talking about the angle from down and vertical.
Yeah, I'm talking about the astronomical plumb line.
Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about here.
That's dependent on clocks.
Okay. So go ahead and explain yourself, and we'll work out the math.
Well, I'm just adding some further clarification and detail so you understand that you're talking to people who kind of know what they're talking about too.
Sure. I'm actually a professional land surveyor and can go out and measure this stuff.
Okay, so you're not a geodetic surveyor then.
Everybody's a geodetic surveyor. Anytime you measure a distance along the ellipsoid, you're a geodetic surveyor.
You don't measure along an ellipsoid
Why don't you?
because the ellipsoid is a mathematical concept. It's a datum. It's not something in reality, unless you want to reify it yourself, which would be fallacious.
Sure. You can set up, you can use two orientation marks, one that you can set up on. You can use a back azimuth to get your orientation, and then you can measure in the shape of an L, either using EDM or chain the distance. And you'll find that the published grid-to-grid mark distances are different than what you measured on the Earth.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
you could do this out at the Bonneville Salt Flats. That's what I did back in December, actually.
Yep, everybody knows electronic distance measurements don't match coordinate distances.
And why is that?
Because Earth is flat.
I know, but which distance is longer? The distance along the ellipsoid or the distance along the chord?
The distances in real life taken electronically don't match spherical distances unless you pin them to an ellipsoid to match them, but in which case you're no longer using real world measurements anymore.
No, I'm
You're
talking about
altering the
chaining.
distances.
I'm talking about chaining the distance. You know what a Gunter's chain is?
Well, chaining tangent planes?
No. You know what a tangent plane is?
Yeah, that's also
What is it?
with respect to a mathematical datum that doesn't exist in reality.
No, a tangent plane is
Yeah, a
a
datum like
point.
WGS84, a tangent plane to WGS84. And you can
that's
chain
not.
tangent planes together.
So
That's how GPS works.
Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to disagree with you, but that's okay.
Okay, well, I can point you to an online Geodesy Academy that you can take some lessons. Go learn about this shit if you're interested.
Sure, go ahead and link me up. We'll check it out
Okay,
sometime.
I'll give you some links. All right, I got to step out for a minute. I'll post them
Yeah.
out.
Okay.
So I know what a Gunter chain is.
Yeah, so a tangent plane is the projected plane where the tangent plane itself is brought to the height of the instrument. It's the point where the horizontal line touches the surface of the circle. That's the tangent plane. If he's talking about tangent plane projections, that would be something completely different.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I'll have to explain it when he comes back. I'm not 100% sure exactly what he's referring to. I have an idea, but I don't want to put words in his mouth.
Yeah, so that's how we know that there's drop, is because we can establish the tangent plane, and then we can turn angles to distant targets, and then we use that tangent plane as the reference. It's considered eye level. And so you can either use this in the process of direct differential leveling, which like in any surveyor's field book, like I've got a bunch of them sitting here. If you look in the back, it will give you like what are called useful notes. And it will tell you that the curvature of Earth's surface is about 0.7 feet in 1 mile, and the curvature in feet is 0.667 times the distance in miles squared. And it's got a bunch of stuff in here, right? So basically what that means is if I set up my instrument, say, generally speaking, you want to do it equidistant. But let's say I don't. Let's say I want to test the shape of the Earth. I want to see if this is real. This drop can be measured. I take my rod and my rod man, and I set him up on a known elevation. And that's called the back sight. That's a positive number. It gets added to whatever I read on the rod gets added to the elevation at that point. Then I take that rod guy and I send him out 1,500 feet in front of me. Let's say the back sight's 75 feet. I send him out 1,500 feet in front of me, and I read the rod. that gets subtracted from the sum of the backside and the elevation. So if I were to minus what I read on the rod, that should be the elevation of that point, but it's not going to be. It's going to be out. It's going to be out about 3/100ths of a foot. The question is why? Well, if you were to account for the curvature or the drop from the tangent plane over that distance, you would close, and you would therefore, both geometrically and mathematically close that loop. This is a testable thing that you guys can go do. Like, you can buy an auto level on eBay, and you can get a plastic fiberglass rod, and then you could go out and you can test this just to see if it's true.
Yeah, it's not true.
I'd love to see your notes on it, man. I've got a whole book here.
I'd love to see your notes on it, quite honestly.
Sure.
I'd like to see all your
where would you-
measurements, not the ones you kept, but the ones you threw away too. So this is that goes to the crux of the argument. You're cherry picking data and
Well, I mean,
confirming your bias.
that's your claim. So
It's not my claim. I've looked at all the literature that's tested using surveying methods, right? You said things like we don't measure a concave Earth, right? Remember you said that? The
I
two
don't
things
measure
I
a
just
concave Earth.
posted, one of these things, no, not that one. I'll post it, right? So using reciprocal zenith angles, there's a one that's they say right in it, they measure or they calculate a negative K value. That's concave, dude.
Well, all values are negative Ks.
All
So
values are negative.
yeah, so the
It gives a
coefficient of
range,
refraction
negative
is
4K to
always
plus 6, right?
Yeah, but it's always subtractive. Wait a minute. You know this, right? Like, you've studied a little bit of refraction. You understand how it works in the process of leveling or taking measurements, correct? So if I were to let me ask you something. If I were to turn an angle to a distant peak, okay, and I had no idea about my elevation, right? Let's just say that we're clueless about the elevation that the Occupy station is. And let's say I look over 30 miles at a known peak with the brass cap up there. We know its elevation. We know its coordinates. We know it's there because surveyors said it's there, right? How
Yeah,
would
and they
I
assumed the
find?
globe when they did that, right?
How about we just assume a flat Earth? Let's try that. Will that work
Okay,
for
then
you?
you're going to get a different elevation.
Well, I mean, you're gonna. The measurement is the measurement, right? We have to figure out what the shape of the Earth is by using the geometry on both sides. You're saying the Earth is a level topographical plane.
Yeah.
I'm saying that the Earth drops at 8 inches times a mile squared, and you can go check that out. But you need to know a little bit about the geometry and a little bit about the instruments and go out and actually try this stuff first. Because me explaining it to you, I think we're just kind of beating a dead horse, right? You've got your ideas about what you're reading.
They're not my ideas. They plainly say it.
They are, though, because you're saying that refraction.
So when they explicitly say that the ray would be concave, that's me misinterpreting the word concave.
I don't know. I don't get plumb lines leaning towards one another, dude. When I do my plumb lines to see if they're parallel or not. That's not what I'm getting, is what I'm telling you. I don't know. I mean, if you've got somebody that's measuring that, I'm willing to take a look at it. I'm just letting you know from my experience and the data that I have. That's all I can provide for you is the data I have. If you want to say that I've cherry picked or been dishonest in some way, then I guess
No, cherry picking isn't dishonesty. It's a cognitive bias.
Well, it is. It is dishonest, right? If I'm taking a measurement and then not sharing it.
If you're intentionally cherry picking, that would no. Some people think it's all right.
I just go and I measure the data. That's it. I let the data tell the story. I mean, that's it. Like, I'm getting ready to meet up with Jaron over in California. Anybody is open to come to these and show me their means and methodology. Show me how to arrive at a flat Earth. I've been all over the United States doing this. I think my behavior aligns with the value of truth seeking. If you guys want to say it's something else, I can't help you. That's just what the data is. So, I've never been to a surveying conference or met any other flat Earth land surveyors out in reality. I meet them on TikTok all the time, but after we talk for a little bit, it comes to find out that they're not actually land surveyors.
Well, that's fantastic. Who cares?
That's just my experience.
You're just a narrative spinner, dude. That's all I'm hearing.
Okay.
I'm just hearing narrative. That's all.
All right. Well,
Storytelling.
I guess the conversation's over, man. I just thought we would talk about measurements. You say you wanted to see them. I can provide them to you. How do I
All of
post
them.
them here?
All of them.
Yeah,
Not the ones you
I'll,
just cherry pick. Oh man, the wind is blowing. You know goddamn well that you have to
I don't
survey
know.
under very specific conditions, right?
Correct. So I don't know what you're accusing me of.
I'm not accusing you of anything.
You're saying you
You
want to see
you
measurements
know
that are
that
thrown away.
there's going to be an uncertainty in any measurement.
Every
This isn't
single measurement
precision.
has
This is
uncertainty.
uncertain. Yeah, there's a measurement uncertainty.
Every single one of them. What is that? What's E1, E2, and E3 values, respectively?
Oh God. Okay, dude, stop. The posturing shit is annoying.
Yeah. All right, man.
It's
Well, hey, you
really
have a good day.
simple. There's going to be an uncertainty. The air gives another level of uncertainty, right?
Snowflake there ran off.
He's
Did
gone.
he leave?
Wow.
That was easy. That's the same way Astronomy Live is. If you don't talk about what he wants to talk about, he's leaving.
Man, I didn't even get a chance to come back. He was going to get tied up in knots anyway. It's obvious he doesn't know what deflection of the vertical is. He thinks he does.
I know. He also said NAD 23 or something was like in 27. So, but that's, maybe just don't remember the number. Not gonna.
There was like a
big deal out of it.
WGS 83 or something right before 84, I think.
Yeah, yeah. It's called
The GRS 83.
Yeah, WRS 83 and WGS 83, I think.
But the fact that he thinks he knows what astronomical plumb is and doesn't understand how you have to incorporate the time component to this, because how else would you know when the star's supposed to be at a certain point in the sky?
I'm gonna get to post this, man. I'm pissed. What the hell? But he was doing the same thing he did last night. Like, look, here's what the data says. Oh, you don't understand it. Okay. I don't understand it. They say convex, or concave, and I guess I don't know what the word concave means.
Yeah, it means on your own geoid, you're going to have verticals that don't just converge underneath you, but diverge away from underneath you and converge above you.
Exactly. But the point is, he was saying, if you go out, you'll measure this. That's horseshit. It's just horseshit. Maybe I'll measure that.
It's going to be positive curvature everywhere, dude.
Well, yeah. He said you're going to measure. What did he say? It's I'm going to measure some amount of drop. Now, what he thought tangent plane was a tangent plane that's running through the theodolite.
Yeah. I mean, it sets up a level, duh. Well, but that's your local tangent plane established from level is not the same thing as what he was talking about, projecting the coordinate system flat. So he was wrong there. The tangent plane, you can set up a tangent plane to a mountaintop that's curving or a hilltop that's curving. See what I mean?
So he's chat skanking now. Really funny.
Is he listening and chat skanking? But yeah, like you can set up flat or a globe. You can set up a tangent plane. It just the tangent in reference to what? there are going to be areas of Earth that have gradual slopes over tens of miles. You maybe want to set up a tangent plane to take your local measurements, right? It's not the same thing as taking WGS 84 and instead of doing a reduction of the horizontal datum, you do the opposite. I've actually got a video on this. Hold on. All right, check this out. Posting it inside. You can lay your blanket on the ball, and then you can lift the blanket off the ball.
Depends on the size of the blankie.
Yeah. Tangent blankie. Just pull the corners tight, my friends.
Where's the other one? Fuck.
Wow, so he's just gonna chat skank now, hey?
Amazing, right?
That's crazy. I can't believe he left. He didn't get muted once or anything like that. He didn't
Dude,
get
I didn't
a
even
spot.
say anything bad to him at all.
And this is
Yeah.
their top guy, their top like globe surveyor. Amazing.
He has to protect his reputation. He's made quite the. I don't know if he makes a living off of it, but he's made. Well, I mean, me and Yoda heard of him, so he's
Oh
built some
yeah,
reputation behind this. He comes in here and gets cooked, then that might
yeah.
be
I've
bad.
watched a bunch of his observations on TikTok where he just completely just guesses the atmospheric conditions every single time.
Very interesting.
Yeah, even straight over the surface of water, right? He'll just guess the refraction.
It's whatever doesn't match the globe is the refraction is equal to the difference.
Yeah, I
That's
mean, you could
literally
just
what this dude thinks. He
Yeah.
thinks whatever that is different than the globe, the refraction is equal to whatever difference that is.
And whatever's not in refraction could probably be made up with vertical curving plumb lines, rather. I'm still reeling at that. Like I thought he would know. I thought he would definitely be like, oh yeah, it's important to have synchronized clocks. So how else are you going to get your longitude? Amazing. It's kind of scary, right? When you don't do this for a living and you start to learn more than professionals do about their own craft, it's kind of scary. Like, holy shit.
Well, I mean, when you're doing it as a job, you like, you have your boss cracking the whip, right?
Yeah.
Just look through that thing, write down the fucking number. We have 20 more jobs this week. Hurry up. Good enough.
I don't care that your triangle measures 180 degrees. Curve it.
I mean, I watched them survey a big high rise. They kind of put, well, not that high, maybe 10 stores. But they're out there every day surveying it, like every day.
Okay.
some new funny claims by Jesse, Path of Light. I was having a long chat with him today because AI Overlords challenged him with being able to confirm that you're able to actually have no destruction of what you're looking at in the distance, and have a refraction coefficient of 0.96 at the same time, which basically is what would be needed on Dr. John Dee's windmill observation. So AI Overlord's challenging him that he has to be able to validate, right? Show us that someone's actually measured that accurately in the past and shown that you can have that with no destruction, right? No like visible miraging effects or crazy destruction optically. So Jesse's he's made further claims during the conversations I was having with him, trying to explain to him what he needs to actually do and that he doesn't have to do it himself. Now he's claimed that in the he's trying to use the 40 kilometer FE core test. So he's pulled up one of the single vertical temperature and humidity readings. I think it's about 2 degrees difference between the temperature of the air just above the water and then at 2 meters height. And he's confirmed, he's done the calculation. Now he's claiming there's a refraction coefficient of 0.43 and on the FE core laser test day because of those two temperature and humidity readings at one point along the path. Not a K factor, not a big K, not a K factor of 4.3. He's saying a refraction coefficient of 4.3. And he's got some other one that he took himself where he's claiming that it has a refraction coefficient of 2, which is Walter Bislin's slider only goes up to a refraction coefficient of 1. So basically for this observation that I just put in the side chat, Jesse is saying that if the Earth was flat, then this boat would have to be 28 feet. He's upped it to 33 now, but in this he says 28. So it's if the Earth was flat, this boat's 28 feet higher than what it should be. And that proves that there's a refraction coefficient of more than 1 on a flat Earth without any destruction of what we're looking at in the distance. And that's what he thinks is the counter to AI Overlord's request. That means for this to work on a globe, you would have to have about 66 feet. This boat would have to be lifted up from 33 feet below the curvature to 33 feet above the horizon, which would require a refraction coefficient of 2.
How funny.
Which is
so Walter Bislin's model only accommodates up to 1, which means it can't account for super refraction.
Well, I mean, what's even super refraction anyway? There really isn't any citations.
Oh, the opposite of sub. I mean,
Yeah, I know,
start
but
getting
I mean,
negative
but
coefficients.
wouldn't even like 0.6 refraction coefficient sort of be counted as super refraction? Like once it gets past 1, that's like extreme ducting.
I think it terminates at 1, approaching infinity.
Well, infinity in regards to
No, it'll go into negative and look concave.
Yeah, that's what
the ray of light is bent the other way.
That's what I'm getting at.
This is what Jesse's saying. He's saying that not only is the boat lifted up 33 feet from behind the curve, it's actually lifted up a further 33 foot because the refraction coefficient is so high. And Jesse says that this is just super common to have these like crazy refraction coefficient. Basically, to have a refraction coefficient of 1, he said it only has to be 0.33 degrees Celsius per meter change in the vertical temperature. I'm talking about Jesse Path of Light. If that's Jesse Gordon, I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, you know, I did tell him not to make observations in this place. So this is the Salish Sea. The Salish Sea is connected to the Pacific Ocean. So tide water flows in, goes up the Salish Sea, and then flows back out. But there's a huge turn, like almost like the Strait of Hormuz. It has like an elbow that turns. Well, if you look at the oceanographic water elevation, there's a big hump right where the turn is, in the middle of the turn, that varies from like 8 to 21 feet. So you're like literally making, because this is the same place he like, look, the sign is above my theodolite. This is literally cherry picking. How many times did he look through his theodolite to take this picture? You know what I mean? This is the same problem I have with the Soundly thing and the Lake Pontchartrain. That dude has taken hundreds of freaking pictures of that bridge, if not thousands. pulls one out.
Mhm.
Look, the ridge is curved. Yeah, let's show us the other thousands. And that's my beef with Barron here. Hey, if I go out, I'll just get this measurement. No, you won't. No, you goddamn well you won't. Maybe some of the time you will.
Yeah, we should really bring it back to that geometric horizon test. Okay,
Yeah.
when are these people finding this geometric horizon? Right? When are they going out over a distance where there would have to be a geometric horizon at a certain distance, right? With their guessed refraction, right? That they guess. I mean, I've not seen them ever actually measure it, right? So they're just guessing it. They're just using a model and guessing it. That means that the horizon would have to be at a certain distance.
Yeah.
But I see,
infrared to control for weather.
yeah. So I only see them doing, for some reason, right? Jesse Kozlowski, I think I've seen this guy do it as well. They're doing these theodolite tests over short distances, not long enough to where there would actually have to be a geometric horizon present from the height that they're doing it from. And then when they're not doing that, they're doing it from another vantage point, where you wouldn't be able to really make out a geometric horizon as well, which is sort of mountain peak to mountain peak. But when
Yeah,
we provide,
exactly.
yeah, they're skipping that midpoint where you would have to have that geometric horizon at that set point. I mean, and I want them to show footage of when you have a subrefraction, negative refraction coefficient. The horizon would have to be closer. The geometric horizon would have to be closer, and that I've never seen that happen.
I mean, that's what's got to be happening in the lake videos, right? With the RC boat, for there to be a horizon, there has to be some serious negative refraction going on to move the horizon from 2,400 feet away to freaking the middle of that lake, right? Because there should be no horizon on that lake whatsoever. According to those guys, right? If I look over some water, I'll see the entire surface of water till I reach the geometric horizon, and that's where the curve starts. There shouldn't be any horizon in front of that ever.
Exactly.
But like I said, the RC boat videos, they show a well-defined horizon. I mean, you can argue about the boat waves or whatever, but why is there a horizon at all? Right?
Yeah. I actually have a good paper by he was a scientist, but he was also a sailor. I'll find the paper, I'll post it in the side chat. But yeah, he was doing observations. This was a long time ago, in the early 1900s, I think. And he was seeing boats disappearing from the bottom up and even completely disappearing at such short distances. He came to the conclusion that there's absolutely no way this could be caused by the curvature of the Earth, because
Oh,
it's
do you
not
still
like
got that? That would be cool.
Yeah, I'll grab it right now, actually.
And what they would say is, right, concave rays of light and subrefraction, right? Because they have it in radar, right? They call it subrefraction. But the radar don't go as far it's supposed to go.
Yeah, so he thought that was amazing, and he went back and he did a whole stack of tests and determined that you can have a nice clean horizon that's not caused by curvature of the Earth at all. Yeah, I'll find that now. Actually, I'll go on mute for a second.
On a related note, their North American Arc of the Parallel document that they love to bring out as a proof. Within that, you can find where they were perfectly fine cherry picking. They describe throwing out reams of observations and measurements. They're not intending to deceive.
There's a whole section of California they had to throw out measurements for that were all messed up. And they published. That's just like the one they investigated. Oh, let me find it real quick. It's
Yeah,
very
and other parts
mountainous.
too, like the Himalayas as well.
It was like a very mountainous region. So what they said was they were getting what's unequal refraction error.
Oh
Because
yeah, you brought that up.
Yeah, looking up through the gradient, it would have a different light path than looking down through the gradient.
Right.
So they were like, "Oh, our measurements are wrong," and it was like a whole section of California. But it's like that was like the place where they did like, "Hey, we're gonna go to this like we did this whole survey of North America. Let's go to a place and double check." And they're like, "Shit, we double checked and it's all wrong."
So on a globe, they think that when they're looking at the horizon, that they're looking at a tangent to the Earth, which means they're staring off into a region of decreasing air density. And meanwhile, the opposite actually happens. I think that's why we see like their defined term of terrestrial refraction is the exact opposite conditions of super refraction, but the effects are the same as described. And so this means, when they're looking at a mountain peak in the distance, means that they're looking through a gradient that decreases at a higher lapse rate than as if it were on a flat plane. Just throws everything off.
Well, I mean, like I've said before, man, the justification for even claiming refraction exists is seeing a flat Earth. It's basically the remainder of any equation. Earth equals a globe, and when it doesn't, we have refraction that we're going to fill the hole with.
I'll read out a quote from
like silly putty.
From this paper. So by bringing the line of sight near to the surface of the water, boats and other small objects are found to be completely hidden by an apparent horizon, which in so short a distance cannot be owing to any curvature of the water, and can arise solely from the bending of rays by refraction. When I reflected upon the causes which were probably instrumental in the production of these phenomena, they appeared referable to the difference of temperature alone. I'll post the paper as well in the side chat.
Nice, thanks. Yoder gave me homework, man. What the hell?
Oh, yeah, which one? I give you homework a
In
lot.
the Geodesy freaking thing in the home server.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh man, you took a big ass dump in there.
There's so much stuff there, man. I got to go through all that as well.
I'm tweaking some of it too, just to make it more user friendly. But check out #satellites too. There's more.
We got homework. God damn it. $1803. That was a good year.
What happened?
Yeah. Every single person that ate pickles that year died.
What?
Yeah, man. Every single person. They didn't die from eating pickles, but
Oh,
they
I
all
see what you
died.
mean. Yeah.
See that I wanted to
You
bring
got
that up
me.
because that's how you lie with statistics, right? That statistic is
You got me.
100% accurate. I just omitted key information.
Yeah, that's how deception's done. Self-deception, delusion. You ignore information to perpetuate your own myth.
Yeah, you missed it. I don't know if you were here when I talked about cherry picking.
Barely.
He took it as like I was saying there's something against him or something. Like, no, it's cognitive bias. It's not in like It can be intentional, but a lot of times it's not intentional. It's just a cognitive bias.
It's almost a Freudian slip, if you ask me.
It's like cherry picking. So there's the normalcy bias, which is a cognitive bias. And if you think globe Earth measurements are normal, how do people make mistakes when they do things? They'll look at something and they'll literally see something that's not there.
The lemon illusion. Hello.
Yeah, people been in like fires, dude. The whole building's on fire, and they don't even realize it, dude, because the normalcy bias.
Yeah, it can't be happening.
I watched a video of a gas station convenience store. The whole wall is on fire, and the guy that works there, he runs out. But customers are still coming in, shopping, buying stuff. Now there's no cashier, and the wall's on fire. And there's like at least 5 people come in to shop, and one guy standing there waiting for the the gas station attendant to, I guess, maybe he thought he was in the bathroom or something, just sitting there waiting at the register. Yeah, they didn't run out of there until the smoke got to the level of their head. And then they were like, and then ran out.
There's another really good paper that I've got here that I'll put in the side chat as well, and it's all about how unreliable and how ridiculous the standard 0.13 standard refraction coefficient is. And they did stacks of tests. It's actually a huge paper. It's a really good paper. But basically it says the failure of standard refraction. The study explicitly concludes that the frequency used in the Gaussian refraction coefficient of plus 0.13 is unsuitable for describing refraction effects in the lower atmosphere. Basically, the source reveals that near-ground refraction can differ from this, quote, standard by 2 orders of magnitude, and that it kind of shifts constantly. And they were picking up ranges from -4 to +16 on sunny days. And there's a whole section on how temperature is the primary controller. And anything under a certain height, right, especially under 30 meters in the troposphere, is just completely controlled by temperature, basically. So yeah, it's a cool paper. It's interesting. I actually found the paper on Walter Bislin's in the references section. But I'll post the paper as well. There's lots of good stuff in there, actually. It's the Journal of Geophysical Research on Atmospheres.
Yeah, it's like these glimmers of honesty, right? I thought I hit a little jackpot when I found one of Jesse Kozlowski's papers from 2006 describing how electronic distance measuring doesn't conform to spherical coordinates.
It's funny, he interpreted that as the Earth's not flat, which is, there we go, the cognitive bias.
Yeah. Good point.
Right? He like what he said, the chains, right? So they used to take chains and measure on the ground directly by using these little triangle chains. Now, fine, you can do that, but the longest chain length measurement that was ever done is 7 miles. Do you think that you're gonna? What's the difference between the arc length and straight line length that an EDM would find in 7 miles? 2 inches?
Very little.
Half an inch? Your measurement uncertainty, which I tried to bring him up to him, is measurement uncertainty. It's not even precision. Like, precision's a whole nother thing. People think the precision is the uncertainty.
Right.
No, that's not the uncertainty, dude.
I'm glad you're bringing that up because, no, I don't. Jesse's a nice guy, I think, but he extrapolated a globe out of using a measuring wheel over a mile to measure angular change of stars from one place to another. I'm like,
that's an actual issue of precision, dude. Those fucking measurements.
you know,
Jesus Christ.
so you measured 1/25,000th of what you think the globe is, and you've got an accurate measurement. What's your error rate? I mean, if we compound that,
with a wheel.
yeah.
I mean, maybe if it was on a track or something, or it had teeth, or if it was gear, right? Where there's no slippage.
Yeah. How straight was it? I mean, if you start like taking a curve to the left or to the right.
You know, like it's so funny. They act like these things are so like this measuring wheel. He wouldn't bet his life on the accuracy of that measuring wheel.
You're right.
Right?
But when
He
it
said,
comes to
okay, this
this,
cannonball, it's exactly calibrated to 100 feet. Take your wheel and measure to 105 feet, and it'll land at your feet. He would not use that fucking wheel to do that.
that's funny, true.
Sorry, DJ.
It's kind of like too with the gyroscopic precession, right? They'll show you a mechanical gyro, and they'll show a precession that seems to accord with maintaining rigidity as the Earth turns under it. But they'll do it for like 10 minutes. It never account for any other variables, and then they'll extrapolate a globe out of it.
Yeah, it's pretty whacked. Let's see this. Oops. Oh yeah, DJ, I just posted that a little bit ago.
The same one?
Yeah.
Ah, it's out of the same paper. Yeah. You must have already read this paper.
Yeah, I've seen it years ago actually. You know, Goldber's I think I found it first on it. And then McToon ended up putting on his website, and for some reason, for at least a small period of time, Goldber's were like, yeah, here's everything that proves it in this paper. Like, did you read the paper? Because I know if you read the paper, you wouldn't be using that.
Which
And they
paper?
give you a link to McToon.net, and it would be a direct link to that paper, right? Look at all the freaking refraction papers on McToon's site. Yeah, did you read any of them? Neither did he. None of them support what you're saying. None. They did one in Greenland. They did like testing quote unquote refraction model in Greenland. And they took a bunch of freaking, you know, markers, and they ran them over ice, right? So they have the distance and all that, and they measured all the meteorological conditions. Dude, it's not even like they're not even close to each other. And McToon's got that on his site, where they got the graph of the meteorological conditions overlaid over what they actually surveyed, and it's not even close. They're in no way correlated. Correlation 0.
First law of Glurf is you got to quote mine.
I mean, you know, can someone just do that? Show a correlation between the meteorological conditions and what you're seeing through the theodolite. You measure the
Yeah.
meteorological conditions, you graph it. You look through the theodolite, you graph it as using the same time, and then you say, "Hey, dude, did these curves fit? Or these slopes fit?" Right? You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
what's the correlation between these numbers? I've never seen anything. I've seen it attempted, and I've seen no correlation. I mean, there is a correlation, but it's not correlated in the way that they think. They're using like the wrong variables, or like I don't know. Here, I'll get one. It's one I used to post all the time.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to include that quote into my railroad videos I have on YouTube.
EJ's done excellent work digging stuff up. It's great.
Here's another one McToon has on his site. This is a freaking joke. Empirical modeling of refraction error and trigonometric heighting using meteorological parameters. Okay. Yeah, so that's what they do. They take they make meteorological observations and survey observations at the same time, and they're uncorrelated.
I know. I'm just laughing because the data fitting is so egregious.
Here's the observed, right? There's the meteorological observed and the frickin' the survey observed. Those fucking lines aren't correlated. And then they try to estimate K from it using like a model, right? Different models to try to create a correlation by basically making a filter.
And then you see those models tested.
Yeah, and I'll show you.
They collapse.
And this is what spits out. The survey observed is the dark blue line.
So there are a couple of papers on this that from hashtag Geodesy in the home server that I think you'd be that I direct your attention to first and foremost, and that'd be the NATO Sapphire trials, the German
Yeah,
and
that's
Dutch.
what I want to get. Yeah, I want to look at that big time. I saw that. Now, what was that about? Give me like the short version, Cliff Note version.
Dutch team, Chesapeake Bay, 16-kilometer observations, shore to shore. One side, German team too. One side had infrared TV.
No, just kidding. I said, who let them in our country? No, never mind.
NATO. Yeah, it's for a Navy contract under Navy funding line, NRL. But so they set up an infrared camera TV, and then they set up lights on the opposite side on a tripod, and then there's like a Yogi Bear Ranger tower that they set lights graduating up in elevation.
Yep.
Dutch team found that they had to. So they required 0.01 degrees Celsius precision for their model to work. And their model failed, and to make it work, they had to widen the error by 1 order of magnitude.
Yikes.
That's what the Dutch team did. German team was railing about how confounding it was that the lower light on the tripod that was supposed to be a control for Earth curvature, because they purposefully, specifically took the Earth curvature calculation and affixed the height of the light to be beneath the curvature of the Earth. I checked it myself with the math, and that's exactly what they did. They were spot on. And they could see the light in basically all conditions. Day and night, they could see the light. Rainy weather, not rainy weather. And they called the situation cursed. They actually did in the paper that they furnished to the government. They also said that they could not actually detect or measure where the Earth curvature was, even though they knew where it should be. Great quote in that paper, by the way. Box Ops took it and made a meme out of it, which is awesome.
God, we have so much good crap, dude.
Yeah.
We do. Like, that's another awesome one. Like a treasure trove. That's why that dude Barron last night, that's what ticked me off when I actually came in here. I was listening on YouTube, and then I heard him say, well, flat earthers say, do your own research. But you guys researched the wrong thing. You go out and you watch some YouTube video or something stupid like that. You guys don't do anything actually for yourself out, and that like flamed me, dude. I was like, what? Like, you don't know us. Anyway. Yeah, dude, we do the best research. What are you talking about? We do so much research that you aren't aware of even within your own field of supposed expertise.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like our community produces the content that people watch on YouTube.
Yeah, Indio, as soon as you joined the chat, I said, oh shit.
Yeah, I mean, I was civil with them. I shouldn't have been because that kid kept talking over me. He was being a jerk, but he was trying to filibuster. I know what he was doing, but I'm not going to let him end up being the center of attention.
How many hours ago was this? I want to listen to it.
Oh, what was it, like 2 in the morning? Yoder listened to it. What, when did you listen to it last night or in the stream?
Last night. Let me pull up YouTube. It's still going to be where I left off.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it was about 12 hours ago.
A little bit, maybe a little bit more than 12 hours ago.
Awesome, thanks.
Because I know I stayed up past midnight my time, which was 12 hours ago, to keep listening to it. So maybe 13 hours ago.
Still waiting for the answer to my question. What's the reference ellipsoid for? You notice, right? He started saying he measured an ellipsoid. Remember, Yoder, with you? Somehow
Oh, yeah,
he
he
measured
did.
in the real world an imaginary mathematical surface.
This is how I know he doesn't know what he's talking about. He says all surveyors are geodetic surveyors. And then he goes on reifying the model. Like, take one class, the Introduction to Geodesy, and they'll tell you that WGS 84 is a mathematical datum and it's not real.
He should know that. I'm going to ask him. He said he's doing a stream tonight. Maybe I'll go on and ask him. I'll straight up ask him. I'm going to ask him if China uses the WGS 84.
Yeah, good question.
It's like illegal, isn't it, in China if they don't use their own?
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
right.
that's what Yoder was saying.
Let me pull up a link to that article on geodesy.
Well, I mean, if he says no, they don't use the WGS 84 as so they're not measuring the Earth. You said you're measuring an ellipsoid, so what's China measuring? Because the ellipsoid you think you're measuring is a WGS 84, and if they're not using it, what are they measuring over there in China? I'll probably get kicked after that. I might not want to say that. I was getting straight up booted.
Oh, it's not in the server. I thought I posted it. Hold on.
Yeah, DJ, the first question I asked him, I said, "Oh, I just want to know what's the reference ellipsoid for?" He never answered. I said, "Because the Earth's not a perfect sphere." Yeah, but if you're measuring curvature, what do you need it for? Can you get rid of it and still measure the Earth to be a ball? Like, why are you using it at all? Jesus Christ, man. I can't believe you actually got that out, Yoder. And it didn't freaking nuke you.
That's crazy.
Yeah, for spam.
Map says weapons. Yikes. Map says weapons on TikTok.
That's such a such a huge like if anyone denies that and then you drop that list of links and stuff. It's a killer citation. A bunch of citations. Nice.
I wonder if you go to the. I wonder if you go to be re-educated if you get caught with a theodolite without permission. Drop that theodolite. You're mapping stuff without permission. How dare you? Map materials are not allowed to leave the country. Hmm.
Yeah, they talk about the government doing critical offsets to conceal national security interests, all kinds of stuff.
Hmm. Are they?
That's what they say.
Yeah.
Hostile
Maybe they're
witness.
just using freaking a different Earth model, different datum, right? It's gonna just if the datums don't, you know, uh, transform into one into the other.
Yeah, gotta go. I'll be back later.
All right. Peace, man. Thanks a lot. I wonder how much this is just fear porn. Dude, Ray, what's up with that cat, man?
The squirrel.
Or the squirrel, man.
Yeah, it jumped up
What
on the
the
rail, and thankfully it stayed there for a few seconds.
What the hell was that? Dude, I thought when I was looking at it before I looked at it bigger, I thought like your camera pros. Cause like he went into statue mode. Wow. Wow, what a great shot.
Yeah, because that kind of debunks the entire narrative that what we're seeing out in the distance is reality, when in fact it's
That's not a squirrel,
practically a
that's a
mirage.
bird. Yeah, Glover's gonna say it's a bird, man. What are you doing, fake squirrels? It's a bird. He flew up because he didn't want to get hit by the car. So he just hovered there, and the car went underneath him. And then he jumped off because he didn't want to get hit by the truck. Isn't it weird how are those the same distances? The truck and the car? Are those different cross?
Yeah,
Those cross the tracks at different
the
distances.
crossing is about 510 meters away from the camera, something like that. In the
But both
500
of
meter range.
those. So a car comes from the left or something does, and it's the truck comes from the right. They're the same distance away.
Yeah, they're using the same crossing.
Wow. That's super weird.
Yeah, I would have captured more that day, but the battery on my camera was quickly died because I hadn't recharged it in a while. So, but I'm glad I captured that much.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Let me
I don't even know what
link
to say
the
about that. I got to think about this for a while.
yeah, let me link the entire video here.
Freaking squirrel, man. So
It's only
he's
like
on top of the metal railroad track? So that's where the track actually is?
Yep.
How does the cars look like they're going? Wow, that's a weird effect. I'm
Yeah.
having trouble wrapping my brain around this, man.
Yeah, because it's not the typical view that we see as bipedal entities standing upright. But that's a squirrel eye view, or more like a slug eye view. But
So hypothetically, if there was somebody standing where the squirrel was, their feet would be right there. where the squirrel is.
Yeah.
And it would look like the truck is coming underneath the person,
Yeah, potentially.
about to hit him in the rear end or something. Yikes, dude. Pull this video. Quite interesting. Thanks for posting that. That should make my day.
And essentially, I picked that set of rail there because it follows the same ratio as when I look across Lake Ontario. Because it's usually I do like a 2-meter observation height for a 50-kilometer distance. So this rail is 2-centimeter height for 50,000 centimeters or 500 meters. I only wish I had a camera jig or dual cameras so I could capture a smooth transition, or the dual cameras would actually work better. I could have one at the track height, one 2 feet higher, and then capture the exact same image at the exact same time at 2 different heights.
You there, India?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes. So Jesse and Ruhif, right? They say that every single observation when you go up to a certain altitude just perfectly matches with 7/6R, which
Everyone?
is crazy. Yep. Ruhif said everyone.
That's a fucking bold claim.
Yeah, and they challenged
That
just
is
to
a
find
really bold claim. Now I have to find an example of that not being true.
So they're saying that refraction happens 24/7.
7/6R all the time. Once you get up
Well, what
past a
about
certain.
Well, that
So they
that
said, I bet you can't find one example where that doesn't happen. And
Yeah,
the
I
Pete
can.
Gaspard, the Canigou to where he's looking over the French Alps, and you can see all of the different mountains. He's got the panoramic view. The horizon should be at 117 miles away, which is kind of where the water and the land start to meet. And once you add the 7/6R to it, it only takes it to 125 miles, and there's no sign of a horizon there at all. So that alone debunks that claim that that would always be the case, right?
Yeah, that's a
And then
bold
all of a
Which
sudden,
one you talk about? Are you talking about the black and white one, or which one?
yeah, the infrared one, 1,000 nanometer infrared.
Okay, so what's the furthest distance on that?
Well, the furthest,
Doesn't matter.
so,
Well,
yeah,
hold on.
I'll post it.
Here,
I'll post it now.
because I'll use McWest calculator. It has 7/6R built into it. So hold on.
Yep. Observer height's 9,136.
Oh, there we go.
feet.
Okay. So the refracted horizon distance is 126 miles.
Yep.
The unrefracted is 117. So.
All right. Now I'll bring up the image, and someone's made a spreadsheet of it as well. It's got the every single mountain peak distance, and they've calculated the hidden height and the visible height.
I did do
with
that at one
7/6.
time, and then I accidentally deleted it because I thought someone was in my email. I
Shit. Yeah,
started
I've
deleting
got the
everything, and I'm like,
document.
shit, why'd I delete that? Dude, I
Yeah, this
went
is a
and did
great
every single peak. It was like 200 and something peaks, man.
Yeah, and I've heard them
Yeah.
that some of the
got that
peaks
document.
are not measured properly, right? That's their excuse, anyways.
This is so basically, yeah, so I'll just post the image.
I know which one you're talking about. I've seen it quite a few times.
So I'm not even, oh shit, hold on 1 second. 30 megabytes.
Gemsy used to post this image quite a bit.
Yeah, definitely. So I think it's the best part about it, right? Because once it starts to get to the mountain ranges, it's kind of we can't really see the bases of a lot of the really distant peaks very well. But the horizon, the actual physical geometric horizon that would have to be there on a globe would have to be at the distances that Indio just mentioned, right? If they're claiming that 7/6R happens, right, all the time, and it's reliable, and we can't find a single observation where it's not that, just the horizon not being there debunks that claim. Oh, yes. Awesome. I
Yeah,
was going to
and
do this.
look, you can actually. So I have a full panorama of this. It's like 93 megabytes. Hold on a second. I'll post that so people can look at it. It's what was it? What did I name that shit? Can't believe I'm still on this shit after all this time. This ain't a dead issue.
The horizon changes by the day, by the hour, right? Like, fuck.
Here's a like a close up pan of the panoramic shot. We can see the shoreline very nicely. So if we have a look at the image above this,
What I
the
wanted to
India.
point out is you can see, so there's windmills on the other side. You can see the windmills. They're 8 feet above sea level.
Those are 8 feet above sea level.
Yeah.
That's
Now
awesome.
you're
Yeah, I
looking
got
at the hubs though, so it's hard to tell because it's so far away. But obviously the hubs are not on the shore. But
yeah, I
I
have a
think
close up of the windmills.
the
Yeah,
line,
here.
the line of dots. You know what I'm
Yeah,
talking about? Okay.
yep.
There's also 3 towers that you can also see. Now I've also managed to work out, though I can't show my work because I did this quite a long time ago. That's why I'm like, this shit, I can't believe this shit's still alive as an issue. That this image, the panorama, spatially is vertically compressed relative to the horizontal. And the way I figured this out is, so what I did was I took 2 points I could find on the map, right? And I did this circle thing. And then from that, I drew a line to each point. And then I take this circle, throw it in GeoGebra, measure the angle, right? I know their distance, their ground distance. Say I think it was like 2 miles or something. So I can now equate the angle to 2 miles. That's the horizontal distance. Now I can and then I can convert that into a pixel count. 100 pixels is 500 feet, say. Then I can do that. Okay, so if 100 pixels is 500 feet, I'm going to count 100 vertical pixels, right? And see if that's 500 feet of one of these mountains. And it's not. They're compressed. And this isn't an earth curve compression because I'm using a part of the mountain that's visible. You know what I mean? I'm not like doing like the entire mountain. Like, hey, from this part of the mountain to this part of the mountain is so many feet, right? So I can extrapolate, count the pixels. How many feet should it be if I use the same horizontal scale? And it's less by 10%. So there is some sort of compression going on, even in infrared. It's just not as severe as the visible light, which is way more severe, which I also have pictures of. I have you seen that the pictures I've shown of? It's like a visible light one and an infrared one, Mount Ventoux.
I have.
Yeah, I can find it.
Yeah, I got it here. I'll post it in the side chat. Let me know if it's the right one.
You do have it or not?
Yeah, I do. Is it this one?
It's a double image. It should be like a color. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Damn,
So if you try to line up like the
one's
tops,
amazing.
then the horizons don't match, and then if you try to line up the bottoms, then the tops don't match because the visible light one's compressed. And it's not compressed from Earth curve. Okay, it's not because we'll try to take that compression and because people usually like, hey, dude, like things get compressed with difference. They're like, no, they don't. And this is why I have this because this proves, yes, things do get compressed with distance.
Yeah,
That's
and
why the thing I'm talking about. That's why I did all this, right? That this vertical scale, horizontal scale thing, it's been like, I guess it's just been assumed that these. I mean, there can be other factors. It could be the sensor. because the sensors are not always scaled properly. You know what
Could
I
it
mean?
be something to do with the focal length as well? Because these look like they're at completely different levels of zoom.
They are at different level. He was zoomed out. I don't know how the focal length would really change one axis. I don't understand how that would change, like how one axis would look.
Yeah. I just know, you know how, I don't know,
Does it
you've
seem
seen
like
those
it's
images
squished horizontally?
where they change the focal length and things in the background all of a sudden look way bigger than what they look when you have a lower
Yeah,
focal length.
but those are like close relative distances. So it's like 40 feet versus 500 feet. You know what I mean? This
Yeah.
isn't like, you know, uh, zooming, like changing the focal length at an object. Because that's called like depth of field. I know what you're talking about. It's like depth of field. It's so geometric. Like the difference in changing the focal length of the camera relative to the distances they're photographing is insignificant. It's in the millions or something. Oh, I zoomed the camera out, you know.
I'm more interested in the closer things. I mean, that we can really distinctively make out from bottom to top. That would have to be behind that geometric horizon.
Yeah.
So in that image
Well,
that you
just to let you
posted,
know,
you
there's a
see-
whole mountain range, right? Like if you look at the photo, the double photo you posted, the infrared, right? If you So there's the Alps are in the back, right? But in the front of those, there is an entire mountain range. Those mountains are like 1,200 meters.
Yeah.
And people are like, why can't I see the bottoms of the mountains? Like, well, there's mountains 1,200 meters high in front of them. Because if you look at the map, you go on Google Earth or look at Google Maps, it shows mountains in front of the Alps in that line of sight. And they're 1,200 feet. You can just do the elevation profile, right, in Google Earth. I'll just do it right now.
Man, who went to the effort of making all these little black lines with the names? Working out what every single one of these mountains is. Shout out to whoever did that.
There's an app for that.
Ah, okay.
Because it'll take a photograph and you say, oh, identify these mountains, and you tell it the general area, and it'll start labeling for the peaks for you.
Oh,
See,
that's
this is the
pretty cool.
elevation profile, right? So you see there's a bunch of mountains in front of the Alps. Those aren't part of the Alps, that little bit. There's like a bunch of mountains, a little plateau, and then you like go up into the Alps. That flat part's the water, by the way. Just so you know.
Awesome.
Yeah, I examined this area pretty thoroughly. I know this area better than any place in the world from looking at fucking maps and shit. Since we're talking about this, I might as well bring the skeletons out of the closet. You might as well.
Yeah, I want as much info about this as possible. This one, because this is a killer. This shuts down Jesse and Ruhif's challenge, and I'm gonna make a detailed video about this observation. Do it as well as I can, putting it all together, explaining it all, and
But there's all the Canigoo photos. The horizon's in the wrong place, right? Peak Fenestrel.
They,
You know,
you know,
because you got to
well,
remember,
they
Peak
claim
Fenestrel's even further away. Peak Fenestrel is behind Canigoo.
is that the one that says max distance?
Yeah, that's the 443 kilometer one.
Oh, that's the 443. Yeah. What's your rebuttal to? I see the anti-flat earthers. They're putting up that world record one, and they're saying that because a mountain that's closer appears like it's higher, it proves the globe.
Yeah, I've heard him say that.
Yeah, it's like you can see the mountain. Maybe it's Gaspard in the background, but they're like, oh look, there's this other mountain it's like 100 miles closer, and it's shorter, but look, it looks like it's higher. Therefore, the Ursa globe.
Yeah, that's Bar, I think. I'm scrolling up. This is some old stuff, man. I'm like scrolling way deep into the archive. There's digital dust flying everywhere.
So even with refraction, like the 7/6 factored in, the horizon should still be over the water. That's crazy.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
there should be a water horizon in all those Canigoo photos and the Peak Fenestra one.
So that means we should just see a line of water and then see the mountain peaks popping
Yeah,
up over it.
see stuff starting to stick up from behind the horizon, right? Behind the water.
Yeah, and that's taking their bullshit refraction into account. So what are they going to say? You know what Jesse actually said? He said, "Oh, like all of a sudden he said, "Oh, maybe the water was really cold that day."
Oh my goodness gracious.
But all of a sudden now, like we got to get up really high to avoid the the hectic refraction down near the water. Now all of a sudden the water is playing into account again. And then he said, well, actually, like maybe the horizon, the geometric horizon is there amongst those mountains, and how would you know?
Well, what it should look like, right? Because like the circle that I drew, part of it's in the water, part of it intersects land, right? So that land that it intersects should look like a peninsula from the point of view of the camera. And then it should stop and then start to be water with things sticking up from behind it. But that's not what we see. We see the shore.
Great point. Yep.
Uh, oh. Is this it? I got some pictures of the windmills. This one is the line of sight showing the distance. This last one I posted to where the windmills are. It's 133 miles.
Well, so this is those windmills that we could see lined up in a row. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, yeah. And this is the angle that it's looking at them at.
Okay.
So it's not looking at them like sideways, like, you know what I mean? Perpendicular to the row.
Uh-huh. Save this one as well.
That's why they kind of look like they're close together. Because it's,
Yeah.
you're kind of looking at it
Side
at an
view.
angle.
Yep.
Yeah. But this water is like a canal. This isn't a river. And I think its elevation is something like, I'm pretty sure this elevation spot was like 8 feet or something.
So this line is showing the distance to the observer, is it? 133 miles. That's how far away the cameraman is. Is that right?
Probably has stuff on the height of the windmills. I certainly do. I really have to find that. That was actually pretty hard to find. I do have the weather conditions for that day. You want that?
Oh yeah, man. Anything you've got. Where the
We
conditions
had
would
like
be
a French
awesome.
flat earther, dude. I had them find it. Because it's France, right? Like, they found it for me. Like, fucking awesome.
Yeah.
It
Yeah, if
was
I
a
could get
girl,
the
a
height
French
of the
girl.
windmills, if I need something that I can focus the observation on, the windmills
Well,
would
I
be a
got the
great
weather
thing.
conditions for the time the fucking photo was taken. The actual weather conditions. So I can find them. Imagine them having that. Imagine them having anything. I'm getting close. God, who's the idiot who organized this junk?
Yeah, one time I was having Gemini look at one of my photographs. I told it what the date and the time of the photograph was. Automatically brought up all the weather conditions, including the water temperature, which I never asked for.
Really? I have to.
Yeah.
I have to do that. It didn't work.
I'm just gonna paste that into ChatGPT and tell it to find me the height of these windmills. see if it can do it.
Yeah, I have the height somewhere. I just have to. That's probably on the main server. Right now, I'm looking at like I have a little storage Discord that I put stuff in. I don't think I have the heights of the windmills in that. Okay. Make sure it's the right one. Yeah. Yeah, this is it. Okay, this is the pressure that day. Right. So the day they took the photo was They took the photo after midnight, 4 in the morning on the 13th. So if you notice, you have extremely high pressure on the 13th. And between the 12th and the 13th, extremely low humidity. That 22 humidity, that's unheard of. And this isn't even at the top of the mountain. This is just at the closest area that's like a city where they track weather
Yeah,
to
closest weather station.
to Canigou, right? So it's at the bottom of the mountain. Which is it's right near the water there. And so if they had like 22% humidity down there at the bottom of the mountain where the water is, can you only imagine what was on top of the frickin' mountain?
Yeah, I think the photographer said he waited a long time to get such a day like that. It's on the website.
I have his email, by the way. I talked to him. I talked to him once.
Oh wow.
But I asked him about a different photo.
All right, so ChatGPT. So first it said, "No, I can't help you. I can't find it." I'm like, "Hey, put some effort into it. I'm like, study the name on the map.
Stop being
Look at
lazy.
Yeah, yeah." And now all of a
Use more
sudden it's pulled
tokens, damn it.
everything up. Yep. So now it's told me the area that it's in. It was able to find what the name of that canal is. It says ground elevation at Fos-sur-Mer area is very low, largely near sea level, with typical values around 9 to 10 meters above sea level. 49 meters at the highest spots inland, but because of the location you measured is right next to the canal/port, the ground elevation at the site of the turbines is less than 10 meters above mean sea level.
The value I
And
got was 8 feet, if I remember correctly.
8 feet.
Yeah,
Well, now
that's
I
what
know
I
the
thought
name
it
of
was.
it. I can just check on I'll just check on that.
You can tell DJ has a history of managing people. Come on, man, put some effort into it. Be honest with yourself.
Yeah, the AI gets lazy, man. That's what I noticed recently. Like if I tell it to put extra effort in and I'm really counting on it, it puts so much more effort in than if I don't say that. It's crazy.
You think they're
Hey, but you
throttling
got to
it?
be careful though, because I'm sure there's plenty of workers out there that'll lie straight to your face. Yeah, I did it, man. I did it. I did what you said, and blah 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 blah. They just fucking do it.
Yeah, man. Without a doubt.
Think they got lazy mode? They like flip the switch. Be lazy unless they specifically ask you to stop being lazy.
Yeah, try to be more supportive. I know you can do better than this.
Oh, I'm very nice.
DJ's gonna get an email from ChatGPT HR.
Stop bullying our chat agent.
No, always make
We've
sure I come
received a
from.
few complaints from ChatGPT.
You know, the elevation profile or the elevations that you get on Google Earth are all over the place sometimes, and same with the like if you try to put in like a coordinate of say a buoy, for example, right? Because remember Indio how they were criticizing, they were saying, "Oh, we put in the coordinates and the buoy has to be at this lat long." Right, and because the buoy's at this point, we can tell that the boat must have been a mile closer than what you're telling us. And then when I looked up how much the margin of error is on the coordinates, in some places on Google Earth and Google Maps, it said, oh, they can be off by huge amounts. And same with the elevations as well, because it's changed, right? I don't know what they did, but if you go to where they did the Black Swan, right, like that whole beach, Miramar Beach or whatever it's called, if you put the elevation, like hold the mouse near the edge of the water, it's 5 meters. It says 5 meters, and if you
5
drag it up,
meters? Jeez.
it says 5 meters. Yeah,
A little cliff there. Did they do cannonballs off of that?
Yep, and now it
That's
says that
crazy.
the point where where he did the 8-foot observation of the oil platforms, it says 9 meters, but it's only 7 foot. It's only 7 or 8 foot, but it says 9 meters. So the Globers were trying to call me out that he was lying about it, and he fudged the numbers because it literally says that. And then, but I didn't notice at the time. You drag the mouse lower down onto the beach near the water, along the whole beach. It says 5 meters, and then I looked it up. I'm like, how come it says this? And it says, oh, sometimes they change the sources, or they change the elevation profile maps or something like that. And in low light, like in coastal areas, it can be off by many meters.
Yeah, I've
Yeah, that
noticed
was
the
pretty
same.
low. Accusing you of lying, it's messed up, man.
Oh, dude, they were desperate.
Did you I posted in here, I think you were in here. McToon on TikTok?
Oh, against Angels of Light.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Oh,
funny.
you
He
saw
kept like
that? Straight
he
up
did this.
lying, dude.
Was he?
Red-handed.
Oh yeah. Yeah, was that the one where he kept calling angels Satan?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a massive
And then
meltdown.
he's like, yeah, I have that paper. Paper had nothing to do with the spin of the earth. It was about
That's a great
measuring
clip.
little g. Ridiculous.
Man, I found a random clip of McToon on my other computer the other day when I was cleaning it out. I don't know, I must have saved it sometime. And McToon was going on about how some flat earther had his kids taken or was during a divorce or something like that, and how he was saying the flat earther should never be allowed to see his kids again because he's a flat earther, and that he should have his kids taken away. This is the
Wow.
craziest. Yeah, I gotta find the clip. It's on my other computer. I just got to copy it off it. But it's
I
the
think I
most toxic
underestimated
thing.
his mental illness and
Yeah.
considered him like a rational actor to some degree. I knew he was a little fruity, but maybe I need to reevaluate. What does that say about the people that follow him? My God.
It's the most degenerate audience that he has. I mean, he was doing that furries around the globe video, which was weird, right? And then there's all furries in the
What?
comments saying, "All right, you gotta, all right,
No,
I
I
don't know."
don't. No, don't do it, DJ. I don't.
Oh no, this has to be done because I got screenshots as well. All right, so I'm gonna post this and then 2 screenshots. All right, you had already had a low opinion of McToon. Just get ready.
Yeah, you just gotta search furries on his profile and it comes right up.
No, this can't be real.
All right, here it is. And then I'm going to find these screenshots of him replying to messages. Okay, so here's the video. Why would you?
What the hell?
Furries Around the Globe. It's a song.
It's a song?
Yep.
What?
Now, I'm not going to lie. I've never watched the video. I just know it exists.
It's literally like furries dancing around and stuff like that. And it's called Furries Around the Globe.
Oh my god, it's cringe core. My god.
Yes.
What? No. No. No, 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 no.
Mormon
I want to be plugged
space
back into the
watch.
Matrix now. Thank you.
All right, here we go. Screenshot number 1. Okay, so Skeptical Shelby says, "Wow, I thought I was the only furry in the debunking community. I'm thrilled to be wrong." And then McToon hearts it and says, "There are a good number, it seems." And then the next one is this is
Oh
a
my
nice one.
gosh, dude.
The next one's better. This one, have to admit, wasn't expecting to find furry content on your channel, but hey, I can't say I'm complaining. McToon hearts it, right? It's also got 6 thumbs up, right? McToon hearts it and says the furries are coming out in first. I would like to be the first to welcome you to our new furry overlords. And then someone says, McToon, you have done very well. You will be rewarded.
Oh my gosh, dude. Well, Gem Panda server is a furry server.
So yeah, Toons. It seems Toons a furry. I think we can say that. There's tons of comments in the section where he's basically like talking about that. There's lots of furries in the debunking community and welcoming them all. So yeah, very
Dude, that explains a lot.
Yep. So yeah, completely
Dude,
mentally
Muppets aren't
unhinged.
furries, dude. What are we talking about? Okay, let's get back on topic, man. Ugh, gross. Dude, what's going on? I'm dumbfounded. I can't, like, my brain can't work now. You messed it up. So we got this zoom in on the windmills. I don't know if you saw that picture. The zoom in there. And
yeah.
There's something sticking out over here. I'd never noticed that before. On the shoreline. But that's good. You know why? Because we can find that. And if it's a rock or something. Or a boat. Because the horizon's supposed to be like 120 something miles. And I'm pretty sure those windmills are quite a bit further than that. Well, 137. Right? So 10 miles further than the 127. 126.
Do you think furry globers are into hairy black holes?
Dude.
Come on.
Yes, I'd say so.
Well, I don't know.
Explains why they say that you can go in, but you can't come out.
They certainly want to be.
Hey, it just goes back to my theory that the more anti-flat Earth they are, the more degenerate they are.
Oh, that's a sound hypothesis. Okay.
Check this out. I think there's someone else who's a furry. Got two of them.
Oh shit.
Link posted.
No. I mean, shouldn't surprise me.
So should we surprise them with furry globes?
I don't think it'll be a surprise to him to see.
How old is McToon?
Is that it? What'd you do to the picture? So the windmills are black now.
Oh,
Did
that's
you
negative. Negative filter.
Negative. Awesome.
Yeah.
Sheepdog, you there?
Yeah, kind of. I'm about to start driving. What's up?
Have you spoken with Yaga Bruno before on VC?
I have. It was me, him, and I can't even remember who was also in the room. I don't even know if they were even listening. But the most I've spoken to him like 2 or 3 times, like briefly. And hold on, let's switch. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, at least 2 times that I'm aware of, and the most that were ever in the room was like I think him, I, and one other person. I don't even know if the other person was listening now. I think Platter
Awesome.
might have been in there once.
Yep. Cool. Oh, that's all I needed to know. So that's good. Good that we've spoken with him in the VC. I'm sure I've spoken with him as well at some stage.
If you ask him to open his microphone, like once if you bring him back or whatever, and just tell him to open the microphone, I'm sure he'll do it. He's not a private person. He's just one of those people that appreciates our content back and forth over his own.
Yeah,
You know, but
he's
be involved.
yeah, he seems pretty legit to me. I chat with him in DMs a bit. So yeah, cool, awesome, thanks.
Yeah, he kind of, if I remember correctly, he kind of has like a little bit of a deep voice. It's not like real deep, but he definitely sounds like an East Coaster, or maybe like a Eastern European or something like that.
Yeah, I think he's from Europe, somewhere from Europe. All right, so I just need to get the elevation and heights of those windmills now. So I'll jump on.
Okay, I think what I posted was 80 meters, but I didn't post the citation.
80 meters just for the height of the windmills. Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
ChatGPT said as well. Yep, says 80 meters. Yeah, I just got to get the elevation.
Yeah, I mean on Google Earth it says 9 feet.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Did you check now or?
Yeah, just now. Yeah, I just checked.
9 feet for what?
9 feet above sea level for the bottom of windmill.
For it to do what? I missed the opening parts of the conversation. All I came into was 9 feet.
We're talking about how high the wind. There's some windmills, and they're sitting on land. We want to know how high the land is. The land is 9 feet above sea level.
Was it any specific windmills or just in general?
Some windmills in France.
Like, what's the names of them? I'm curious. I'm gonna look at them up.
I can't remember some French name. I looked them up like in 2019.
Oh,
the name. I don't even think they had. So the company that owned them had a name for them, and then the new company that bought them changed the name to something else. So you can't really find what the name is they have now. France is weird, dude. I don't speak French, so it's really hard to search for their stuff.
So, what was the whole conversation about? Like the context that led us here.
Okay, so there's a picture. If you scroll up in the chat.
Okay. Yeah.
Right, there's a bunch of images. So the main image, I guess you would start with, would be one that says windmills with an arrow. So there's a panorama, a GIF that's scrolling, and in this panorama, 137 miles away is these windmills. Now these windmills should be cut off by the horizon. And we're just getting the particulars of where they are, how high they are, all that stuff.
Oh my gosh, too much people.
I did all this back in 2019, so this is just like just sifting out old information. Because Two Bonehead said, if you do an observation from a high enough elevation, the Earth will always match 7.6R, which is horse crap.
Fucking 7.6R.
7.6R means that refraction is making the Earth look 1/6 bigger.
Oh.
Hey, real quick, Yaga, are you there, buddy? I know you. I know you're always busy, man. You can't really open your microphone. If I remember correctly, I think you're a truck driver or something. But if you can, if you got a moment, you can just open your mic and say hi to the world. Timo, you got muted for background noise. You didn't have control of your own mic. If I unmute your mic, will you have control of your mic after that? There you go. I unmuted your mic. So just make sure that your mic is muted unless you have something to say. That way we don't disrupt any other conversation.
Thanks, bud. My bad. Sometimes I forget to just mute it because like, it's on a boom, but I can just like, it's pretty easy. So.
No, it's completely understandable, man. That's why we always address it and just make sure that you have control. Because some people, believe it or not, I'd probably say 1 out of 5 times somebody's genuine and they're like, oh, yeah, I'll mute. And then the other 4 times they're like, they're just trolling. So.
Yeah, usually for me it's like I work nights, and right now I just got off for my days on, or my days off, and so I'm used to like being on my PC a lot on the headset and stuff at night when my kids are sleeping. So sometimes I just forget to mute during the day.
Man, those windmills are freaking huge. I always forget how big these things are.
yeah. Whatever.
Hello. Hello.
Oh, you know, like, Tina, Tina, leave the little baby alone.
What's up?
Hi, y'all. I'm a fat earth and I'm retarded. Duh. Hi, y'all. I'm a fat earth and I'm retarded. Duh. Hi, y'all. I'm a fat earth and I'm retarded. Duh. Hi, y'all. I'm a flat earth and I'm retarded. Duh. Hi, y'all. I'm a flat earth and I'm retarded. Duh. Hi, y'all. I'm a flat earth and I'm retarded.
Want to do a show or an event or whatever you guys do.
I want to do a show or an event. I want to title it "Read the Citation," and I want to do like a 2 hour window or something of, Glober comes in, have them read the citation, and then ask them what it means.
Hello. Somebody tagged me in the chat channel, but I cannot find the message. Hello. Hearing people join, not hearing people talk. Hello.
This can't be real.
What can't be real?
The guy in the God ain't real. Prove me, chat.
Yeah, he's a bit much, I find.
I just wasted like 5 minutes of his time.
Try telling him the earth is flat, then you'll have some fun.
Oh my god.
No, for real though, like I was in my bed last night and an angel appeared in my room. I couldn't even get that out in that room. You wouldn't hear it.
Oh, I
Pretty
can't
weird.
I can't believe that guy is a real person.
I don't know, to me, he seems like a guy who maybe got a cancer diagnosis and then he beat the cancer diagnosis and now he feels like he's in debt to God and like he has to do this or the cancer will come back. That's the kind of vibe I get.
Yeah.
Some kind of weird guilt/debt complex of fixation.
Sorry. Okay. Anybody here? Hello?
Who's talking?
We're talking too.
What's that? Say that again.
We're talking too. I said.
Oh, you're talking to me. Can you not see the panel?
I can see the chat.
There's also a panel too that shows who's talking. It lights up green
Yeah,
box
I
around your name.
know.
What
I know.
flat earthers do we have in here today?
I'm the kind of global and shit. So.
Are you a flat
Have you
earther,
been?
buddy?
I am, but hey, Pa, have you been drinking, buddy, or what?
No.
Let's go. Read me the script of why you believe the Earth is flat.
No, why don't you read me the script on why you believe the Earth is a globe?
I mean, I don't see. Here's the thing. I don't have to prove to you that the Earth's a globe. You have to prove to me the Earth's flat, because everything in science and the Bible and literally everything supports that the Earth's not flat. So it's actually your job to prove to me the Earth's flat, not my job to prove to you.
No, you're coming in here
Your
with a
channel
claim.
is 24/7
Hey.
flat Earth. So tell me why the
Okay.
Earth's flat. Can you not do your job? Is that like is
Yeah,
that
it's
bad
quite
at doing your job?
simple. You just measure the surface of water.
What's the surface
You'll
of
also
water?
notice
We
that
haven't
the
even
Bible
explored
is
the
a
entire
flat
ocean.
Earth book. Sorry, I do apologise. You'll also notice that the Bible is a flat Earth book. It doesn't say that the Earth is a planet or a sphere, unless you've got a really new translation that makes it nice and comfy for you. But that word wasn't originally used in the original translation. It's circle. So not backed up by the Bible. Do you want to try again?
He's just going to rumpus you,
tell me,
Jedi.
what's the surface of water?
Pardon me, say that again?
You said measure the surface of water. Is that what you said?
Yeah. That's
What is it?
70% of the surface of the Earth, isn't it? Water?
We haven't even explored all of the water on Earth is. So like,
Dude,
how
I'm
can
not
you defend
talking
that?
about all of the fishes and like down at the bottom of the sea. I'm talking about, you know what the Pacific and the Atlantic Ocean are, right? And you know that when we
Right.
see the blue-green marble from outer space, the blue bit is 70% of the marble, isn't it?
Right. Well, that's kind of obvious. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I mean by water, like the surface of the Earth. Measuring the surface of the Earth, the water, you will find out that the water is horizontal, not curving.
Really? So when a boat goes away in the distance, why can you not see it?
Well, probably because it's gone very far away. Because you understand that things reduce in angular size the more distance they are from you, right?
So it's not because like they're going over like a hump.
Sorry,
It's
when
the same
you lose
reason.
sight of a bumblebee, do you think it's only because it's gone over a mountain? Or do you understand that it's probably a small bee and it's just got far enough away from me
Yeah,
now
but I'm
it's
talking
too
about a
small
big
that I
ship.
can't
I'm
see
talking
it?
about a huge ship.
Yeah, but it's still eventually going to get far enough away where it's going to become too small for me to resolve, isn't it?
Well, not when you can still see the back of it, but the front of it's gone. That's
The
not how that
front
works.
of what like now you've devolved. I'm just trying to explain something very simple to you.
Right. So then why
Things
do
that move away from you,
not just go?
reducing angular.
So I'm asking you,
Sorry,
why do airplanes not just go straight to the destination?
they do, unless
No,
they're
they don't.
following
They
a
take a
flight
curve.
corridor.
They take a curve.
Dude,
They take a
are you
curve.
going to ask questions and then when I say 2 words, you're going to start what? Masturbating through my reply?
I'm gooning right now, so probably.
Yeah, exactly. Do you just want to get off on one? You
Go
should
ahead,
talk to
resume.
yourself, dude.
Resume.
Well, then, yeah, thanks. Need your fucking permission to talk. Now, what was it about
You
aircrafts?
need the permission.
They fly where they need to go. Do you want to talk about aircraft corridors and bearings?
No,
What
they
do you
fly. They fly
mean?
the curvature of the Earth. If you like watch the flight
What?
path of
What on the
planes,
TV?
it'll show you.
What on
It'll
the
show you.
TV? On the map?
No, there's
On
actually
the
like a
TV. Have
map.
you ever
There's a
been in an
map.
aircraft?
I have been. There's a
Okay,
map that
so let's
literally
put it like
explains
this.
where they
Please
go,
don't be
like
scared.
live
So be
tracking.
quiet. I'll let you reply. Just don't be scared. When you're scared, you talk through me. There's no need to be scared now. When you see on the video screen the picture of the plane following a curved path, when you're in the aircraft, are you constantly banking to follow that curve that's on the screen?
No.
No. Because aircrafts fly straight to a bearing
Well, it's just
location
like
and
driving
then
a vehicle.
change that angle of direction, don't they?
No, I probably
Don't
wouldn't agree with
they?
that. I mean, they
Yeah,
fly
yeah,
up,
exactly. So
but you
why are you
don't.
telling me that
The
aircrafts
curvature of
follow curved paths?
Guys,
because they do. It's
Did you know that the Earth is actually flat?
Oh my God, why is this idiot interrupting? I'm trying to explain to this person that his experience in an aircraft is contrary to the one that's got a curved path on a TV screen. He
Yeah,
seems confused.
but the Earth is actually flat. Like
We
that's
don't need you to interrupt, dude. We've got
like
enough idiots to deal with at the moment. Thank you. When we need you, we'll call your fucking number. Right, so you, aircrafts, curved paths, not really though, right? Straight paths, yeah?
Is it sphere-like?
Yeah? I don't get concessions, okay. Idiot number 2, your number. No?
Flight path kind of trapezoidal without the base. Angle up, straight, angle down.
No, it's more like a hexagon, bro.
So I have a question. Do you believe so what's your
Fuck off.
belief? Is
No,
do you
fuck
believe
off.
that there's no solar
No,
system?
no, you don't get a question. I addressed what you said. I need a concession before you fucking ignore me and move on like I don't exist. You rude arsehole.
What
Do you think
did
I
you say?
forgot you
I
were
didn't know
there?
you were done. I didn't know you were
You
done.
did. I stopped talking. And then
No,
you
we got
decided to
interrupted.
ignore what I said and ask your
We got
question.
interrupted.
What an arsehole.
What did you say? We got interrupted.
Hey,
You don't
Calm,
see me
nobody's
sitting
going
here
to
calling you an
What
answer.
happened
asshole?
before? What the fuck, dude?
Nobody's going to
Right.
answer you until you concede to Jedi.
I didn't hear what he said.
Okay, I'll do it again. Aircrafts fly in straight paths, don't they? Contrary to what they show you on the TV screen that's got a curved path. You know from your experience in the aircraft itself that you're not constantly banking to maintain that curved path on the TV screen.
I mean,
you know that, right?
yeah, but that completely actually supports what I say because you're not banking.
The
You're flying
aircraft
the
flies
curved path of
straight.
the
You
Earth.
said it flies
When
curved.
you fly,
Liar.
no,
No,
they
liar.
follow
You said it flied
the Earth's
curved.
curvature. Is
Now
what I
you're
said.
saying that when I ripped your idea apart, that it supports your idea. No, the aircraft flies straight now, doesn't it? Let's agree the aircraft is flying straight.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you'd be rolling all over your seat.
Fuck
That's
off,
not the point.
obviously.
But
You just told me just a moment ago that it was flying in a curved path, according to
they
you.
do follow the curvature of the Earth. They don't follow banking the entire time. That's why when you're flying in the plane,
exactly,
and let's say, for
dude,
example, you're
you need to
going
reply better.
United States to Canada, let's say, for example, that's like the easiest one. And you don't just go from straight to Florida to Canada. You go on a curved
Follow a
path.
flight corridor. You know how flight corridors work, don't you? Mainly for safety purposes, like an aircraft that's got 2 engines can only be 180 minutes away from a fucking piece of land. You know that, right?
Holy shit.
Sorry,
Under
you
the flat
don't
Earth
know the
model,
safety protocols of aircrafts.
under the flat Earth
You're going to tell
model,
me how aircraft
flight's
fly,
Yeah, you
going
guys
as
haven't
soon as
changed
I
at
mention
all.
a safety reason as to why they don't fly out to sea,
You guys
you're
are
going to go,
insane.
oh my God.
under flat Earth models, flights going east or west have to be constantly turning left or right. So that's the same thing as what you guys say that
Oh
flights
my
have to
God, east or
bending
west
up or
is a
down.
fucking circle anyway. Yeah, exactly.
No, what I'm saying is if you look at flight paths, they just take off and they fly in a straight line east or west and they don't turn left or right.
Are you trying to say the world's a straight line instead of a ball now?
Dude, shut up.
No,
No.
great circle
Do you
paths look like
understand that
straight
the
lines when you're flying.
Do you understand the Earth is big?
Mm-hmm. So anyway, I had a different topic I came up with. It's more strictly geometry. I last time I was here, somebody threw out a number that the stars are 8,000 miles above the surface. Is anybody in here willing to
Sorry.
ascribe to that?
No, sorry. No, not at
Well,
all.
Jedi, you were the one who said that.
that?
You did.
No, I said that some people using
Okay.
triangulation can say
Uh-huh.
that the distance to the sun is approximately 3,000 miles away.
Okay,
Not
the sun
me
is
personally, but some people using trigonometry would make that suggestion.
Well, if a flat earther came in here and claimed that, would you accept that to be true?
No, not at all.
Okay, so I'm asking you.
Do you want
what
me
is-
to tell you why?
Tell me why you wouldn't accept that.
Because I'd ask him to take two separate angle measurements to the same star. Let's say it's
Right.
Polaris. I'd ask him to
Right.
take two measurements at different altitudes. I'd then ask him to tell me if there was an angle change.
Two different.
Nope.
Two different latitude.
Altitudes.
Altitude.
Yeah.
Altitude. So the same.
So, I'll give you a clue. I'm at the bottom of a mountain. I can see it far away, and I can measure its elevation angle from the surface level. I don't know, climb a building. I'm then at, say, the 13th floor. My level is no longer ground level. When I measure the elevation angle from my level, it's a smaller angle, isn't it? Right? Because I go up, the angle reduces, doesn't it? From my level.
But that would also be
Awesome.
equivalent to
Yeah,
moving.
this is the point with celestial objects, though. That don't happen.
Well, yeah. So so what you're describing is a change in the parallax angle due to your location. But what I'm saying is that you could also perform a similar calculation by changing your lateral distance on the surface. No. Like if I
Sorry,
were
what was
to.
my point again?
Your point was that the 3,000 mile claim comes from triangulation measurements based off of two different elevations or altitudes. Well, you're saying that you would accept a measurement based off of two different altitudes looking at the same star.
You've got wax in your ears, haven't you?
Oh, come on.
That's
It's not my
literally
star.
why I asked you to fucking repeat it. I'm
All
sitting
right,
here
you
struggling.
said-
Why are you not talking about what I'm talking about?
You said that your proposed method of measuring
I'm trying
the
to point
distance
something
to the star
out
would
to
be
you.
to.
I'm trying to point something out to you.
I literally drew the diagram as you were describing it. You said that you would take two observers at different altitudes and they are looking at the same star. The observer on the bottom will have a higher angle of elevation than the observer above them. That's what you said. And then you can compare the two differences to find the absolute height.
No.
Okay, then I misunderstood what you said. Please clarify.
You're not
Steve.
listening.
So with the mountain that would happen, not with the star. You're right, okay? If you gain altitude and maintain your level to, let's say, using the trigonometric function to figure out the height of the mountain, as you gain up from your level, that angle to the top of the mountain decreases. Of course it does, we all know this. But that doesn't happen with a star. So
Okay,
I
elaborate on that,
really
please.
do worry about people making angle measurements to things in the star, because whenever I gain an altitude, it appears the angle stays the same.
Or it's that the angle changes a small amount because it's so far away. Wouldn't those two things be logically consistent?
So far away, dude? 3,000 miles, 4,000 miles,
No, the accepted distance to the
500,000
sun.
miles.
The accepted distance to the sun is 93 million miles.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, how'd you?
okay. At the moment, 150 years ago it was what 120. The 200 years ago it was 60. Depending on the math you use, I guess you can come up with a different distance to the sun, though, right? I think it's changed distances 12 times, if memory serves me correctly. This is the problem with things in the sky. You might make an angle measurement to it, but please don't tell me that's the actual distance to it now, unless you've gone there.
Well, I would argue that the official accepted value changing over time reflects more and more accurate measurements and reconsidering new data, not that the every single number is wrong. Every number would be correct based off of the available data at the time.
Okay, it's interesting how you focus on that bit. You understand my contention with measure to the stars now, though, don't you? It's
Well,
very
from
hard for
my
you to come
understanding,
round to me with your piece of paper and say, I've measured this angle and this is what the mathematics says. When if
right?
I was to change my elevation, and I appreciate your response about they must be so really far away that it isn't really going to change the angle so much, but that's still not going to give me an exact number now, is it? So unless you go there and measure it, I can't accept it.
Well, okay, because so the whole changing elevation, right? Do you accept that you could also make a similar parallax measurement by changing your lateral position on the surface?
Sorry, dude,
Maybe
not being
to
rude. Just got to deal
terrestrial.
with an emergency. Sorry, man.
Okay, an emergency.
You,
Anyone else want to pick it up?
you could probably do it for terrestrial objects, sure.
Well, what I'm saying is, imagine you have the flat plane of the Earth, and then some height h above it is your star, and you have one position that's directly underneath that star that would have a parallax angle of like 90. Let's define it to be 90 because it's pointing straight up, right? And if you move some lateral distance to the right and then draw a sight line from your new position to the star, you'll see that that is no longer pointing straight up. And so you can measure that difference. So now it would be like 45 or something, depending on the distance, right? And then you can calculate that change in parallax and then use trigonometry to figure out what the original height is. And so that would be mathematically equivalent to the process that Jedi described, and where you have two observers at different heights as opposed to two observers at different horizontal positions. And so I'm just asking to confirm that those would be mathematically uh, uh, analogous to calculate the same value, right?
I'm not very good at that kind of stuff, so I can't really comment yes or no on what you just asked. So I wouldn't be the right guy to ask on that. So I'm not going to make a claim or give you an answer when I really honestly don't know. So
Uh, okay. I mean, yeah, that's fair and that's honest. Are you how familiar are you with trigonometry? Sine, cosine, tangent, things like that.
it's been a few years, but I mean I graduated college and all that kind of stuff. So I mean, if you walked through it, I'm sure I could follow.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure you could do you, and especially if you have a pen and paper in front of you too, right? So so you have these three quantities, tangent, sine, and cosine. If you have a right triangle, right, and a right triangle means one of the angles is 90 degrees. We define the side of the triangle opposite the 90-degree angle. That is the hypotenuse. And the other two are called the legs. And if we have one of those interior angles be alpha, or so angle A is opposite side A, and angle B is opposite side B, right? So if we look at
the one is 90, you said, correct?
Yeah, so one of the angles is 90, and then the side that's opposite that angle is the hypotenuse.
Right. So you can't go over 180 on this triangle, right?
Yes, a triangle on a 2D surface has a max of 180. So that means that the other interior angles are both less than 90.
Correct.
Yeah. So if you pick one of those interior angles, from the perspective of that angle, you can define an opposite leg and an adjacent leg. So the opposite leg would be the leg of the triangle that's opening on the opposite side of the angle, and then the adjacent leg would be the leg that is forming one half of that angle, right? When you look at that, does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense on paper, sure, but
Okay.
what ideally what you're trying to do is reify a model.
Reify a model. No, I'm trying to describe how you can use this trigonometry to calculate distances, which is not exclusive to either the globe or flat Earth model.
Well,
I'm not
terrestrial
sure it's
distances.
productive, right? Like
You
if
can't
you imagine,
triangulate celestial distances that way though.
Well,
yeah, like if you
that's what I'm
take
saying.
it
You
to
can.
the actual model one, what'll happen is they'll say, okay, so my triangle's getting infinitely more narrow instead of the one that's like the shortest possible distance for that triangle to exist, is what you're saying is an accurate measurement, but it can't be for the way this argument
Well, no,
works.
hang on. No, because you guys are like jumping 5 steps ahead. I'm literally just explaining trigonometry to Johnny Law because I mean that's it. I'm not even introducing anything with flat Earth or globe Earth. I'm just trigonometry. We can all agree on basic math.
Yeah, sorry I had to leave as well. Bought a new carpet and spilled coffee on it, so I do apologise, but I'm back.
Yeah, that's fine. I was going over trigonometry with Johnny Law, but basically what I was saying is that the method that you described, where you have two observers at different heights to measure the height of another object using the relative parallax angles, you can also employ a method where you have two observers at the same height but different lateral distances.
Yes.
And that
Same
would be
sort of
mathematically.
trigonometry applied to find out the height or distance to a mountain if you knew its height or distance. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I'm with you on this, right?
Yeah.
I'll
Okay.
go with it. So
if
we've got our angle measurement and we've calculated distance to the sun.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
So if the sun were 3,000 miles away,
Right.
then you would observe. Actually, I calculated this. Hang on. Let me bring up my.
There's a problem, isn't there? This is why I'm playing along. So when we've got a distance to the sun, all of a sudden it don't work on a flat Earth for some reason, doesn't it? Is that where we're going with this?
Well, I mean Well, no, hang on. I'm gonna get concrete numbers before I respond to that because I know.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get numbers before I respond to it. Just give me
that's
about 1
fine.
minute.
Numbers are kind of irrelevant to the point, but go get your numbers. Same question's going to remain at the end. Fucking carpet cost me 1,500 quid. I've had it 5 days, man. Pissed.
Did a cord knock your coffee over or what?
Yeah, I wasn't looking what I was doing, was I?
Yeah, that's not fun.
Like a little girl. It was an emergency to me. Sorry,
So if
mate,
you
you carry
have, so if you are, this is noontime at the equator. One observer is on the equator, so the sun is directly above them, and they would measure an angle, so basically no angle, and so they would measure an angle of 0 between their vertical direction and the apparent direction of the sun, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
If the sun is 3,000 miles above them, then an observer 1 mile to the north would measure a deviation of 68 arc seconds to the south.
Okay.
And that is just pure trigonometry on a flat plane.
Okay.
We do not observe this amount of parallax across this short of a distance. So therefore, the flat Earth model does not account for observed observations. Or at the very
Sorry,
least, the
what
flat Earth
distance to the sun
model,
was three? Sorry,
the
what?
flat Earth model with the sun
Sorry,
at a distance of
what's the
3,000.
sun?
What's the sun?
Yeah, what's the sun? Is
An
it
object
actually in
2,000
that
miles.
physical location that you've calculated it to be in now?
Well, no. What I'm saying, no. I took the number that you gave me and I calculated what the parallax would be. And all I'm saying is that calculated parallax value does not agree with the observations. So therefore, the sun cannot be in that physical position which you posited.
There we
Would you like
go.
to posit
So
a
yeah,
different location?
that's the point I agree with. The
Okay.
sun, not the flat Earth bit. We've already measured the Earth to be flat. Now we're trying to figure out something about the sun, and we're all
Okay.
scratching our heads. Okay,
Exactly.
cool.
We're
Let's scratch our heads
assuming.
for a while.
Yeah. So we're assuming that the Earth is a flat plane, right? For this temporary period, right, of time in the conversation, we're assuming that Earth is a flat plane, and we are acknowledging that the sun is further away than 3,000 miles. So, how far away is the sun?
I don't know.
Okay. So if we actually do take parallax measurements, we find a calculated distance of 93 million miles. What reason do you have to
Really?
refute that?
Sorry,
Yeah,
what?
right.
Sorry, what? Using the same trigonometry that you're using now?
Yeah, that's right.
Suddenly it works.
Sorry, what? What?
So it works if we assume a globe. Because guess what?
No,
You need a
not even
radius for
assuming
that
a globe.
cosmic distance longer.
You did do that, right? You did. Yeah. No. You're not using trigonometry to get a 93 million mile distance to the sun, using an angle measurement, one of you underneath the sun and the equator and somebody else not.
That's trigonometry.
Okay, well,
No,
at the
it's a
very
different
least.
type of trigonometry if you want to figure out a distance to the sun. You might want to involve
No,
Venus.
it's still math.
Okay.
It's still trigonometry.
Okay, no. Okay, so so I'll rephrase it in a way that I'll just rephrase. All right.
Thanks.
In a flat Earth model.
Oh no, I just want to know how you got a distance of 93 million miles by measuring an angle to the sun. No, I want to know how you only got a 93 million mile distance by measuring an elevation angle to the sun. An angle.
If you still
You
do
understand
you can
why
say
we're
that,
actually
okay?
going to
We can
stop
reset. If you didn't
right
need to go there yet, you can say so.
Sentence. I have to speak a complete sentence, Jedi.
This is the only point we're going to come back to, dude.
In the flat Earth model, assuming a distance of, some 3,000.
No, we don't have a distance to assume. We don't.
Yes. Fucking
Let
shut
me
the fuck
finish
up
my
and let the guy
sentence.
speak.
Let me finish
let
my
the
whole
guy fucking
sentence.
speak.
He's painting a picture though that's not right.
Come in, boys.
In a flat Earth model where the
No,
sun
in
is
trigonometry.
relatively. Stop putting. Let me finish the sentence.
Then use the correct words. Then
it's actually ridiculous. Like, just let me finish my statement.
No, in trigonometry.
I'm not talking. Let me finish my statement.
You are.
Stop telling me what I'm saying and let me say it.
Dude, this is becoming weird. I will come back to this.
And you muted the one guy who stood up for me. I wonder why.
Dude, I haven't muted fucking anyone.
That guy's a known troll. He quits and rejoins and causes audio chaos. So,
what do y'all think about the firmament?
I'm just listening.
We're not going to talk about the firmament. We're going to deal with the trigonometry flat Earth model.
Can I finish my statement? It's a multi-clause sentence.
The trigonometry flat Earth model.
Okay. In a flat Earth model.
It's trigonometry.
In a flat Earth model that assumes that the sun is relatively close to the Earth in relation to the size of the Earth, the calculated parallax angles do not match observed values. In a globe model where the sun is a large distance away from the Earth relative to the size of the Earth, the predicted arc second measurement, the predicted parallax measurements match the empirically measured evidence. That is as much as that is the level of certainty. That is the level of my argument. That is the full extent of my argument right there.
Great. Now I need to see that backed up.
Mm-hmm.
When we actually conduct parallax measurements, we do not measure such a large deviation, which would be consistent with the flat Earth model and the
Prove it.
nearby sun.
Sorry, sorry. You remember I
That's
gave
exactly
you.
what I did when I
Sorry,
calculated.
dude. I'll let you talk. You remember I gave you the ambiguous distance of about 3,000 miles, right? Because some flat earthers, to my memory, had made an approximate claim. Now, it might be an idea for you to actually go and measure it, though, right? Because at the moment, and I don't mean to be rude, but we're just going from my platitude of this argument.
No, Jedi, I've been here long enough to know that you always mean to be as rude as you are. So
No,
let's
I
get past
don't.
that. It's okay.
Dude,
It's okay.
like,
It's who you
dude,
are.
I'm
I choose
literally
to come in here and
advising
speak to you.
you.
It's fine.
I'm advising you how to be more specific with your freaking argument. Don't be a cunt. Literally everything I told you was true. What an arsehole you are.
So far, the audience has heard a couple bold claims that you can use this method to get a 93 million mile measurement to the distance of the sun, and that somehow the arc-second parallax only works on a globe. I'd like to see some evidence.
At the very
Because it
least,
would be the same measurement now, would it?
at the
That
very
you
least,
take
it's
it.
much further away. At the very least, we can agree based off of the discussion. The sun is much further away,
Yeah.
and the distance,
Yeah.
the relative distance between the Earth and the sun is much larger than the size of the Earth. Yes.
How do you know
Oh,
that?
yeah,
How
we
big
don't
is
know
the
that.
Earth? All these assumptions.
How big is the Earth in the flat Earth model? Go ahead, you tell me.
All right, boys.
Exactly. We don't know.
Irrelevant.
I can tell you.
You don't know.
No. Like, you've been here often enough to understand that when we explain it honestly. We're not
Honestly,
lying or
as in
gaslighting you
unwilling
when
to
we say
actually.
like, dude, this is when we get pissed off. When we try to be honest with you, reach out with a fucking olive leaf and you're a cunt. We don't know the
Yeah.
size of the Earth. Hold on, my friend, thanks. We don't know the size of the Earth, do we? So why would you build such a straw man?
No, we know the size of the Earth based off measurements.
No, you're asking
We can circle back to
us.
Al Baruni once you're done with your current rant.
Arsehole. This conversation is going to happen like it did yesterday and the day before, didn't it? I'm going to try and be fucking polite to you, but you're going to test my fucking patience because you're an arsehole.
I'm an asshole because I bring up mathematical.
No, hold on. How big is the flat Earth model again? Remind me.
Well, at the very least, it needs to account for all the.
No, how big is the flat Earth model?
Last time I was in here, somebody told me that the entire Earth and the known territories exist within a disk that has a.
Fuck off. You don't answer questions directly, and you've got the bollocks to turn around to me and accuse me of shit. What a wanker.
Yeah,
what
he's
I
lying.
do, shut the fuck up, whoever that is. What I do is I point out arseholes like you. It's interesting that arseholes like you like to project your arseholiness upon me and make me out to be the arsehole. It's not going to fucking work here, sunshine. Don't build a fucking straw man. I'll point it out to you next time.
The question that was asked was how big is the
How
flat
big
Earth
is the
model?
flat Earth? Yeah.
And my answer was that a flat earther told me that the Earth is arranged in a. I'm reporting to you what was told to me by flat earthers. That's an answer to your question.
You're lying though.
I'm lying about what they told me?
Yeah, was there a flat earther in here?
Yes, it was a flat earther in here.
So a flat earther in here told you that we were a disc.
Okay, I can. Okay. So
I
have a list.
The flat earther in here say the Earth was a disc.
Yes, I have a list right here. So they said it was a horizontal
flat
plane.
earther said the Earth was a disc?
They said the Earth was bounded by two horizontal planes with a distance of 7 miles apart, where the top of the top
that's
was at the
AI
height of
giving
Mount
you two
Everest,
parallel
and the
planes of
bottom plane was
reference.
at the bottom of the bottom of the Mariana Trench. And then I asked specific questions about the layout of the continents, and they said that it is a radial, what's it called? Yes, a radial geometry.
No, so full of crap. Nobody in here said this.
No, hold on. AI did. I'm waiting for him to try and fucking strawman AI is what I'm waiting for him to do, and he's doing a really good job. I know about AI's parallel planes between the top of Everest and the bottom of the Marianas Trench. He's not saying the Earth is a disc and giving any dimensions to the fucking size of it. You lying arsehole. But please do continue to try and build your straw man for us.
It's not a straw man. I'm actually just
It is.
reporting.
I asked you what the size of the flat Earth is, and you're bringing AI into it, and he hasn't made such a fucking claim. Arsehole.
When you say AI, do you mean ChatGPT
Arsehole.
or a person with the username
No,
AI?
dude, like, serious. When you start talking, it's like some woman trying or man trying to defend themselves in court. Like, shush, the prosecution hasn't fucking rested yet, sunshine. You're indicting yourself every time you open your mouth. The last time you opened your mouth to answer my fucking question about who claims the size to the fucking flat earth, you brought AI into it, and I was there for that fucking conversation. The prosecution hasn't fucking rested yet, sunshine. But I tell you what, I'll unmute you. Do you want to indict yourself again? Go on.
I don't use
Bollocks
AI
you
tools.
people.
I am morally opposed to it.
Absolute bollocks are you people. You will lie, you'll deceive, you'll do anything.
I'm morally
Like,
opposed
why
to
you're I'm
AI.
actually
I
going to
don't
see if I
use
can get you
artificial
banned, man.
intelligence.
I don't think you're
I don't
hearing
use
good honesty at all.
ChatGPT.
Actually, what you can do now is, until I figure it out of my fellow moderators, you can fucking stay on mute. You are not hearing good faith. You are a lying arsehole. We're making comparisons to the size of the sun. Apparently, we've got a flat Earth model with a size attached to it and a disk that he quite clearly said. And now he's bringing AI into it with parallel planes. And I know he hasn't made a claim to the size of the Earth, which is the thing in question. Not how tall or low the two parallel planes are, or if it's enclosed by some kind of system and it's radial outward from a point that he chooses. He hasn't given you a distance or a size, which is the thing in question, you absolute liar. So this is what I fucking mean about you people. I ask you very specific, clear-cut questions like who, how, and why what was said. You don't answer specifically straight away. You try to build straw mans. You try to lie about other people's arguments. You try to deflect away from your own fucking shit. And you have the balls to come back day after day after day like we don't fucking know. Absolute arsehole.
What did you do that was so bad?
Lied.
Ask, ignore, repeat.
Literally built a straw man in our face, denied it, was going to answer a question and build somebody else into it, and I knew that person hadn't said anything regards to the size of the Earth, which is the only thing in question now because he brought it up. He doesn't need to be here.
But like specifically, what it was the claim that someone said this the Earth of the size.
Why don't you rewind? Yeah, the gall of these people to do that, man. Like, we know exactly who he's talking about, and he's totally straw manning and poisoning the well in the process, hoping to sweeten what he has to offer for the audience.
So what is he talking about?
Why don't you rewind the tape? Because you weren't part of the conversation. I don't care to rehash it.
No, I was listening. It was just everyone was interrupting.
You can stay on mute because you have nothing to offer. Jeez. Well, if he wants to argue those points with the person who made him, he's welcome to do that. But that person's not here.
Did the other day. This is what I mean about making fucking straw men. I'm actually like fucking seething because of it, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is the bullshit that we have to put up with every day, and I'm not putting up with it.
I don't blame you. I'd rather have a quiet room.
I'm
Now,
here.
Right.
Speak to
Now,
one of
Wallington.
you guys.
Hello, my friend. Do apologise. I'm not interrupting you like because I'm rude. I'm just trying to figure something out.
Okay, my bad.
Like how to ban someone. I haven't done it for a while because I don't ban people. Generally, also don't mute people.
What? Why are you going to ban someone? That's not good.
Yeah, I know. But hey.
Crazy.
I used to have one. How did you know that this was just going to be good? You looked at this and you thought to buy it? I would have never.
Interesting that it was corn flavored coffee.
Mm-hmm.
A little spice to it, like just like a hint.
A little spice to it, just a hint. Yeah, man, they just come in with all these claims, and they want to whistle past the graveyard of the lack of evidence that they have to put up for it. Please just accept this one, affirming the consequent. It's okay, because if you do, then the rest of it makes sense. But everybody knows the distance between New York and Paris. Everyone knows that you can go 69 statute miles for 1 degree of angular rotation of Polaris in the sky. Everyone knows that, right? Just grant me that, please. If you do, the rest of it makes sense, I promise. I still haven't seen evidence that you can actually go underneath Polaris. I mean, I assume you can, but
All right, that's business taken care of.
good.
Do you remember we used to speak to what was his name? Platypus, a submarine dude. Do you remember him?
Yeah, GE Platypus, yeah.
Yeah. I've been really close to the North Pole, but not actually there. I wonder about this standing underneath the southern celestial pole and it, or like being directly underneath it and it being directly above you. Obviously, because like the last 6 months and year or so, it's made me question that idea of the North a lot more. So I'm starting to think that really all measurements are taken from away from it, 80 degrees, 70 degrees, whatever, but never really at 90 degrees. It'd be interesting to know because I think you posted, some time ago with regards to Antarctica, observations of looking up at the night sky from there, and I can't remember if the southern celestial rotation was above that camera at the time.
Yeah.
But I don't actually remember if I've seen one from the north,
Never.
facing north, or looking outwards from a northern point, but not at the north.
How can we be sure that even if there is a distance to angle of declination relationship, how can we be sure it's consistent everywhere at all over the Earth? mean, for all we know, you can go thousands of miles in one direction, and Polaris stops moving a little bit.
Yeah, it's hard to tell, isn't it?
But maybe not.
I say I'm confident because like you point up at stars and this one's at 40 degrees and this one's at another degrees. I look up and I mean, we say that a measurement of 90 degrees has never actually been taken. I'm going to assume because of accuracy and refraction and hitting that number dead on of 90 degrees ever. But I still like understand like the very simple concept of like angles and stuff. So working from the presumption, if I measure 45 degrees or 50 degrees or 30 degrees, I'm assuming I'll measure 90. It's not much of a logical jump, but
No,
I
it's not.
understand why we're contending with it. Who knows what things look like when you get to this place? You've already got things like auroras and other like electromagnetic disturbances. I don't know. I don't know, dude.
Well, flatter globe, the stars appear in an observer-dependent way. You can't triangulate the stars in 3D space. Globers have an explanation, parallel light. It's full of holes. They got an explanation, they're comfortable with it. Doesn't mean they have evidence. I mean, why can't subjective observer dependence also be an explanation? It's true. Oh, because we need more than that, guys. I need more. I need a bigger explanation. Why? Because you want to pretend you know more than you actually do, because it fills some kind of psychological needs and dispels some discomfort there. When you're so used to having everything else explained to you, believing with a technological hubris that we're more advanced than we are. I'm getting bored and pissed off at having to explain that we're not like those dorks you see on TikTok posting models, coming up with fantastic stories.
That's half our job, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
propaganda clear up.
Seems so.
One of the things that I think about, like why I'm here, while we're here, what do we really do when we think about it, and that's one of them. So I try to say, look, I'm a real flat earther, and when I see stuff on social media, that's not what I say. The majority, 90% of it isn't even friggin' associated and shouldn't be associated unless you fully understand what you're talking about. And basing your belief on speculation about not being able to go below the 60th parallel south, so the Earth must be flat in that case. Yeah, that's the type of stuff that annoys me. Our position is very well logically thought out and backed up. What's out there on social media isn't. So our position here is unfortunately luck and clear up, like I said, and it is tiring. It really is. This is how the majority of people come into knowing that a flat Earth thing even exists, right? Because you clicked on a button on social media. I guarantee you that's why the majority of us are even here in the first place, right?
Yeah.
Because you clicked on a button. So
I
yeah,
did.
yeah. I find the more disturbing thing, the thing that we just dealt with. I get people with like we just said, have got ideas about what the flat Earth is, and coming with preconceived notions about discs and shit. But when people have sat around and listened to us for a while, the thing that bugs me is the lies and deceit that is blatantly taking place before our very eyes. Well, sometimes I don't know whether they know that they're lying, that they know that they're, reaching out cognitively and emotionally and displaying themselves in such a way. Maybe this has always been their usual behaviour, like at school and with their friends or something. I don't know. But it's become like disturbing to me that people come in with this preconceived idea, and it doesn't matter. I can show them. In any empirical standard or well thought out argument or however, they still try to straw man the shit out of you to survive and sleep. And what's wrong? Why are people defending this fucking idea? Is it so ingrained into people's personalities because we did this? Oh, we went to the fucking moon, so I did because I'm. So if I take that away from you, what is it? You are now not this good that you didn't go to the moon. You're not as smart as you thought you fucking were. You weren't even that smart in the first place. You didn't do shit. Why are you defending this idea? Because smart people said so, and you agree with smart people? You don't even know what they're saying. Most of you will turn around and say that what they're saying is really confusing, so they must know what they're talking about. So I'm just nodding along. I'm just nodding along because it sounds fucking smart. And you point this out to people, and they still fucking lie to your face. Like,
Right.
how obvious do you have to be with these people that have been deceived? Sorry, dude, I'm going to rant for a week.
It's good. Keep going, man. Yeah,
No,
they
you're fine.
want to stick you with their stink. They have this negative opinion, and they won't let you correct their opinion.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah, and I think it's for the reasons you mentioned. They are personally, emotionally invested in this. I don't know what choices they made in their lives that got them to the point where this topic evokes such strong feelings that they have to come in here and lie about us to our faces. It's kind of psycho, honestly.
Well, it's like, I know I'm kind of late to the party with the whole AI thing, but like earlier today, I sat on AI and I argued with ChatGPT for probably almost an hour and a half. And I tried every possible angle I could get with him, and he wouldn't budge off. Like, I wanted direct answers from him, and I got him to say that he's just repeating a narrative. Like the AI literally told me he's repeating a narrative and this is the information that he has. And I'm like, dude, I've done things that debunk what you're telling me. But then it sits there and it tries to convince you that you're wrong. That's what's funny to me.
It is, yeah. It has almost the same kind of recoiled emotion that you experience with these people.
Right. It does too. It
Yeah.
blows my mind how that AI can have that emotional attachment to the argument. It's like it's trying to convince you that you're wrong.
Yeah, it'll spit out like 3 pages of text to try and correct you when all other responses up to that point might have been a paragraph.
Well, and I brought up the FE core test to him, and he's like, "Oh, I'm familiar with that. I know exactly what you guys did wrong there." And it's like, "Oh my
And then
goodness."
it hallucinates. Oh, yeah, I got you though.
But no, you get with it to a point, and then it just recycles and it recycles, and no matter what
Mhm.
angle you take at it, it just keeps recycling back to that one singular point.
Just like the people we deal with who have short-term memory loss.
Exactly. No, I
I
think
just want to make them say with their own mouth and their own words to repeat after me. We don't think Earth is a disk. Come on, say it with your own words. Repeat after me. We don't think Earth is a disk. And then not let them up until they say that to establish that linguistic connection in their brain. Hopefully, it'll set in. We almost need people to say that or say the word flat. You know how funny it is to try and get them to say that word? It's freaking hilarious. The ones that are brain damaged, at least. Not that we should be laughing at them.
If Earth is a pizza and pineapple grows on Earth, therefore pineapple and pizza is okay.
We got the other half of the community that thinks the 69-to-1 rule holds true in all instances, not thinking through the consequences of it. What happens after 180 degrees? What happens after 360 degrees? Oh, did you just complete a circle? The kind of people that he said that he was quoting in here are the kind of people that we see coming here claiming to be us who we kick out after we try to correct and reason and level with them. I mean, it's unfortunate that many people claiming to be us out there, they're into this for the escapism because they really don't trust the government. You know, they're into this because their lives suck. They're trying to find some new path of knowledge to gain power. And they think they found it with this topic. And they'll be at no loss for finding all kinds of reifications of fantasies. Call it flat earth science fiction. There's a lot of that crap out there. You know, and we're no more friends to that as we are to people come in defending the globe with such passion and dishonesty. Yeah, I don't like dealing with it, but I know it's part of the job. A labor of love, if you will. I mean, it's why some people on our side have taken to trolling them back. It's like, what do you do? What do you do when they don't let you clarify your explanations to them and they want to continue strawmanning and poisoning the well? Well, you can boot them, mute them, Oh, those guys, they just muted me and banned me for speaking the truth. Trolled him back. Oh, those guys are just a bunch of trolls.
Were you on last night, Yoder, when that guy that claimed to be a surveyor was on Neil's TikTok?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he was. We talked to him this morning. I did too with Indio. He came back. He came in with his name.
Oh, he came in the server?
Yeah, Baron Rutledge. He came in. Yep. He was in for about an hour, I think. And then he chickened out and quit.
Did the conversation go at least a little bit better than it did last night?
I'd say so. I mean, I don't disparage him too much. I mean, he was being cordial. The conversation was mildly productive.
Oh, good.
But he didn't know what he was talking about when it came to this stuff. I asked him flat out. I asked him a technical question about deflection of the vertical since he brought it up. Asked him what role clock synchronization with sidereal time play in this. He had no idea. So I could not actually discuss his own claim with him.
I'm guessing he started spiraling again.
Yeah, I mean, it came down to him understanding the role and use of reference ellipsoids in geodetic surveying, at a basic level, but not being able to articulate why it was necessary. Not able to articulate how to deal with a situation where you don't use one. And I think it's because he's aware of the consequences, but it's better for him to pretend that he doesn't know. Indio pointed out later he has a reputation to protect, a professional one. So, okay, I can respect that. So I don't want to denigrate him for bowing out.
Oh yeah, I get
Politely.
that. I have a family member who's a surveyor too, and I talked to him about 3 years ago when I first, started looking into surveying and whatnot. So, I mean, I kind of have a grasp of it, but not as deep as the conversation went last night. But
Yeah. I mean, most of the stuff we're getting into is stuff that these professional surveyors, I'm not talking like the geodetic surveyors under contract from the National Oceanographic and Aeronautical Agency. I'm talking about like your local county board member who does surveying markings to find where parcels meet at their bounds. That guy. The kind of things we talk about, the kind of things we're talking about gets baked into the devices they use, into their computers, into their total stations. And so are the processes that we're getting into.
Yeah, that's what I want to kind of dive deeper in, because that's the field that this family member of mine is in. He's not, with any super big companies, just a random dude that does, surveying for plot lands and whatnot. So
yeah, if I could urge anybody who's in this topic with us to focus on one discipline, it's got to be surveying. It uncovers a lot. You learn some trigonometry, you learn some geography, you learn some cartography, you learn some astronomy, you learn some about optics, you learn maybe a little bit about the globe and gravity. It covers all the topics that we get into on a daily basis. Absolutely does. And when I mean that it's good to study this discipline, I don't mean to go out and find like flurf videos that debunk everything. No, crack open actual textbooks. Go check out a free online course. There's a lot of them. Learn the material and understand that what you're witnessing is an interpretation of the data when they come up with the globe. That's all it is. It's an interpretation. So don't recoil in emotion over it. Just understand that objectively, this is a way that people have interpreted the data. It's important to learn what they're doing procedurally. What is meant by the reduction of the horizontal datum? What is the difference between a reference ellipsoid and a geoid? And mean sea level? And the telluride? I mean, it's quite fascinating. There's so much there in this one discipline that branches out into so many different related disciplines that you get a program, you get a way to organize everything together. And that's where I think it's invaluable.
Is that what you did, Yoder? What was like your journey into that? Did you just grab a book and start going, or did you literally take a course? How did you go into it?
Yeah. I'm going to say like in maybe 2021, around the summertime, I was new to this topic. I was still on the fence a bit. I had the on the fence tag in 24/7 and the skeptic tag. I mean, I was open, and I tell you what I did. I had access to academic resources. I had access to JSTOR and stuff. I had a LexisNexis account, and I took the Find the Radius challenge because I kept hearing that nobody's got a measurement to establish the radius. I'm like, oh, that's so stupid. It's got to be there. So I looked at their arguments, and I kept digging for papers. And I every time I thought I found one, it really wasn't the case that I did, because they didn't actually establish a measurement. In fact, what I found very commonly was in the references, they'd always reference some other department or some other paper that thought that they had it. So after a few months, really just in my free time, digging around and taking down papers and reading through them, I started to learn about the field, and I kept trying to find that missing R value. And it seemed like a wild goose chase. Everybody seemed to think everybody else had done it. And then every time I would end up at a dead end with Eratosthenes, I'd just throw up my arms and be like, what the heck? Because I also had stacks of research on this other side of my pile on why Eratosthenes and how Eratosthenes conducted his so-called experiment and why it actually didn't prove anything either way. It's a very popular case actually in philosophy of mathematics circles, because it's a classic case of modeling under determinism. So I'm like, all these departments over here don't seem to know that this department over there disagrees with them. And all these departments over here think everybody else has done or acquired these measurements. I call it the golden seed value. What was the golden seed R value? It doesn't exist. It really doesn't. And I just kind of gave up and stopped looking for it. And then I'm like, all right, so maybe these guys are onto something. So really, it's the field of surveying that kind of took me there. It was one of the first questions I pondered. Well, who are the people that would actually be in a position to know, have a good idea what the Earth's shape is? Oh, it's got to be the people that do these surveys, that create maps. Duh. So let's figure out what they know and how they do it. People that take measurements. And what you read over and over again is their process, where they take planar measurements, Euclidean measurements, and then they distort them with a mathematical model again and again and again. And they seem to be okay with it. And then they say, well, it works. Well, it works within what range-bound errors? And then you read papers where they supposedly confirm the mathematical coordinate distances, but then they use another mathematical coordinate system to do it instead of taking direct measurements. So they're caught in these vicious circles, circular logic everywhere. And so I just kind of realized, okay, this is probably what they're talking about. They have a good case. And like, if you want to go back in time and find maybe the golden seed value for the 69-to-1 rule, It goes back to a guy in France in like the late 1500s. I'm not even joking. He took a wagon from Paris to a town north of Paris that was exactly like 69 miles away. He claimed to measure a 1 degree angle change in Polaris or something. And then he measured the distance by claiming to count how many times the wagon wheels rotated. That's how they did it. That's the golden seed value for the 69-to-1 rule. Eratosthenes in a wagon in the 1500s.
Yeah,
It's
there
like,
was a
okay, how
meet.
did they come up with the dimensions of Earth to successfully launch a satellite into orbit? Was it trial and error, like a kid playing Kerbal Space Program? What was it? Oh, they just got freaking lucky?
Yoder,
A
I had
lot
a
of
question
luck.
for you too.
Yeah.
Do you have like a website or anywhere that you've got a lot of this information?
No.
Okay. I was
I
just hoping that you had something compiled together. That's all.
I got a really I've got a better organized PDF folder. I've got about 1,500 PDFs. I reference them a lot. I mean, that's it.
Okay, it's just a question. I mean,
Yeah.
I wouldn't want you to go out of your way or anything. I'm just a question. That's all. Thank you.
I wish, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of bad FE content out there. I used to look around at FE content. I used to find problems with it and it would ignore it. But now I'm like vehemently against a lot of what's out there because it's stupid, half-baked stuff or fantasy stuff. It's crap. You got to be your own independent. You got to stand on your own 2 feet in this world to hang here 24/7. I think you got to build your own library of knowledge, and we can help with that.
Right, and that's what I do. I don't really like you said, I don't like going off other people's information. I like you said, I like PDFs. I like getting the raw data, the raw information, and then doing it myself instead of I'm not an idiot. I've got 3 degrees. I know how to do that kind of stuff. So I was just
Yoder
curious.
and I have a sub.
I'd recommend
Yoder
it.
and I have a sub called Pickled Minds, and it's like a big library. There's tons of information in there. If you want to join it,
Yeah, could you send me that, DJ? I'd appreciate it.
countless PDFs. And yeah, no worries. Right, I just gotta add you as a friend, and then I can send you the link.
Perfect, thank you. I appreciate it.
I'll tell you what
Yeah,
I
no
did
problem.
find at some point, and I kind of reconnected with this again recently. I kept finding instances where surveyors would try to use like globe coordinates and it doesn't work. So they'd set up like GPS devices, they'd use Latin longs and they'd take them to measurement in the real world using lasers, using all kinds of distance measuring, electronic distance measuring, and get different values. And so they would scrap it and then come up with their own local horizontal flat datum instead. They do this in like practically every state. You can go to the state's Department of Transportation and read their standards for surveying, and they'll have their own like flat local datums that they use. And they have no problem with it. And they're like, yeah, I mean, we use these on a globe. We just chain them together and that's it. And they assume that each horizontal reference plane that's chained together are not parallel to each other. So, I mean, where I'm at with this is every time we measure flat and level distances, we're debunking the spherical coordinate system that hasn't been corrected by some other means. But, they correct things by all kinds of means. Like GPS pretty much provides on the fly corrections as you go, flattening things out. It's still wrong. I found out recently that craziest thing, like so the GPS system we know and love, just satellites alone, broadcasting the ephemeris and almanac data, and then sending the pseudo ranging signals on top of it. that alone provides the same accuracy as the Loran system from World War II using radio towers. Same accuracy, same range bound constraints. I'm like, that's quite a coincidence. That data then is enriched using ground towers. It's the ground towers that add the precision to the GPS network. And there's 1,300 ground towers in the CORS network all over the world managed by NOAA and the Air Force. They also have, I think, co-located, they've got ground tracking stations for satellites. So they're tracking them. But those ground towers add a carrier wave for what's called RTK, real-time kinematics. I mean, I don't know how deep I personally can get into this, but that carrier wave is really the magic that helps add precision to the signals that people claim are coming from GPS satellites. Without it, I mean, you're going to have like 100-foot range of uncertainty. That's for pinpointing coordinates and has nothing to do with measuring distance. Even so, I thought that was fascinating. Fascinating coincidence. What a coinky-dink that an 80-year-old system, probably almost a 100-year-old system at this point, offered the same accuracy as a satellite-born one. What was the purpose of the satellite system then? Like, you're going to spend billions of dollars to produce something that gives you the same accuracy that you had before? So, and even then, like satellites, right, and GPS, they're broadcasting an ephemeris to the receivers. Without that, the pseudo-ranging doesn't work. The ephemeris basically tells the receiver where the satellite is and where it's expected to be into the future. The satellite doesn't get that information from its own onboard systems. No, it gets it from the ground segment of GPS. So the ground segment calculates where it says it tells the satellites where they think they should be, and then the satellites relay that to the receiver. So that's really all these things are repeaters, one-way beacons. You know, who has access to the backbone, the ground segment's uplink to the GPS system for maintenance? Not you, but people pretend and act like GPS is some open source system when it's absolutely not. The back end is heavily encrypted and managed by the Air Force at a top secret facility in Colorado. Out in the middle of nowhere. Everyone knows this. Schraver Air Force Base or something. And that's one of the places. You know, what are they doing there? Who actually operates and manages this stuff? Has anybody ever met a person that works there to talk about their job? No. Of course not. I mean, it's national security. It's critical information. You know, for the health and welfare of my country, I don't think I want those people talking to the public either. In fact, I don't want the public to even know who they are. See what I mean? But, you know, we get clowns coming in here all the time who are close to the technology somehow, even in the commercial sector, but they actually don't have any direct hands-on experience with it. They think they do. But you start asking questions and they're further away from the chain of custody to the source of the information they think they have direct contact with than they think. And they're closer to you are to it than they are to that. You know, bringing it up because it's discussed here all the time. And, you know, and most people, when they bring it up, they don't even know what they're like. I wouldn't claim to be an expert in this stuff. And I realize that I seem to know more than the average person does on it. But it's a deep rabbit hole. I mean, one of the guys who owns like 20 patents or something for the GPS network, I think he's a doctor, might not be a doctor, Ron Hatch. He's written books on this, and he's actually, I think he's a geocentrist, and he hates Einstein with a passion. He's written books called like Escape from Einstein. And he's given talks to like the Air Force and to the university think tanks that support them, saying, guys, those relativity corrections you're doing are stupid. It's unnecessary because they all cancel itself out. And he gave it for instance. He said, look, you guys do a timing correction in the ECI frame because you guys are orbiting a satellite over the Earth at such a fast velocity that you do a special relativity correction because these satellites are orbiting so fast, the clocks are going to get out of sync with the ground. So he says, but here's a funny thing. You do this correction over here with general relativity because the satellites are over a big bulging part of Earth's equator where there's a greater concentration of mass, which negates the need for having to adjust the timing signal in the first place due to special relativity. Your general relativity canceled out your special relativity correction from ever having needed to be done. It's as if you didn't have to make any relativity correction in the first place. He's written books and articles on this. I find that fascinating.
But they talk as if it's all inbuilt into software that makes the corrections automatically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think they're still doing it. They're still correcting and then uncorrecting. But it's like they do it here, and then like a billion processes later in some other module, the other thing is happening over here, and the people that built these two modules don't get together and talk to each other. You know, it's one of these, I think, kind of situations. So you really can't find one person in the whole world that understands the entire framework, I think, anymore. There might be some people that actually exist, but you won't be able to find them. But the point is very few people understand how the whole framework fits together. And there might be a reason for that. I keep coming back to this precious quote that I found by Charlie Wilson on, I think, CBS News upon hearing Sputnik was interviewed. And he called the Sputnik launch, this satellite revolution, he called it a scientific trick. It's a direct quote. I'm going to post a link to this. Hold on. And here's an indirect link, but I mean, it's no secret he said it. There's a whole bunch of precious quotes. Charlie Wilson. Oh, that Sputnik program, those Russians. What a cheap scientific trick that was. We can pull one off even better. I keep coming back to that. Why would he call it a scientific trick? What would the trick be? I'll leave that open-ended for now. I gotta go do some other things, but I'm here.
So, what do you think of this photo technique?
Hey, Johnny, you asked about this. If you're still there, I'm going to post a link.
Okay, thank you.
This is the Geodesy Digital Academy. Some higher concepts of geometry might be required to fully grasp it, some calculus. But I mean, it's even without somebody knowing any of that, you're still going to get a lot out of it. I know this is jumping in at like chapter 3 or whatever in the middle of a stream, but it's a good video, and so is the rest of the series. The guy's a little hard to listen to because he sounds like he's Dracula. Sounds like a really old guy too. So you have to be patient with him. Pause it every now and then, think about what he's saying. It's definitely for like an older generation that hasn't been brain rotted by TikTok yet. But the whole,
Oh, that's perfect.
it is good. Yeah, it's a good introduction, and it's good advanced material too, and it'll give you vocabulary, phrases that you can use for leads for advanced research using Google to uncover additional topics or clarification of existing ones. This chapter is all about taking horizontal flat measurements and bending them to a ball. Show that to your surveyor buddy, family member.
Yo, you in here, Yoder?
Yeah.
Yeah, so were you here when he said, when he was talking about how a mountain will deflect a plumb bomb hung from the theodolite?
Yeah, which is
Yeah, what he said is
not,
trash.
yeah.
He lied. He
Him-
made that up. I
He
just looked
really
it up.
did. It's an
So,
urban myth in their circles, dude. Yeah.
well, not just that. When you level it, the optical plummet's going to look straight down. All of it, the whole apparatus is going to be aligned to local gravity.
Yeah. Yep. They have no way to tell. They have no way to tell without the astronomical observation component. That's the only way.
Yeah, English, please.
Hey guys, what's your beliefs?
I believe I will wake up tomorrow.
You will wake you wait. Oh,
I will wake
I'm
up
English
tomorrow.
because
Yes, I will wake up tomorrow.
yeah. Sorry, my first language is Hebrew. I'm not really good into these other stuff.
Then you're probably in the wrong chat.
Why?
Because we talk about technical topics and you need fluent English.
Oh yeah, I do speak a little bit of English, so I can understand you.
Okay, so you know about geodetic surveying?
No, not really, but I would love to learn.
You know what the word
like
geodetic
not
means?
No.
Okay, do you know what surveying means?
No.
Okay, dude, then we can't have this conversation. Just go on fucking
Yeah.
mute, bro.
Maybe, yeah. How about you listen to us? So,
Go on, listen. I'm not even going to call it mute anymore. Go on, listen.
all right. So, astrogeodetic plumb lines, which I brought up with Baron Rutledge, they're not actually measured. They're calculated against an actual plumb line, which does hang vertically and parallel to other plumb lines, perpendicular to the floor. There's no actual physical deflection to be measured.
I know.
It's inferred from the
Just like
stars.
there's no refractions that's measured. It's created.
Right. Yes. It's there's like an imaginary normal, geodetic normal. It's and the deflection of the vertical is like a hybridization of two things. You know, you got your plumb line and you've got your imaginary depiction of how the stars are working in a gravity field. So, yeah,
So,
I mean, it's, yeah.
One of the things Baron asked me when he upped, he said, how did they calculate? He said something like, he said, did they calculate? How did they calculate? No, he didn't even ask that. He said, I think he told me, calculate the refraction. They're not calculating any refraction. They're going, okay, that thing's a mile away. It's supposed to drop down 8 inches, but I'm looking right at it, right? My theodolite's 6 feet tall. I'm sighted in, level, at the 6 foot height on the rod. Well, that's not possible. Earth's a globe, right? I should be sighted in at 6 feet 8 inches. There must be refraction that's just enough to make the Earth look flat. I don't know why they don't understand this simple thing. Like, this is what's happening. It's not like they're actually going out and measuring some K coefficient. They're making observations and saying, hey, based upon this observation, what would the K coefficient have to be in order to support the current globe model?
Yeah.
And then they create it from that. It's like, this isn't complicated.
It's a mathematical difference between their physical observation and a theoretical model.
But so is the deflection of the vertical. It's the same thing, just a different flavor.
Yeah.
Because that's also not measured.
Right.
It's created because the shit don't line up. Right?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, they think
be
they
lumpy
live
gravity,
on a globe.
dude.
Yeah.
It's got to be lumpy gravity doing it. not a perfect sphere.
So hey Baron, is there such a thing as an astrogeodetic plumb line in reality?
So he thought that there was a ellipsoid in reality.
Yep, that's true.
This is why I keep talking. Every time I come to it, I'm like, two principles, level and plumb, and this is what the construction industry works upon. And we know for a fact that every single functional wall that is built upon this place is built to a principle of plumb. Further, every functional floor and ceiling is built to a principle of level. You can't get around that no matter what. And everybody here in this chat, if you're in an indoor space, has this in common. So in reality, with no drop over distance to be found, we come back to this continual thing we observe. As you guys are saying, surveying stations that get set up, they have to be calibrated to those principles, level and plumb. They have a local level that's built into them, and they have little winders on the legs that you can make micro adjustments so that you can level out the leveling pool that's built into the station itself. Thank you.
Well, Killian, according to the globetards, level is curved and so is plumb.
Nah, brother, but the thing about that is
That's what they say. But that's what they say.
That's see, and my rebuttal
It's
to that,
retarded, I
Robert
agree.
Negro. No, but hear me out. My rebuttal to that is, yes, I understand the perverted definition of the word level incorporates the curvature. That's fine. I'll give you that. But here's the problem. When we take a tool called a level that varies in different sizes, they go all the way up from little toy ones that you get when you get your TV to make sure you hang it on the wall from Amazon, right? They'll throw in a little level 4 inches maybe in size. But then you can get commercial grade ones like from Milwaukee that are 12 feet in length, right? Basically a steel girder that has a little level
Yeah,
inside
a
of it
10-foot
with
level,
moving
yeah.
fluid, right? And with that, it is that continual orientation of up and down continually. So I go from place to place to place, observing this thing of up and down, right? With no, again, drop over distance to be substantiated for the spheroid. Indio, please go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah.
They have a lot of play factor though that they can bring up. Flatter globe, a lot of flex, and the joists and the way the material undergoes thermal expansion and contraction. So that's not a good argument for me.
I think he was talking about
Leapfrogging, right? Yeah, they're not measuring curvature and they leapfrog, but they think they're baking it in as they go. Just like when they built Lake Pontchartrain, and someone on our team emailed their engineering staff and got a response and asked them if they factored the globe, and they said no, they didn't have to, because basically the amount of error that would be that's in their construction materials and processes and everything else is so big that it doesn't matter if Earth is flat or globe in reality. They didn't have to account for it. It's not saying that they do. I mean, I guess the strength of the argument is to show that even with such methods, they're still incapable of producing a globe measurement, but they can still pretend that they're on one because of the amount of play that they have.
Or so big it's flat. But
if I
Killian,
may
what I
check
wanted
this
to, but
out.
I don't think you heard the second part of what I said. They also think the plumb line is curved. Did you know that? Here, look in the chat. Look at that diagram. This is from a geodetic surveying article. That curved line, that's the plumb line in geodetic surveying. That's how twisted they've gotten.
Yeah, and that guy that you were talking to, he misspoke. He actually said there's a difference in angle between vertical and plumb. Now that's the same as saying there's a difference between there's an angle difference between vertical and vertical. What he should have said was there's a difference between vertical and a plumb line.
Yeah, a vertical established by a theoretical model and a plumb line in reality.
No, so I said that day last night. It's zenith and plumb. Plumb is always the vertical. So there's zenith, which is directly overhead. There's the vertical, which is the direction of gravity. That's the vertical.
Yeah,
Is
that's a good
plumb.
point.
So touching on that for a quick second, the
That's why they say
pontoon.
deflection of the vertical. It's the deflection of your vertical measurement, finding your vertical from zenith. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, it was invented to explain why the globe failed to predict
When I don't match the
star
stars and
star location. Right.
yeah, different. Well, because you know how they say. That's another thing I asked him. I said, "Can you, whoever measured the 69 miles per degree, that bricked them."
I love that
They
question.
didn't even know how to even answer that. They both went silent for like at least, I don't know, 10 seconds. Because
An
they just say
artifact
it
that was
as if
back
it's true.
engineered. Yeah.
They'll say some nebulous thing. Every sailor that ever sailed, that's who measured it.
Well, they
Would they
backed
have a
into
paddle
that from
wheel?
a great circle router, the equatorial distance, like the equatorial circumference length.
But what I was getting at, T-Dub, is that they, you know, this 69 miles per degree thing, right? So they think that the stars should move a certain number of degrees if they move a certain distance. So when they tested this out, like the first time I read about it, it's in Determination of the Figure of the Earth, which is, it goes through the history of all this, like way back. So like sometime in the 1400s, they were surveying Italy, and they walked up, they traveled up the boot of Italy, and they, you know, predicted that the star should move this amount, this angle, the star should move because it's this distance, and that they didn't match each other. So from there, like they started noticing these aren't actually matching. They're not matching. They're not matching. They tried to come up with all sorts of different things on why it don't match. Oblate spheroid, prolate spheroid, our chains suck, our measurement techniques suck. You know what I mean? That is the entire geodetic surveying, the reference ellipsoid and the geoid. All that is trying to shoehorn the celestial sphere onto the ground. That's all it is. Hundreds of years of it.
Quick question, and I apologize if this is too much of a sidebar. Please correct me if need be. Do we have any evidence of Polaris moving more than it does over a time lapse period?
No.
So how is it, like, is Polaris the absolute center point of this entire, or the entire spheroid?
No,
Flame?
Polaris isn't exactly in the center. It's off by half a degree.
Right,
That's easily
which again,
measured.
over time, star trail photography shows it tracing a small circle, or in the beginnings of a circle, depending on the time elapse of
I think
the.
that circle too is the size of the sun, believe it or not.
Interesting. All right,
Yeah,
thanks for that.
I guess you're right.
Another cosmic coincidence. I don't know if it's exactly that. I should check that out.
You know something else interesting about that whole thing, right? Like the development of vertical plumb and all that, right? It also gave birth to isostasy, right? So there was two competing theories at the time, like they did the Indian survey that about the displacement of mass, right, and how mountains sit in the Earth's on the Earth's surface and what's like below, right. And I think Airy ended up winning with his theory about like that mountains like have roots that go down into the freaking earth. Isn't that interesting though? If we look at the whole Tartaria thing, you know, trees, giant trees, mountains, blah, you know, I made that connection when I read about that. I was like,
I mean,
but, you know,
I'm gonna
that was
keep it real,
my
man.
conspiratard self going crazy.
I mean, the mountains have roots thing. That's another thing when they're like, oh, the mountain deflects the thing. Well, I mean, the gravity thing is every particle attracts every other particle. It's not, like the entire mountain is attracting it. Some of the mountain is way over your head. Is the freaking plumb bob gonna fly up in the air? Like, I mean, stop, dude. It gets
Right.
silly at some time, you know. But
Hmm.
What was I gonna say? I'm gonna just keep it real. Who paid for that Indian survey? The British, right?
Yeah.
Who'd
Yep.
they hire? Bunch of Indians to do it. They fucking still don't even have toilets. I'm sorry. I do not think they fucking surveyed India in the 1800s.
Yeah, the claim is they use like a
Not like
chain.
Yeah.
They can't do shit now. Like, what the
Yeah,
hell, dude? It's fucking 200 years later. They still can't do anything.
lugging a 10-mile chain link or chain segment across the Himalayan range.
And
Oh, yeah.
and
My
huge
God.
ass theodolites and plumb bobs that like weighed tons. Right?
Oh yeah, well, back during the isostasy controversy, right? You had the French king and the German king. They're like, "No, I'm right, and I'm right." They sent two teams, one to Peru and one to Lapland. This was like in the 1760s. To Peru, 1760s.
Oh, my God. Can you imagine what that place looked like in the
Myrte.
1760s?
Freaking
Was
Andes
it
Mountains.
Myrte? I was reading about that I was reading that out to the chat the other day, and the one in Peru, the survey, or the crew ended up getting into punch-ups over their measurements in a bar, and their doctor
Doesn't surprise me.
nearly got killed.
I
Did
mean,
anyone die from dysentery?
dude, it's something like, and you know, this is no slight against the people that live south of the equator. But south of the equator is something like 80% of the people have parasites of one kind or another. Now,
Yeah.
obviously, most of those people are in the tropics, but particularly south of the so-called equator is really bad as far as parasites. Now, you got a bunch of people, white dudes, going down to Peru. Dude, that's like, they have no defense for that. None.
Right. And they're
They didn't
they're
go
going through the
anywhere.
Andes Mountains, through the jungles with pendulums. No kidding, pendulums
They
and
didn't go anywhere, dude.
plumbo.
They're
No.
like, let's sail over to New York, get twisted for like 6 months, and then go back and just hand in this paperwork.
Yep.
And they said that the distance between degrees differed by 1 kilometer.
Yep. And then they got a different amount up north to the Lapland team.
Right.
There they found that they had to
Through
cover more ground.
undeveloped land, no roads, no paths, no trails.
Exactly. Exactly. What maps did they take down there? Did they make their own on the way?
Right. They had to wait for the
Mad
ice to.
wildlife.
They had to wait. They had to wait for a river to freeze over so that it was
What they
perfectly
do for
flat.
food? They hunt there for their own food too.
Dude, insane.
Like survival's a
world.
full-time job, and then they had time to do surveying.
I mean,
And it was in winter, I think. For 18 months, they spent a winter. They spent a few seasons doing it.
yeah, that's just sounding like the Blackington story.
Yeah. And this is how they determine Earth as oblate as a spheroid.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And guess what? The Arctic one took 18 months. The Peru one took 10 years.
Right. And so they openly acknowledge with this that the 69-1 rule doesn't hold exactly true everywhere on Earth.
And if I'm not the Lapland one's believable because I would do it in the winter too because they got like it's one of those places like, in the summer, like you're gonna get turned inside out from mosquitoes. Yeah, you're gonna just be sucked. Like literally, they're gonna find you. You're gonna look like a raisin. You're just gonna be freaking empty. Like they're gonna suck all the blood right out of you.
I find it interesting though, Indio, that they acknowledge that you have to cover more ground than you do elsewhere to get the angular displacement of Polaris or other stars to move.
Yeah, they use a greater I think 0.17 refraction coefficient.
Yeah. It's almost like if you look at the Mercator map, because all the longitude lines are vertical out to infinity, you could come up with some wild speculations that the closer you get to the GP of Polaris, there's potentially more and more and more land to cover and more land to cover and more land to cover and more land to cover.
Oh shit, yeah.
Right? It's an optical phenomenon, observer dependent, so you could still have it give you your concentric rings around a point out here, but what if it gets weird? What if it gets that freaking weird?
What if it's stretched? You could have
Yeah.
a flat plane and stretch it to the point where it was visually indeterminable from a celestial sphere because of the way
Uh-oh.
the planar stars, the way they would be stretched out. They would just have to be stretched out like exponentially distant. The distance between them, the angle between them, really.
Hey guys, is this the same test that that Talon keeps talking about?
What is Talon talking about this time?
The Great
He's talking about the Great Indian Survey.
Oh
Yeah.
God.
He's brought it up
Great
at least
Indian
5
survey.
He's brought it up at least 5 to 10 times now in the last 2 months, 2-3 months.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I read into it like I read, like I got the document and started reading some of it. It's all over the place, dude. It's fucking. It's just a mess.
Yeah, but they measured a bunch of triangles. That's how they know.
They
it's a
used
globe.
like because they couldn't use like a uniform technique of measuring shit because of the terrain. Sometimes they use chains. Sometimes they used optical triangulation. Sometimes they use some other method. Sometimes they used pacing. Sometimes they accounted for refraction. Sometimes they didn't. Sometimes they knew their like. It's a mess, dude. But if you start, have you ever seen the document?
No.
It's hundreds of pages, dude.
Right.
Hundreds. Like it's freaking thick.
It was his main shtick for like 3 or 4, maybe even 5 consecutive. He would come in here, and he kept getting nailed on the notion of okay, they had this giant theodolite, right? Like this, several 100-pound, whatever, a ton, like a giant C-3PO type shit that they would carry around and set up, right? And he was talking about how like, oh, at the time the way they built it, it was basically effectively more accurate than today's time, right? And we're like, okay, well, how accurate is it? And he was saying, oh, however distance was it, like 50 miles or something like that. And he kept getting nailed on, okay, these discrepancies between what would be expected if it were perfectly horizontal compared to what they're getting. How are they able to figure out how much of that discrepancy is caused by refraction versus the ground actually curving away? And that's where it kept spiraling every fucking time. You know what I mean? But apparently, yeah, these things can see infinitely far, so no need to worry about accuracy, right? Like it was incredible.
224 pages. Yeah, they're not measuring the curvature. They didn't even use. They used a completely different spheroid, dude. I always look at the methods. What did they actually do? These guys don't care. They only care about what they said. Oh, these guys said they did this, so they did this. They don't check to see. They don't fact check anything. I mean, it's just like. This, I don't think that this is the report. This is the general report, but this isn't the actual document. There's a thicker one than this. This is like a results report, I think. No, shoot.
Where are we? Are we politics? Are we in politics?
Yeah.
I'll post something that I showed, like, because Talon was like arguing that that GIF where the guy moves the compass around the magnet on the AE map, but he said that's not what would happen or something like that.
Really?
And that's not traveling east or west. And I'm like, okay, I'll show you that it does, and I did it myself. So I made a little clip of me doing it, right, on the table, and his response to this, right, what I'm about to post, is that is moving west and east. That it's not a circle. But even though the east and west changes, right, is a freaking idiot. I couldn't believe how stupid he was.
This is Talon?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not even worth talking to. He's just gaslighting, rage baiting. He's got.
He's got the mind of a kid. Yeah, I heard that.
Rich Evans.
He was saying that you can't use an accelerometer to detect when it's in motion due to free fall and gravity.
My God.
Yeah, and there's another guy that said it too. I actually I didn't screen cap Rich Evans because I got enough screen caps of him, but his buddy here, Cosmic Engineer, said this. According to Newton's universal law of motion, the accelerometer accelerates, but it doesn't.
What?
Yeah, look at the side chat. I screen capped it.
No way.
Yeah, that's going on the refrigerator.
Dude. According to news, it accelerates, but it doesn't. He literally said that verbatim. Wow.
Yeah. So I'm like, you guys don't think an accelerometer can tell the difference between when it's at rest and when it's not? That's its whole job.
Who is that guy? Is that Oliver?
I think so. That's what I thought. He didn't mic up.
Yeah, it looks like that's the sort of name he makes up.
Yeah, it registers the same value when it's sitting on the table as it does when you drop it. It depends how they're calibrated. Like I think mostly they'll clock like 9.8 meters a second squared when they're resting on a table, and then it goes to 0 when you drop them.
Yeah, it's calibrated that way. So it's like a MEMS accelerometer. There's like little teeth. Sometimes they have a weight in there. There's a couple ways to make them. But when it's just in the so when they calibrate it, they just take that position. Now these teeth are like elastic. They're springy, right? So when they're just sitting there, they're just hanging. But when you drop it, they snap back, right? And then they register 0 acceleration. It's measuring the capacitance between two things and how far apart they are.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
So
it's
you said MEMS sensor, right? Think of two combs nested inside of each other. How far the teeth are away from each other determines the capacitance, right? So
voltage.
When it falls, the one in the center is free to move around, but the teeth themselves are elastic. So when it moves, it changes the capacitance, and depending on how fast that capacitance changes, will give you your acceleration.
That was very
I don't
thanks.
think that's accurate.
Oh, okay. Correct me then. Do I
Wasn't
need to
like
get both
speed, it's
diagrams?
just like yes, actually, that would be very helpful.
Okay.
Will someone fact check the diagram?
Dude, you can just type in MEMS accelerometer, click Google Images, and you'll get dozens and dozens and dozens of diagrams, all showing
I
the
thought you were
same
gonna
thing.
make one, though.
I'm not making one. Why would I
Oh,
do that?
I don't know. So what is this a diagram of?
Oh God, a MEMS accelerometer.
A Mons
MEMS. It's
accelerometer?
called a MEMS, MEMS
And that stands
accelerometer. It's what's
for
in your phone to determine.
In your phone, yeah.
Yeah, they're in your phone, bro.
and
She
it
thought you
stands
said
for
Mons pubisometer.
It's their
Mons.
version of a
Stop it.
gyroscope.
VES.
So it's like, is that just like that's like where like your RAM is or something?
It's like a gyroscope.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Kind of.
the Mons pubisometer is where you shove your RAM. Totally. Yep.
I don't think so.
Here we go. We got an animated GIF for the slow boys.
Maybe.
So, where was I?
I don't know. I
Well,
don't think
something
that this
completely
is
different.
showing
Oh,
anything.
I'm adding that. I'm adding that screenshot to our Gold Project collection.
So they have a few of them in your phone for different axes.
Yeah, 3 axes. X, Y, Z.
I know about like X and Y, but when did Z become an axis?
Yeah, well, Z.
When we realize there's 3 dimensions to measure.
Fair enough.
Yeah, length, width, height.
So is that why the Earth is flat, or I don't understand?
No, we were talking about something else.
Okay, that makes so much more sense then. Okay. I was like, oh gosh, where are they getting at this time?
Yeah, we had to educate some people on their own claim, like we always do.
I don't know, just throw them off the ice wall.
Yeah, that's what they all do, right?
Which way should we throw them?
Up.
South.
Throw them south.
On the Z axis.
Z.
Same.
Oh.
But if you throw them up, will they just like fall right back down?
Yeah.
Huh.
Think wall, man. You just figured that out. Why do things fall? That's the question.
Hey, so we're Americans. Anyone at our antipode in here?
A what?
Oh shit, antipode. Ah, forget it. No, there's no.
No, there are no antipodians here.
I don't know
An
what it is.
antipode?
That's
Hey,
good.
T-Dub.
Is that like a tiger?
Oh no, it's like a shielded creature. I know what you mean.
It's the opposite position on a sphere.
So you think there's a secondary?
I don't think there's anyone in this room who's from China right now. For instance.
That's kind of like very like assuming of you.
Yeah,
Well,
I am.
it would be 5 a.m. in the morning there. So
Yes,
you can
I
ask
am from China.
My antipode's somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean, so good luck finding traveling out there.
I just woke up. I am
Finding
from China.
from Argentinians.
I don't know. I think they're gonna do really
It's
good in the
bullshit
World Cup.
anyway.
Yeah, how about this? How about we get back on topic?
Yeah. Well, what was the topic?
Mariah Carey.
Open your eyes. read the VC title.
24/7 flat Earth.
Yes.
It'll never be spherical. It's 24/7.
Never.
Never. Oh shit.
Well, I mean, on TV, if you watch
It can be
TV a lot,
circular, but not
or you draw
spherical.
things, or
I'm
you
watching
paint.
the BBC right now, and the sun is kind of down. It's 6:10 there. Oh
Oh,
shit! Only an hour.
Could also be a cube.
so because the sun is over there and not over here, then what?
I don't
It
know.
seems like maybe the sun moves.
Yeah, just like we see it. Hey, what?
Al
So,
Jazeera.
want to hear a novel idea? Everything is exactly like you see it. The Earth looks flat because it is flat. You don't feel motion because the Earth's not moving. The sun looks like it's moving because it is moving. Same with the stars, same with the moon. That's what they're actually doing, what you actually see them doing.
But not everything
Ain't
you
that a
see is
weird
true.
idea? That's crazy, right? That's crazy talk. Things look the way they are. Oh my God.
Yeah, but that's not for everything.
I don't know. That was
Indio,
really
I have to
stupid.
say, Indio, I have to say that I completely agree with that summation. Based on everybody's vestibular system, we experience the Earth the exact same way. The lights go around and around in the sky. The
I
ground's
do
not
not
moving.
agree.
Oh my.
Well, like, what about blind people? Like, blind people don't perceive anything. So, like, what is the Earth like
Well, I
shaped for
actually
them?
have a look, bro. There's actually a blind guy on YouTube. His name is Tommy Edison. He's been blind since birth. His eyes have never worked. He's never seen anything his entire life. Okay.
Say wallahi, bro. Say wallahi.
So here's the funny thing.
Say wallahi.
I have a clip of him
Say
saying,
wallahi,
"Hey,
bro. Say wallahi.
why are you interrupting
No,
me?"
Say wallahi, bro.
do
Say
not interrupt.
wallahi.
Stop interrupting. That's rude.
Say wallahi.
Who's
Christ
saying
is
I'm
that?
gonna
risen.
say
How about
Van
that?
Hammer.
What's
Yeah,
wallahi?
Who cares?
It's
I'm
a
gonna
kind
finish
of
what I was
candy.
saying. So this guy's been blind since birth. I have on my YouTube channel a clip of him saying,
Yeah, but I
they
forgot
tell
to
me that
record it.
so
I'll be
one
right
of the
back.
things he does, now you're muted, asshole. Okay, so one of the things he does is people will 3D print objects and send them to him, and he'll guess what they are. So they'll send him and he's never seen them. So only through touch, he has to guess what they are based upon how people
So
describe how
did
they look.
someone send him a map, and then he's like, "This is the Earth, and it's flat."
No, they hold on, dude. No, they send him like a little miniature of the Empire State Building, and he holds it in his hand. He doesn't know what it is, and
He's like, "This
guesses.
is the Empire State Building."
Exactly. He's very good at it. Well, think
How
about
does he
what
know
he's
what the
doing. He's
Empire
never
State
seen the
Building is?
Empire
Yeah.
State Building. He has no idea what a building looks like at all.
Right. But I mean, it's like you've never like touched like a dolphin, but I'm pretty sure if you touch a dolphin, you'd be like, "Holy shit, that's a fucking dolphin."
Really? Based on what? Based on what?
That you like if you touched a dolphin, you wouldn't know that
Yeah,
it's
there's a
not
lot of
like
wet, slimy things in this world. You were probably just touching one 3 weeks ago.
not
I
think
mean,
not by like a dolphin,
it could
like a
be.
dolphin shit.
So let me finish, okay? I have a segment where he's like, they tell me that the Earth is a spinning ball. I'd have to see it to believe it. That's literally what he says. A blind
Unfortunate for
person.
him,
Well,
yeah.
he's a blind person saying he'd have to see it to believe it.
That's like Helen Keller being like, "I would really like the Rolling Stones, but I have to hear it to enjoy
Helen
it.
Keller was a
Like, it
mute.
ain't
She
gonna
didn't say anything.
happen." You know?
Helen Keller was a deaf mute. She didn't say anything.
She
You
didn't
got
see
any good?
anything
You got
either.
any good Helen Keller jokes?
I
I
do.
did,
I'm getting
but it
PTSD.
moved the furniture and she ran into it, or I don't know. I'm really bad at Helen Keller.
No, why did Helen Keller's dog commit
You
suicide?
would too if your name was.
Yeah, see, there you go. So you
Don't
knew the
call me on
joke,
that.
but you
That's
thought
super.
Helen
That's
Keller
super
could talk?
problematic. I don't know, like how did Helen Keller know, like when her parents were mad at her, like they would just move the furniture around?
No, they would leave the plunger in
Hello,
the toilet.
guys. How are you?
Is this like the
What's
witching
up?
hour?
Yes.
No, this is
Okay,
actually
man.
it's Helen
No,
Keller
it's
Appreciation
not.
Hour.
Dude, your
Thank you.
mic needs work, man.
What do you mean?
You sounds like you're like swallowing it.
Fucking hell, was an echo literally in there. That's
She might
crazy.
be on the ice wall right now.
Do you guys want to see something really cool? I
No.
can turn it up even louder.
It's not loud. It's crackling because you blew out the diaphragm of the microphone. Stop being poor and buy another one.
You guys want to see my MEMS accelerometer?
I'm gonna unmute
No.
Mike Oxlong. He's more entertaining than you, Rage Bacon.
Je parle pas français.
Ask Mick. I don't speak that shit.
Huh?
Oui, mais pas à vous.
See, there we go. So no one ever answered my question if it was crazy that things actually are the way they seem to be. Is that like a crazy idea?
I don't know. That's very deep. That's
I don't think it's very deep. It's very simple.
like you could be a philosopher with thoughts that deep.
Yeah, philosopher is what you see and what you get. That's a weird philosophy. It's literally the philosophy of every human being that ever lived until some person that claimed that they're bright was like, man, imagine if it's not flat and it's a giant ball.
Whoa, dude.
Dude, you're blowing my mind.
As an empath, I'm sensing that someone in your life said that you were unintelligent, and you've been
You're not
making
an
up for
empath.
it ever since.
You're not an empath.
Dude, you're like socially retarded. What are you talking about?
That's kind of rude.
Yeah, but it was accurate.
Anyways, this is really boring.
Yeah.
So I'm
Oh,
gonna
are you
go. I'm gonna
leaving?
go find an ice cliff or something. I don't know.
Okay, bye.
Thank you.
Go touch a
Ice
slimy dolphin.
Ew.
That's dolphin abuse.
With your eyes closed.
Yeah, where's Talon? Everybody in here is feisty right now. I want to have him come in here. Be a circle kick.
Not gonna lie, I kind of want Donald C to come in right now.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean might be interesting. He's good in the beginning. It's just as you get like as time goes by, he starts falling apart. Yeah, he could be because he threatened to hurt somebody. I think. Yeah,
Is he forever banned? Oh,
he might be.
okay.
Is
You
the
ever
moon
forget to
flat?
drink coffee? Like your morning. I don't know if you didn't drink coffee, morning coffee. I forgot, and I'm like, man, why am I so tired?
So is the moon flat?
Who cares?
Well,
What is it? What would it
We're
mean if
going to
it
need you
was?
to be in a minute to prove your Earth's a sphere, I reckon. What do you want to know about the moon, mate?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to ask.
is it flat?
I
You
mean,
see a bubble float over a puddle. Does that mean that the bubble's flat?
Absolutely.
Why is that question relevant to this topic?
Yeah, it's completely non sequitur to begin with.
So now you're forced to have to like detail how you think that there's a relationship between what the moon looks like and what you think Earth looks like.
That was easy.
Left. Crap.
Yeah, Yoder, like if you actually just type in Google, you'll get the AI answer. If you type in MEMS accelerometer little G calibration, it actually tells you kind of how they do it.
Why does the moon always look like it's pointing straight at me and not under me, towards the center of a big ball?
I know the moon is weird. It's like it follows you around and shit. I remember one time I was driving. I had to drive like a couple 100 miles. I'm like, man, dude, this moon is weird, man. It's like it's watching you, following you around. Like you said, looking right at you.
Yeah, I remember as a kid, like looking out the window on a car journey and going, "Hey, Mum, the moon's following us, right?" She's like, it's an illusion."
Yep, another illusion. Add it to the list. Just remember, T-Dub, everything in the sky, that's an illusion. And if you look at that illusion long enough, you can figure out what the shape of the Earth is.
Ridiculous.
The bricked logic is what gets me. Like, you don't have to be one of us to hear how bad it is. Right? You could be on the sidelines just watching and listening and shaking your head at all the people that come in here and fail so miserably at putting two thoughts together.
Yeah, Baron Rutledge there, I was very underwhelmed by his communication skill.
Yeah, like, he knows the technical specifics of the stuff he puts his hands on and works with every day. So when it comes to Epsilon 1, 2, and 3, fine. I mean, yeah, you might know what that refers to specifically. I think those are cardinal directions on a geoid or something, but I don't know for sure.
No, I think it was the sum. Remember we were talking about last night, squaring the sum, summing it.
Oh yeah. Well, that's not E. So if you think the sum sign is an E,
I mean, maybe they use
like
that as a convention. No, I mean summing, literally summing, adding together.
yeah, like sigma looks like an E.
Maybe he did say
He called it E1, E2, and E3.
He said Laplace or something instead of
Yeah,
Laplace, which I thought was weird.
Laplace.
Laplace, yeah, Laplace or something like that.
No, I pronounced it Laplace.
Laplace?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right, Laplace. I actually spelled it into Google. I'm like, what is Laplace? I never heard that before.
It's funny because like you can tell who's had maybe like some kind of higher education this and not, because they would have heard it pronounced correctly in a lecture or something.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like a whole freaking segment of learning physics.
Right? Yeah, because he did everything.
That guy. right? The Laplacian.
Yeah, he did everything from atmospheric. I mean, he was like an optics guy primarily, I think, right?
Renaissance
So,
man.
yeah.
Hey, India. What was
Yeah.
the argument you guys were going over yesterday? Something about the difference between a weighted mean and a weighted average, or something?
Yeah, I misspoke. I called I should have said median. But they're using a
Oh,
weighted mean. A
okay.
weighted mean is where you throw out statistical outliers.
Yeah, there are
That's
two
not what.
ways to take an average. That's one way to do it.
Really? Because I always thought a weighted average, right? If you take a bunch of samples, let's say you take 10 samples, and I don't know, 4 of them happen to be the same value, right? You don't like take one of them and exclude the others, and then take an average of that. So, for example, let's say 4 of them are the same, so you exclude 3. So then you would average only 7 values, right? You wouldn't do that. You would average them all, and effectively you have a multiplier of 4 on one of those values. That weighs that value in the average much more than the other. You know what I mean? Like that was my understanding of that term. And applied to different
Yeah,
contexts,
it's
you
effectively.
can impose.
Look, I was dumbing it down when I was talking
Okay.
to him. What you just said is correct, but I described how to do it, which is effectively the same thing. If I have 2 far outliers, say 9 minus 5 and plus 12, but 10 of the samples are between 7 or between 6 and 8, right? I can just throw out the outside samples and average them,
Oh,
and
okay.
that's effectively the same thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, it brings you to a similar value, but that's like a
And
different
that's how they do it. I got
implementation.
that out of look. That's how they do it. I got that from Jesse Kozlowski. That's why I
Okay.
brought it up.
Interesting. Okay. So that's just a different implementation that is less computationally
Yes,
expensive.
exactly.
Oh, okay. Because you guys it sounded like you were talking past each other, right? On that, when effectively it's the same thing. Because he used the term weighted average, if
I
I'm
would
not mistaken.
find if you still got a
There are
YouTube
different
channel.
math nerds like to get into the weeds on a lot of this. Like,
I'm sorry.
statistically, thank you. Like, statistically, right, a mean should be expressed as a range, not as a definite number.
Yeah, probably.
Right. Nobody really does that though.
I mean, the rigorous way would have be like fucking error bars, right?
Right.
Yeah, and like a distribution curve and shit. Sure.
And then you got
But
concepts like mean average deviation, like
yeah, how far apart a certain value deviates from the average of the set it was taken from, right?
on average.
I
Yeah.
think if they
On
did like
average. Yeah.
rigorous statistics, right, that the result would just be a bunch of noise. That they kind of have to like be arbitrarily more approximate. Just my opinion, because like they're taking tons of measurements, and I know those measurements are all over the place, especially now when they're taking with the robot frickin' theodolites.
Yeah, like, they
I
go
think
out
you would
every
get it like
day and
clustering of the data, basically.
yeah,
Like if
did
you
they develop rigorous means to make sense of that 100 years ago?
of course not.
Right, that's why they threw stuff out. It's like that graph showing refraction coefficient or something in distance, visibility, and it's like a dot plot from the top left to the bottom right. It's basically random noise, but it does have like a definite R squared value. But you could draw all kinds of squiggly lines within that mess of noise. Man, where was that from? I know Drace likes to post it. And the point is that you can't really do like atmospheric modeling with extreme precision. I joked and I'm like, yeah, it's like that looks like a stock market graph. That's like the S&P 500 over a year. I mean, people expend trillions of dollars to try and make sense out of things that you can't make sense out of. And people have a heightened sense of technological hubris, I call it, because of all the modern creature comforts we have today. People think that we're capable of doing almost anything.
Yeah, all because someone can annoy you on the phone at any time they want. They think like we're technological wizards.
Sorry for killing the chat.
No, I'm just looking for something. I'm looking for that Jesse video because it's like right at the beginning he talks about how they massage your number.
Welcome to
Fish.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
What have you got for us today, Fish?
Oh, nothing much. What do you guys?
No.
No, dude, I was just chilling. How are you guys?
You must have removed the video. It's not there no more. Or you made it unlisted.
Oh my god, Indio, I keep mistaking some other motherfucker for you. You guys sound so similar.
I don't know why that is.
What is that dude's name? It's like Professor.
Professor Triangle.
Yeah, that guy.
He lives near Lake Erie. What the hell?
Really?
I don't. To be honest, I've never heard you guys talk in the same Discord.
We talk all the time. We were in here the other day talking.
I'm just saying I haven't.
Stick around.
All right.
Kind of sucks having to leave RVC and you can't walk straight afterwards.
I always thought that Radwin, aka Professor Triangle, sounds like Phil Hartman.
Who the fuck's Phil Hartman?
This is the voice of several characters on The Simpsons, and he's been in movies and TV shows throughout, 70s, 80s, 90s. I think he died late 90s, early 2000s or something.
Yeah, he was actually murdered by his gay lover, and there's a whole conspiracy about it, of course.
What? Indio murdered Professor Triangle. What's going on?
Are you for real?
No, I'm joking, man. I'm waiting for somebody to fucking
No,
pick off now. What the fuck?
heaven! I was wondering if he's serious.
All I got from this was someone sounds like Indio.
I
It's
took that
Professor
as a
Triangle.
confession.
And 100%
That he's the gay
serious
lover.
in the same way that Bob Crane killed a guy with a hammer for sleeping with his wife.
How do you remember that? I did. Oh wow, that's
Well, that video savantism, I won't lie.
holy shit. You're right. Wait,
They don't let me go in casinos, I'll put it that way.
his wife killed him. Wait, his wife murdered him? Yeah.
Yeah, there was something about him having a gay lover, though. I think that was in the motive.
I don't know. I'm not reading anything about any of that, but
Well, what I always thought was weird was Joe Rogan and him were on the same show together, and that was the last show he worked on. And then after that show, Joe made it really famous, and it's got that whole Hollywood sacrifice your friends vibe to it. But, don't read into these things, of course.
Well, it would be if it was coming from you, Rich Evans.
I guess it depends what you learn, right? If we're going to take that, I'm not surprised you think learning is bullshit. You can learn a lot of things that are just bullshit. So it depends on what you're learning, I guess. I guess the act of learning and trying to. I'm just thinking out loud because it's boring. Come on, what's going on?
Yeah. I teach the way I do because I have little choice, but it is brainwashing nevertheless.
You know, knowing that the government spends money on everything, wasting it left and right. They fund studies to watch shrimps run on underwater escalators or conveyor belts and stuff like that. There has to be some kind of FE office. There has to be somebody somewhere has to be studying this and knows. But I don't think it's that many people. And I've heard through the rumor mill that there is such an office, and I think it resides under NOAA, and I think in conjunction with USGS. And I think there's also a University of Maryland component to it, but I don't know for sure. And I probably wouldn't.
Hello, how you doing? Good. Like, I'm fucking, I'm creating my own fucking house in Hawaii. You know, it's fun to be fucking homeless to Hawaii. It's like the fucking horizon. It's like so.
What's up, Flex Man?
Facts, man.
Yeah, you're the Fax Man.
Yeah, how you doing? Alright. Yeah, I got fucking like.
That was your original name, one of them.
I got falsely
You first
detained.
met you.
You know, no, I can't listen fucking YouTube shit. So,
Brother, you sound blasted. I'm just me. But...
well, I fucking like, I eat some like,
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to say it. I'm fucking white. I found some fucking plants and shit, and I fucking eat them. They were fucking.
Yeah, dude, I eat plants myself.
Yeah, like, you know, it's like, I've been like, I'm in fucking Hawaii. I missed my flight in last year, and just like, I just go fucking nuts. I'm in Hawaii with a fucking with a Google Pixel 9 XL with a recharger with water and with some yeah. So,
Shit, dude.
yeah, man. Yeah, it's like, you know what? Mary cream on my own server as a story with Backsman shit. You know what? There's a bunch of small businesses shit, dude. It's like, I think the Earth is round. I think the Earth is fucking round.
What, like a tire?
No, the Earth is freaking round. Shit.
Like a
Like
pizza.
the
Tires are
flat
round.
Earth was created in the fucking 18th century, man. Like
You
come on.
keep saying it's round, dude. That's
We
not specific enough.
like fucking like some really really sick, really
Hold
like
on.
powerful
It's Saturday, isn't it? Yeah, it's the weekend. Sorry, sir, I didn't mean to interrupt your drunk mumbling. What?
I'm not drunk.
Oh, okay then. It sounds like you are.
Not drunk.
Okay.
I've been sleeping in this freaking hotel.
Okay.
Hotel for free and shit. And say, hey, give me a permanent hotel room.
Why? You on holiday or something?
Yeah, yeah. It's like $400 a night and shit.
Okay. Well, if you've got a job or something, you should be able to pay for that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. So what's this about the Earth being round? Can you be a little bit more specific? Because like we're all pointing out, lots of things can be round, like a pizza or a coin or even a plate, for example. A table can be round also. A window. The round window. Do you remember play schools? A square window and the triangle window and the round window. Do you remember these things?
Well, I believe the Earth is round because, like, when I think
No,
yesterday,
that obviously went straight over your head, didn't it? Okay.
I think
I'm
yesterday,
going to find that
it
mute
was called
button and
the
disengage
curvature
from the
was
idiot.
like, oh my fucking Christ, the curvature was fucking like a round shape. So like gravity pulled us and shit. So
Brother, I think you need to go lay down, my friend.
yeah, I'm high on fucking shrooms.
High on something, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, dude. Wrong narcotic. Bye.
Seems like a nice guy.
Very funny.
What do you mean by that?
You know, there's a point in our lives, you know, we all just gotta get blasted. And then hop on.
Yeah, but once we've done that, what do we do?
Obviously, you hop on Discord, go to your favorite server,
Yeah, exactly.
try to tell the people about your vacation in Hawaii.
Why do you sound like Tracksuit Timmy, Finish?
I do what?
I mean, Fish. Sorry, Fish.
What do you say?
You sound a bit like Tracksuit Timmy. You and him sound alike.
Sound like who? I'm sorry. There's somebody talking to me.
Tracksuit Timmy?
I don't know if it's your Australian accent, bro. I'm so sorry. I still didn't catch what you said.
Tracksuit Timmy.
Oh, Tracksuit Tim. Is that a dude?
Yeah.
That guy? Oh. I've never heard of him. What a fucking name, though.
Maybe it's because you're both Canadian.
I'm not Canadian.
Oh, my apologies.
Nothing
or
against
is
my
it
fellow Canadians.
Your fellow Canadians. Why are they fellow? You're also a Canadian.
No, I just meant like, as you know, we're all part of the human race. My fellow human being.
I'm so bored. I'm so sorry, dude. I don't mean to trip you up on every word you say. I'm bored.
It's all right.
T-Dub, you there?
Yes, sir.
Right. What crazy shit have you been looking at recently? Everyone's quiet and I'm really bored. So, craziness can commence in approximately an hour and 6 minutes. It's going to be speculation fucking Sunday. It's already Sunday for fucking you, mate. So, what's the cooking? That good, huh?
Well, actually, I saw a video the other day. Now, I'd kind of like already sort of like leaned towards a more natural, organic, lifestyle, right? Like where you're not dictated to by a social stigma or the education system on when exactly you're supposed to eat, drink, and sleep, right? Because if you're tired, you should sleep, right? If you're awake, you get up, right? If you're thirsty, you drink. If you're hungry, you eat, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's this rule, these laws of routine and schedule. It's a mental construct, right? Social
Are you
construct.
talking about
Too.
the implementation of such things like breakfast time, lunchtime, and dinner time? Yeah.
Right. We should be intelligent enough to shed ourselves of those things, right? And not allow them to rule over us. And because I watched this video on sleep, and it was going through these studies that were conducted, I think, it was pretty early on in the early 20th century, I think. And they grabbed these workers that was in that routine, right, of sleeping, right? The standard 8 hours per night thing, and they were actually sleep deprived at that time, and then they put them into this study, and they slept. Initially, they slept for like 11 hours straight, right? And once they got all that out of them, they just said like, just now you're not like set to a routine, right? So, and they just started sleeping when they felt tired, and they'd sleep for like 4 hours or something like that, and then wake up. They noticed that they were waking up, and they didn't necessarily get up, right? But they'd just be awake, and they were told, "Don't worry about it." Like, where back in the day, that if that was considered to be a disorder, if you couldn't sleep during the night, you were thought to have a disorder, and they would pump you full of drugs, right? Chemicals to help you go back to sleep, instead of just allowing you to, your body to just tell you what it needs and what it doesn't need, right? And at that time, it was considered, maybe those guys just don't need any more sleep. They're refreshed, right? But they've noticed that a little while after waking, right?
Yeah.
That their bodies produce some chemical that is a natural relaxant, and I don't know, like it's a period that they say that you might actually feel more clear-headed than you do like in the middle of the day, right? Or
Well, hey,
I'm not,
T-Dub, do
yeah.
you remember a conversation we had about this a while ago? There's that French guy that they did a study and they put him in a cave for like months. And he developed his own natural circadian rhythm over a 36-hour period instead of 24.
Yeah. Yes. That's an interesting one too. Yeah.
Yeah,
He
how
lost
did
track of
that
time.
happen? But he settled into a rhythm that was 36 hours, which I'm like, dude, was there a time where days were that long?
When you talk about like days being that long
mean-
and so on, something that I came across. Sorry, did somebody want to jump in?
Yeah, I was just going to say that's probably how the lizard people got so far ahead of us. That living underground gives you the edge.
Yeah. They reckon that like it's almost like a meditative state that you can achieve like after waking up. And if you're not allowed that to like to develop, right, and to actually take place, if you're just rushed out of bed and then you've got to hit your stomach with some heavy foods, and then you get rushed out the door to go to school or work, right? It's like this, you haven't prepared yourself, right? Like spiritually, mentally, and physically, right? And it's actually a detriment to the human health than like waking at 4 a.m. and then just lying there for an hour or so, just meditating, right? And just like, and preparing yourself, to handle the stresses of the day. And then you'll find that you're a lot more calmer and you just glide into the day rather than, feel rushed and forced and hating your life,
Two things I picked up from what you said is the implementation of routine eating habits and the implementation of routine sleeping. Both of those things I've kind of not intentionally looked for, but kind of stumbled across like studies and people making claims about these types of things. One thing that sprung to mind was back in the day before the electric light, when the sun was the primary governor of what work we could do and when we were awake and so on, because, light and stuff. There seems to have been this development naturally called a second sleep. Now, what would happen is you would fall asleep at, say, when the sun went down, let's just keep it around about 6 o'clock in the evening, and you'd sleep for, maybe 4 or 5 hours, and then you'd wake up at, the dead of night, and you'd be awake for like another 4 or 5 hours, and then you'd go back to sleep until the sun rose up again. Now, that middle period of being awake, apparently according to documentations and diaries and all of these types of things, people got an awful lot of work done. TW said, or maybe it was Yoda, or one of you said that it was like maybe some extra clarity when receiving like the right amount of sleep and so on. And apparently this middle period in the middle of the night was a time for having clarity. People would write books and letters and so on. There was even like communities where people would maybe meet in the street at like 2-3 o'clock in the morning because you can't sleep for like 12, 14 hours. So they broke it down into like 2 shift patterns. So naturally, even though there's no light around, you're going to wake up anyway, or would wake up anyway if there wasn't things like electric light around and so on. So that's interesting, just from a conspiratorial point of view of how you could use things to manipulate people, i.e. you don't let them sleep properly. That would be a good way to do it. I think they do that type of thing in like solitary confinement and Guantanamo Bay, that type of shit. The other thing was like the first thing about the implementation of breakfast in specific for me. It appears that through my own life, I hate breakfast. I'm not very good at eating it. My own children really can't stomach breakfast. It's not like and not eat over hungry when they wake up in the morning. And apparently throughout history, breakfast has never really been considered as the most important meal of the day. Most people would eat once a day. One full meal in about a 24-hour period. They might pick and nibble at other things, but mainly one meal in 24 hours. Apparently, that's supposed to be like incredibly beneficial to the human body for some reason, because you're having time to clear your body out of nutrients that you just put in it before you start chucking another load in 3-4 hours later. Again, from a conspiratorial point of view, if you wanted to do something to a population, you'd fuck around with these types of things as well. Their eating habits, their circadian rhythms, how their body, how our body worked, basically. I would do that if I was an absolute fucking asshole and I knew how to do it.
I remember when I was little
Anyway,
seeing
apologies for the long rant.
like an educational cartoon where they anthropomorphize the body's organs. And when the brain's talking, it's literally saying, if I don't eat in the morning, if I don't send signals to the child to tell him to eat, then I'll start to die.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. I met a pediatrician that said rubbish, all that stuff, like, because concerned with diet, and he said rubbish, and he was like from Italy, and he said when I was a kid in Italy, we got sent to school on a cup of coffee and maybe a piece of fruit or a piece of toast. That was it. Like, it was coffee.
I mean, I didn't have coffee, but I may have had some toast. Like, if my dad was lucky enough to shove it down my throat before I left. That would have got me through until I come home from school and my dad cooked me dinner. I'd go a whole day without eating food. I wouldn't feel hungry. I wouldn't feel lethargic. Maybe when I got into my teens and puberty started kicking in, yeah, my appetite increased and I might want to eat something at lunchtime. But primarily, breakfast is not something that I can stomach. And my children are the same, like I said. I don't know. It's just not my meal. I've come across a video about this, about the exploitation of specific foods into a time of the day when really these types of foods aren't necessarily good for you. Wheats and oats and those types of things, the cereal foods, the things that have been pushed upon us that we're told that we should eat because our body needs a kickstart in the morning. I don't know if I'm 100% true when I say this, but there's alternative research out there that seems to be pointing antithetically to this. This might not be true.
Yeah, there's a lot tied up into the cycles of things and then a learned dependency that you create in the body. And once you break that, you find you can optimize yourself into, yeah, like you said before, not eating at all. Like, that's pretty much me every day. Like, I go to the shops about once a day and get like a bag of chips and a soft drink, and then I'll eat maybe once more at home if I'm hungry, and that'll just be like kept staple foods. So yeah, I think that like to get to that, you have to take yourself out of the cycles of society, or you'll never leave your body alone for long enough to adapt. And it's partly energy requirement. Live like a slave, like to slave away at work every day. You just want to keep fueling your body as you're depleting energy. But yeah, we're not meant to live like that for sure.
Yeah, right. Our minds have become our warden. And we're in a prison, but we're not being, we're not having a ward, a prison screw come and shut your gates at, such and such a time, and you're not getting food shoved in the door by a screw. Like, it's the mind doing that work for something, for an agenda.
Could I just say that a lot earlier than most people think, just so people have empathy for people who maybe don't belong in jail, They lock you in at like 3:15 in the afternoon until the next morning.
I think I remember vaguely what the presentation was about. And it's not necessarily, so I'm going to correct myself because I didn't speak right. It's not necessarily eating at that time in the morning. It's what you're putting into your body at that time in the morning. Specifically, I think it was speaking about, let's say, the traditional American breakfast. Now, compared with, let's say, a traditional English breakfast, the amount of sugar in a traditional American breakfast is fucking bollocks crazy. You understand, right? I don't think we should be putting this amount of sugar and glucose and fructose into our bodies at this time in the morning, because that's sugar that runs out and drops, right? We all feel that around 11 o'clock when we've had too much bloody sugar. So I don't think shoving that amount of sugar in our bodies at that time in the morning is a good idea. Maybe not a fucking donut for breakfast, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I think the point is this is what's advertised, though, isn't it? And kind of pushed as a tradition. This is the traditional thing. You need this X, Y, Z to be, a happy family. To be the right sort of family and keep up the Joneses, right? Because we're all eating this. But to give yourself the kickstart of the day, you need this and you need that. You need pancakes, you need syrup, you need blah blah blah. You need fructose and glucose and whatever. The fact that that's pushed and that's wrong and not helpful is crazy to me. You go to the other side of the world, Japan. Now, their culture with regards to food is miles different to us in the West. Look, I'll throw the UK into this, right? We're not fucking saints in this at all. I'm just using the American breakfast as an idea. But in Japan, for example, they teach their children nutrition. They don't give their kids sugary shit. They teach them to love shit like broccoli and so on. They teach them the benefits of this, that, and the other. They don't have an obesity problem in Japan. Their children are healthy and they respect food and they're taught to do it. They're advertised to do it, right? So on one hand, you've got really bad marketing stuff or stuff that's bad for you. And on the other side of the earth in Japan, they seem to be doing that quite well. What's the problem here? Surely if the world is for man's benefit, then that good idea should be everywhere, right? So why is it in the West that we're trying to propagandize this idea of this type of breakfast in the morning and we've got a massive obesity problem? Well, it's obviously by our own freaking design, isn't it? I mean, like, is it like actual fucking science that, good food is better for you than a fucking donut and fucking ice cream and sugar first thing in the fucking morning? Well, of course not. Why advertise it then? Is it taking me to point this out? I mean, it seems fucking obvious, but there's billions of us marching to this drumbeat every fucking day, like zombies. Crazy.
Yeah, it's like I said, trained behavior creates learned dependencies, and they're really hard to break. It's how everything is running itself.
Yeah, man, I do agree with that.
Jedi, I got a really good trick for all that. Just pound yourself back with pound back a shit ton of coffee to yourself, and you'll be just fine. I'm actually not kidding. I'm kidding, but not kidding. To cut your appetite,
Yeah, no,
right?
you're right.
Well, coffees are filled with fungus and mold, so I mean, it's not good to be pumping your body full of coffee neither.
I know. I'm half kidding. I mean, use discretion there, but yeah.
I just should stop watching the shit I've been watching on YouTube. Comparisons to like the 1960s and 1970s Britain to today, specifically body sizes. My God, have we fucking grown? Like seriously, it's disgusting. I felt quite put off, really. We see around us in our streets, yeah. I mean, we're very good at keeping like fit, and this gym culture seems to be kicking off, and blah blah blah. But the vast scale of it, compared to the 60s and the 70s, like 50s, 60s, and so on, dress sizes were like at a minimum. Blokes weren't fat and jumping over their fucking suits and shit. Everyone was lean, mean fighting machines. Do you know what I mean? Now, because we're lazy, because we've been designed to be lazy, every single year a new child is born and there's a new piece of technology that's going to make everything a little bit easier for them, right? Might not have to work so hard. That silver spoon, right, that button that they press, they don't have to walk down to the well, do they? It's the same every generation. Are they making things easier for us to make us like duller and stupid and compliant? Because I don't think my breakfast is making me like wake up in the morning. Yeah. Sorry, guys. It is Sunday, almost.
Well, I mean, it's interesting, but you did just use Japan as an example of the right way to do things, and that's like a hyper technological culture. So there's something in the method, like the entrainment and the fixation on the foods themselves. That's what's specific to obesity nations, I think. But there's more to it. It's like the way that if we didn't have cars, there'd probably be a lot less fat people, right? But we can't really just walk everywhere. It's also centralization that you're going to drive to the train station and then get on the train and then go work in the office building at a computer. It's like not just laziness, it's that there's less incentive to actually be physical. Like we still have to be
I hear
productive,
you.
but we're being productive staying obese, like it's very strange, really.
There's less natural physicality when you talk about like office jobs and driving cars and stuff and your groceries being delivered. There's less physical like requirement on your body now. So you're not even putting yourself through those things and your diet.
I
And
mean,
it's an attack from all points of view. I guess this is it, right? It's from every direction.
well, right, but, like, if you remember when you were a kid and I was a kid, there was like tire swings, that was like a Saturday. And today it's like Saturday for a kid is like a new streamer, a channel update, a new video game. And I think that's the Rubicon that we went over that really sent this stuff out of control. Because like obesity was a problem when we were young, but now it's like there's no stopping it, because there's no offset to the digitized sitting down lifestyle.
T-Dub, did I tell you about Stonehenge and what it was for? Maybe you had to leave, buddy. No worries. But you bring up a good point, my friend, about Japan. Again, it's not all like sunbeams and roses, right? I can use the diet example as a good example, but there are other problems in that country, mainly brought around by technology and so on. Seems to be some kind of loneliness epidemic going on in Japan. Again, probably brought upon by many factors. The single child policy might be one of them as well. Again, it's a country that I've never visited and I don't necessarily know much about. Really, just what I see on YouTube and what Gen CBR1 tells me about it. But yeah, the diet is a good example, but obviously we can use the technology as also impending doom because, the lack of social interaction.
I didn't know they had a single child policy in Japan.
Yeah, man.
I thought it was China.
Yeah,
Seriously.
but yeah,
Whoa.
that did that. They don't do it anymore though. First it
No,
was
they
one, and then put up to like 2, and then they just took it away.
I was watching on YouTube the other day that some joke in Japan about everybody being an only child. Can't remember exactly the joke. It's obviously not going to land right because I don't. But yeah, the thing about being an only child.
I mean, having a massive family isn't so prized in Japanese culture the way it might be in like Middle Eastern culture or African culture. But it's because they expect like greatness out of their kids, so they want to like funnel that all into like the son and ignore the daughter. That might be as far as they go with the spread of kids. But yeah, like I was saying, I think urbanization is the biggest feeder of all of these problems because if you take yourself away from the cities, there's no concentration of all these factors. Like if you're out in the country, you got to make your own fun. You got to physically travel more to do things, and the foods that'll be available honestly be a lot healthier than greasy fast food on every corner.
So how do you guys feel about gravity?
The feelings like important.
Like how so? Like why do you feel like it's important?
No, I'm asking you. You asked like what feelings are relative to gravity. That's like asking me my opinion on Game of Thrones.
How do you feel about Game of Thrones? Do you think that George R.R. Martin like deserves like we should all like guillotine him if he doesn't give us like Winds of Winter?
Well, not only did I not watch it, somebody bought me a book and I didn't read it, and I normally would read a book if someone gave it to me. So I just don't like things like fantasy, like Gravity.
So like in like terms of gravity, like you say you don't like fantasy such as like Gravity, like how why do you think it's like a fantastical like view?
Well, which gravity are you talking about first?
There's multiple gravities?
Yeah, last count over 30. Different theories and ideas of how and what gravity is and operates. So which one are you talking about?
Oh geez, like I'm sorry, I'm not as educated as you. Like I'm just like Newton, Newton gravity.
What the
So
basis
which one are you
for?
talking about? How do you define gravity when you speak about it?
Oh, isn't it like something of like the resistance of an object falling to the ground?
Okay. I'm not going to deny that now, am I? I clearly live in the same world that you do, and it operates in the same way. If I drop something like my phone that I'm holding now, it's going to hit the floor. Now, that's always going to happen. I wouldn't deny that. I don't think I'd be reasonable to deny that, right? You probably think I was mental.
Well, I don't know. Like, what if like it doesn't drop to the floor, like
Well, then,
hits you on the head?
well, fucking hell. I think everybody would be surprised, and then I would have
I
to
think
show
you'd
you that
probably
when,
be most surprised. Newton, like he'd be
yeah,
like, "Oh Jesus, we're rolling in my grave over here."
yeah, but that's an exceptional circumstance. The object will fall, won't it?
I mean, that's
Always.
what you assume it would do based upon
Well,
what your beliefs
it's
of like
always done
everything
before.
around.
Yeah, it's always done this. So yeah,
Well, I mean, like
I wouldn't.
10, you can like shoot a basket 10 times and you won't make it, but on that 11th try, boom, you make it. Doesn't mean that you're a
Yeah,
basketball superstar.
yeah, but I've dropped my phone loads of times and I've got lots of cracked screens. I'm not going to say, well, one day when I let it go, it's not going to hit the floor. That would be stupid. We know what happens when objects fall. They fall. This is why we're talking about gravity. So I'm not denying that, am I? So what else do you think I'm going to be denying?
I don't know. I was just asking you how you feel about gravity.
Okay, well, things fall, dude. What more do you need to know?
You already answered it.
Yeah.
We feel great about it.
Okay.
It's a great feeling.
But you drop your phone a lot. Have you seen a neurologist? You might have like, some like nerve damage and neuropathy.
Although I do appreciate your concern for my
Okay, yeah.
well-being, I was just using the phone as an example.
I know,
But
but you said you've dropped it multiple times and it's cracked and stuff. Like that could be concerning. Just looking out for you in this like, this round earth. Disc earth.
disc round, are you okay?
You know that they used to believe in something called the graviton, that they thought was a subatomic particle, and then they looked for it and couldn't find it and moved the goalpost again. That's just one of these many theories on trying to account for, gee, things aren't always floating.
I thought no, the Gravitron is like one of those like carnival rides
Yeah.
that like
The type
spins
of
you
thing
really
that flings
fast.
you, yeah, the type
There's
of
no
thing that
spin arm
flings
in the
you outward from something that's rotating, because that's normally what would happen. The reason why
No,
you don't
that's
fly off
ventricular
into the
force.
sky, my friend, is because the cage is stopping you, isn't it? It's interesting. It's called a graviton, but this thing throws you away when the Earth is like a spinning object that keeps you to it. Do you see the problem?
No, because that's like centrifugal force.
Yeah, but it's called a gravitron. It's
Well,
not
I know,
really
but a
gravity now,
Gravitron
is it?
doesn't
Because
spin you
the
anywhere. Like
natural
it
aspect of a
pulls you to the
rotating
wall.
object is for things to go flying off of it, isn't it?
No, it pulls you to the wall. Like you don't go flying off of it. Like it,
Exactly. Yeah, to the wall. That's the thing, the cage that's stopping you
touche.
from flying outwards, isn't it? But you don't have a wall around the Earth stopping you flying into space now, do you? Do you see what I'm saying yet?
Right, but it's also no different than like, have you ever like had like a ball like tied to a string, and then you swing it around fast enough, like things don't go flying off of it until it stops spinning.
What? So
I don't know,
you're
like
telling me,
you
for
never like
example,
put
if I had
like a
hold tight, my
ladybug
friend, I
on a
appreciate
ball and
it.
then
Thank
like
you. Let,
spun
let
it
me see if I
around.
can figure out what you said. So if I had a tether ball, a ball on a piece of string, and I threw it around and around, then obviously the ball's not going to go anywhere, but you added a different aspect, something on it. It would stay to that rotating ball in the string. So if I put a Lego man on it with no adhesive, like glue or whatever, and spun it around, are you going to tell me that that Lego man is going to stay on that ball?
No, but like you
No,
can
of
put like a
course not. So what the fuck are you
ladybug,
talking about?
like a ladybug on it, and like the ladybug doesn't go
Oh my God,
flying
the
off.
ladybug. Please come on now. We understand how ladybug's feet work. They're like little friggin' hooks now.
I don't know where what ladybugs you got in like
Dude,
your town, but
I'm not gonna chase you around the fucking farmyard.
okay, but
All I'm
anyhow,
doing is
like we
addressing
don't
what you're
fly off
saying, and
because
it's
we don't fly
ridiculous.
off
And
because we're currently spinning right
again,
now.
you're one of these people, aren't you?
One of
You
who people?
talk. Yeah, but you're a talky person, not a listening person.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, you basically, when I talk, what you're doing is you're just waiting to talk. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
I'm
Are you?
I'm listening.
Are you? So what did I
I'm
just
not the
say?
one that didn't read Game of Thrones because they didn't want to read a book that their friend gave
What
them.
the
So I think we should
very
be
fuck
fine.
has Game of Thrones got to do with this?
You said that you didn't read a book that your friend gave you. That's kind of rude.
Sorry, are you making up conversations in your head now?
Maybe.
No, that was the other guy.
Right, hold
She's
on.
Oh, that was the
Sorry,
other
continuing
guy.
it.
I don't know. They're both
this
British.
is the
So
point in the conversation where I eagerly look for my mute button.
it's next to the ladybug.
Why are there so many people on this channel but no one's ever talking?
There are
They're
people
listening to
talking.
enthralling conversations. Do you want to say something though? Being as no one else is talking, you can.
Oh, I can say something?
Well,
Yeah,
let me
man. What
talk
do you want to say?
straight through him so he's
Okay.
more at home because that's what
Nigger.
he used to probably.
Do you want to say hi
Yeah,
to your
I
mum
knew
or
it.
something?
Called it.
Hold on.
So, Rage Bacon, you interested in learning about the topic of the room?
Oh no, I'm a total I'm not a Glober.
Yeah, so are
I've
you
been a
interested
flat
in learning
earther
about?
since like 2023.
Yeah. So that's what I'm asking. Are you like interested in learning?
I don't need to learn anymore. Like I'm pretty solid set.
Oh, that's cool. Maybe you can help me to learn then. So I'm pretty new.
What kind of questions do you have? Like, I can help you, but like, I'm not. You know, like I might have to like send you up to the high priestess. You know, if I can't answer, but I'll do my best.
Yeah, sure. What's your like best evidence, for flat Earth?
I don't know. I haven't been able to prove that it's not.
Well, then you must have like a positive claim that it is flat, then, right?
I mean, like I can't prove that it's round, so I'm just assuming that it's flat.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah, like
You've
pretty
been doing
much.
it
That, yeah, that sums it up.
I know, but you've been doing it for 3 years, so I would assume you'd have like, if a globe
No, but I've
person.
only been conducting my own independent study into finding out what like the Earth is shaped for like the last like year and a half because I ran out of money.
Okay, so like, but how would you tell somebody that the Earth is flat? You would just say that it's not a globe?
Well, I mean, you can have like I don't know, like, can you have a flat globe? Probably not. But the middle of a globe is flat. Like if you
No, but like,
dissected
but
a
like,
basketball in half, like that, it would be flat on one side.
no, we're talking about like our reality, right? So I'm asking you, like, how would we figure out that the Earth is flat, right? Or spherical?
Do you want to join my exploration for the truth?
I mean,
It's getting pretty
sure,
expensive.
sure,
So like the
sure,
more like
sure.
people
Why
we
not?
have
Yeah,
on it,
sure,
like the better it is.
sure. I'll roll out the red carpet for you. How do I join, and what are we doing?
Well, like do you have your pilot's license?
No, I don't.
Okay, that's problematic.
Okay,
I'll
well,
get back to you about sponsorship.
say that I did. Say that I did. What are we doing?
No, we don't talk in hypotheticals here.
Oh, so just like, I don't know. I don't want to insult you, but I mean,
If you come back and like we can like re-engage and like start this conversation again once you've completed like your 250 hours, like we'll talk then. Or you can get your helicopter's license.
right,
It only takes 64, but
right. So I'm supposed to do something and not knowing like what we're gonna do. It's a secret. It's a surprise. I'm supposed to go through 250 hours of school just for a surprise. That sounds really reasonable, lady.
gotta have faith.
So just no evidence, just nuh-uh, and a bunch of like incoherent stories.
I mean, like how badly do you want to like find out the truth? Like, I mean, put in some
I mean,
work.
you're the flat earther, right? I'm asking you for the truth, but you're saying you're blocking me from the truth because I don't have my pilot's license, apparently. But I mean, you're
No,
trying to
I'm
give
just
me.
saying
Are
that
you a
like that
truth? Are
like
you like the truth giver? Are you like boycotting the truth? Like, what's going on?
no, there's no boycotting here, but it's like
Okay,
if
well,
you
give me
can
this.
contribute towards like finding out whether or not it is, but you have to contribute,
Okay,
and
well,
you
what
can
are we
contribute
doing then?
by.
What are we doing?
Don't worry about it. You'll
All
find out
right.
in 257
All
hours.
right. So just nothing. So you're just a troll, pretty much. I mean, I knew that from the start, but I mean, like now it just confirms you're just a troll.
Why would you say that?
Don't worry about it.
Well,
Don't
yeah.
dismantle my truth.
No, don't
Don't
worry
like.
about it. Forget about it. I've waited years to say that shit. Forget about it. Yeah, don't worry about it, mate.
Forget about it.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Anyway, is there any final words? Do you want to say goodbye?
Je ne parle pas français.
Okay. Anything else?
Allons-y.
Okay.
Voulez-vous coucher avec moi?
Non. Est-ce que je peux aller à la toilette, s'il vous plaît?
Okay.
Oui. Au revoir.
God damn.
And that's politics, ladies and gentlemen. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord on the politics server.
All right, Mark, I've unmuted you. Please do better than the last person.
Okay, thank you. I'm here to talk about the Earth.
Well, that's an improvement already. Welcome, sir. How can we help?
What do you think most people misunderstand about the Earth?
What, in general, or with regards to what we say?
Well, about the flatness and the curvature and the shape or the form, whatever you want to, whatever.
Maybe that gravity's a force is what they fundamentally misunderstand.
It's kind of hard to like answer that question with. I know Yoda just gave you like gravity, but I think everything. There's a great misunderstanding for globe earthers about the very thing that they believe and come in here and defend. Yeah, it's perplexing. They
Most
misunderstand our point of view as well, even though we tell them over and over and over again, in very specific words. That's confounding also. Sorry, Oda, you wanted to say something?
Most people.
Oh no, you're fine. I said my piece. I'll talk later if
Okay, I was gonna say most people they think the Earth is flat or round. I mean, most
Okay.
people think it's round. Why? Give me your side of the story. Why is it flat?
Because water's horizontal on the surface. Water, right? The thing you bathe in or go swimming in, you might even sail a boat. That shit.
Right.
When it's contained and at rest, a large body of water, not a droplet, a large body of water, when contained and at rest, is horizontal upon the surface. Now, if the water's horizontal and 70+% of the surface of the Earth is water, then I guess the Earth isn't a sphere.
Right.
Yeah. A fundamental aspect of our reality is that water.
Yeah. So like, I guess that makes sense. Like when you look at the ocean, what do you see?
Water.
Well, yeah, you see water, but like,
Sorry, dude.
I mean, when you look at the ocean, you see a flat plane extending to the horizon.
Well, yeah, that's how that term is. Right, that would be the plane of the horizon. For example, right, we're at a boat and we're out at sea, so we've got no interrupted view of that horizon. So when we turn around 360 degrees, that horizon is equal distant from our point of view. So when we look to the horizon, that's say 5 miles. Turn around behind us, that's 5 miles, 360-degree circle with a radius of 5 miles, for example. You gain altitude, let's say we've magically now got a helicopter and we can go up to, let's say, 35,000 feet. That radius is now changed. That radius now extends to approximately 200 miles, give or take. My math is a little bit crap at this instance, but approximately 200 miles. And that also looks flat, doesn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
I would imagine. I'm not in a helicopter, but I would imagine you're right.
Yeah.
It looks flat.
Yeah.
But what I would question. Okay, I accept that it appears. I'm not trying to. I don't really have a position either way. Okay, like I have like way more crazy, weird beliefs. But like, my question would be, when you look at other astronomical bodies like the sun, the moon, other planets, other stars. I mean, you would accept they look round, but do you think that they're like discs in the sky, or do you think that they're spheres?
The sun is often described as a disk, but that's just because of the way it looks. I don't really think it's a disk. I wouldn't make a claim about like the sun or the moon or Jupiter. I'll give you, they really do look like spheres. And I'd
Yeah.
probably agree. But okay, cool. But I can't go there to confirm that, like speculation from being on the surface of the Earth, right? I'd really have to go there, round the back of it, onto its surface, measure its geometry, just to double check that my speculation from the observation of very far away on the Earth was true or not, right?
Yeah, which we can't do. But like, do you think that they look like spheres, or do they look like flat discs, like they're two-dimensional discs or something?
I think there's some three-dimensionality to them, dude. Yeah, let's go with that. They look like spheres. I'm fine with
Okay.
that.
Okay. And why? I guess why would you not then think, well, these every other astronomical body we see looks like that, looks like a sphere, basically a sphere. I mean, obviously they're not perfect, but the thing we live on, it's a disk, like two-dimensional disk or something.
Okay. Well, first, I wouldn't say that the Earth was a disk because the sun or moon look
Or
like
a
disks.
plane, or whatever.
Yeah. That's fine, dude. I wouldn't say the Earth was a disk because the sun did. I wouldn't say that the Earth was a sphere because the moon looked like a sphere. I might come to some reasonable assumptions. The Earth may take one form or another, but to prove what form it took, I'd literally have to measure the surface. In this instance, right, if we've got a sphere, the surface would measure to have curvature. If we've got a disk, I guess the surface would measure to be flat. Now, to make the claim of disk, I'd have to know the circumference, but you understand where I'm going with the topology of the surface. One's going to be flat, one's going to be curved when measured directly.
Right.
Right. So to confirm if the Earth is an astronomical body like a sphere, we would measure it. And when we measure the surface of water is horizontal. So when trying to confirm that speculation about the Earth's form, we measure the surface to be horizontal, not like our speculation about the moon having a curved surface. So we can rule that idea out. You see how I've gone from observation to measurement to confirm?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't go out and measure the Earth.
Okay.
I mean, most people don't.
Okay. How do you think your house was built?
Well, in that sense, I don't mean in that sense. I mean measuring the entire Earth.
I don't. Yeah. Okay. Now I understand what you mean about measuring the entirety of the Earth. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, no one does that.
What I will do is, if somebody claims to me that the Earth is a sphere, say they give me a picture from like an astronaut, and look at this picture, Jedi, it's the Earth and it's got a curved surface, then just by consequence of that picture, I'm going to measure a curved surface. Because that picture has come with another claim, the size of the Earth. Now we've got a radius, diameter, circumference, and a rate of change of slope on the surface. That's approximately 8 inches per mile squared. So after 1 mile, that's 8 inches of descent. After 10 miles, that's 66 foot of descent. So when we measure the surface of water up to these distances and beyond, we measure the surface of water to be horizontal, not curving like the pictures show us with the values given. Do you understand?
Wait, so you think they're astronauts?
No, I'm pointing out that if an astronaut claimed that they'd seen the Earth and given it a picture of the Earth with a curved surface, then by consequence of that hypothetical astronaut's claim, I would measure that curvature on the surface of the Earth. I don't measure the curvature on the surface of the Earth. Therefore, that astronaut in this hypothetical situation is a lying arsehole. I've just added some flowers to the end of that. I thought it was fun. Picture says curved surface. I would measure that then. I don't measure that curved surface, so that picture is not true.
How are you measuring?
With tools like lasers, theodolites, other line of sight equipment, long distance like viewing, cameras, telescopes, other electromagnetic signal propagation, radio waves, for example.
All right.
Surveying tools.
What laser? What kind of
Okay.
laser?
What type of laser? Shit, dude. Off the top of my head, I'm just going to be spouting numbers at you. But surveying tools, targeting systems, SALADs, super accurate laser aiming devices. Sounds crazy, the acronym, but that's what it is. Dual and tri-band frequencies, different colors of lasers shooting. You know what a targeting system is, right?
No.
Laser targeting, line of sight. There it is. Target it with like an infrared beam. There it is. Blow it up type of shit. Now we do it with that lasers also. So we target with a laser and we blow it up with a laser because shit, they're fucking accurate at doing so. We also use these things for surveying, like a laser leveler or a laser distance finder, these types of things. So we understand, like literally, the word level is a straight line from left to right. And to be level with the world means to be parallel with it. For example, the horizon that we were talking about earlier. To be level with the world means to be parallel with the plane of the horizon. That's the surface of the earth where it appears to meet the sky. That surface is water. So that water is horizontal. That's literally where we get the horizontal nature of Earth from. Literally every vertical line will be perpendicular to the earth. You understand how the earth is flat now, right?
How much time do you spend doing these tests?
Oh, dude, I stopped doing this years ago.
But you,
I've been
at
a
one
flat
point,
earther since
you
like
tried to do
2005.
tests. At one point, you tried to do tests.
Sorry, I've been a flat earther since 2015. I kind of figured this out like between 2015 and 2018 primarily.
Do you think it's possible that you're wrong?
You would have to show me a measurement of curvature to demonstrate that I was wrong. Let me use this analogy.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying, do you think it's possible you are?
Well, I mean, yeah, if you were to provide me the measurement that demonstrates so. I'm old enough and wise enough now to know that, hey, I'm not going to hang my hat on bloody everything. There is always a chance of something, but that chance only resides in the direct measurement of the surface of the earth. Not some anecdotal story, not some kind of claim about how the universe works and how we all fucking got here, or what the sun is and does. A direct measurement of the surface, because that's the thing in question.
Okay. Right. So whenever the day passes, whenever the day, whenever it goes to night, now it's nighttime, now it's daytime. Most people explain that in terms of the rotation of the Earth, and ultimately, the Earth is going to be rotating around the sun by the force of gravity. And, pretty much they're not going to understand how it all works. No one does. No one understands how it all works. But this is how the explanations go. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's happening then? Why does it become nighttime? Where is the sun going? Why does it move in general?
Okay. I don't know why it moves. We can just observe that it does. Where does it go? It's always above the earth, right? If it's, say, noon for me in the UK, for you in the West, you're in America, my friend? Canada,
Yeah.
America? Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Okay. So for you towards the West, right, when the sun's above me in the UK, let's say at 90 degrees at solar noon, Greenwich, right? We got that. You're going to be pointing towards the east, towards the horizon, right? Not above your head, down towards the horizon. Now, as time passes, we get this because the sun is moving. You're going to point ever increasingly until the sun is at its highest point in the sky. And then you're going to keep pointing it as it goes away again. And the heliocentric model says that this phenomenon is caused because you're rotating. Same phenomena can be caused because that's moving. Now, the reason why day and night occurs is because the sun's moving across the earth. Maybe the ratio of the size of the earth and the sun is different from our point of view, right? You're told the earth is tiny compared to the sun that is massive, and the sun is really, really far away. Maybe that's not the case. Maybe the sun is a different ratio. I don't know how big the earth is, for example, so maybe the earth is bigger than the sun. But ultimately, the sun can only illuminate a certain portion as that light passes across the surface of the earth. One, I would assume because of its proximity, but two, primarily because of all of the air that the light has got to pass through. Now, we understand how air, like oxygen, nitrogen, absorbs light, especially with more and more air, which is like over more and more distance. This is why we can look at the sun at sunset, it looks red, because all of those wavelengths have been dispersed through the air, and we were kind of left with the last one, which is kind of red. So the reason why we have day and night is just that relationship between the sun and the earth, how it moves, and how that light is dispersed across the earth through the atmosphere. That's all it is, dude. The sun hasn't gone underneath the earth or anything, mate. It's always above the earth.
Let me offer you, if you'll just hear me out for a second, what I'm going to say sounds crazy, but I'm going to offer you an alternative explanation. When you say you measure the earth, I don't think you're measuring the earth. In fact, I don't even believe in any normal sense what you're talking about. I don't believe in an earth. I don't believe in material, the sun, matter. None of that. I don't accept any of that. Okay.
Brain in a jar. Brain in a jar.
I know I don't believe you're a brain in a jar. Okay. I don't know, but that's closer to the direction I'm going. So what? I'm an idealist. What I think you're more accurately describing is your own epistemic horizon. Okay. You and I, we speak and we understand these phenomena through a certain lens, and that lens has a limit. Okay, so when you talk about measuring the earth, what you're really describing is your own mind. You're studying and you're observing your own consciousness.
Well, that's actually what you're doing. You're failing to see what's in front of you, so you're in your mind. But you think it's us that's in our mind.
I don't believe in. I don't have. Okay, so are you familiar with solipsism?
I mean, I already know. I mean, we don't have to go down this road, okay?
No, we
At
don't
the end,
have to. I'm just telling you that's how I view it. I think it's a more accurate way to describe the world.
okay, but
Can I
so
real quick? Oh, go ahead, Big Daddy. I'm sorry.
for whatever reason, people think that the plane of the Earth is imaginary and the sphere is real, and you have both concepts side by side, especially in celestial navigation. And the thing is, like, we have enough information to determine what's real and what isn't real. I'm gonna post a screenshot in the chat from Berkeley, talking about the celestial sphere, and it says, imagine the sky is a great hollow sphere surrounding the Earth. The stars are attached to the sphere, some bigger and brighter than others, which rotate around the stationary Earth roughly every 24 hours. Alternatively, you can imagine the stars as holes in the sphere, and the light from the heavens beyond the sphere shines through those holes. This imaginary sphere is called the celestial sphere, and has a very large radius so that no part of the Earth is significantly closer to any given star than any other part. Therefore, the sky always looks like a great sphere centered on our position, the celestial sphere, and therefore the stars appear to move westward. Stars rise in the east and set in the west. Then it goes on to say, even though we now know that this ancient model of a stationary Earth is incorrect, we still use this model because it is a convenient way to predict the motions of the stars and planets relative to a location on the Earth. So basically, what they're saying is they're using a flat Earth model with a dome around it that is relative to the person's location at any given time. And they're saying, well, you can imagine that the sky is curved and it's going to help us determine where we are, but where's the globe at? So it's saying it's convenient to use the Earth is flat and stationary. Convenient. And then it says, but we know that the Earth is a sphere because sailors had long known as ships sailed away from the shore, and not only diminished in apparent size, but it also appeared to sink into the water. So what they've done just now is introduced a non sequitur, because one doesn't have to do anything to do with the other. Well, and maybe it's a red herring because it seems like it's related, but it's actually not. They're like, well, we already know that the Earth is a sphere because the horizon is this tangent point of a sphere from every observer. We already in this room all know that that's not true with observation and measurement across the surface. And that's what we're talking about, not measuring the whole surface, but measuring the area that they're telling us that the horizon is the cutoff edge of a sphere at a specific point, to tell us about all of these, to reason that all of these concepts have to do with the sphere and things going beyond it being 0 degrees. When you read this, I mean, they're telling you could use a flat plane, but I mean, we know it's a sphere. Okay, well, how? Not based on everybody thinks we use a globe Earth model. Well, as far as navigation is concerned, it appears like that's not the case. What globe? Telling you right here.
No, but they do use a globe Earth model. I mean, just empirically, they do.
Well, I just read what I read, so it can't be both.
Sorry, for
What are
what?
you reading? I don't.
Sorry, for what?
From berkeley.edu about the celestial sphere.
Sorry, Elijah.
Right. They're
Go ahead.
okay. They're presupposing it's a sphere. I don't know what to tell you.
He said empirically it's a sphere.
No, I said empirically, navigators are using a globe Earth model, which is true. They're not. They certainly, the people that are navigating in planes and on ships, they don't move as if the Earth is a flat plane.
Oh, they do.
Okay, well then show me the map. What map are they using?
Eli's just explained to you. Right? The celestial
Where's the
sphere, what
map?
that is?
Where is the flat Earth map?
Whoa. Okay. Sorry, Eli. You carry
No,
on.
it's okay. No, there's no need to carry on when they start going. Where's the the flat Earth map? Where's the flat Earth map? He's choosing to ignore what I'm like. Everything. I'm not even saying it. I'm just regurgitating it from literally. Obviously, whoever wrote this piece believes the Earth is a sphere. It's just the ridiculous 5th grade level in which they use to reason why it's a sphere. We've already defeated that point. The horizon isn't the leading edge of a sphere, so that kind of makes this paper hollow. So when they're saying they're utilizing a model of
Y'all
a
in here
state,
arguing about flat Earth. Y'all sound like a bunch of bitches, yo. All of y'all sound
I
like a
mean,
bunch of
this is-
bitches, bro. Like, what are we talking
I just
about?
want to know if this guy being a
What's there?
solipsist
No,
is
what's there
arguing
to
with a bunch
talk
of
about?
flat
What's there to
earthers in
talk
his head.
about, man? What's there to talk about
Right.
flat Earth? The shit is
Right.
see, that tends to happen when we're on track. We can never get people to address like this directly. They're not using a globe. They're using the celestial sphere model, quote unquote.
Really?
I mean, I just told you I'm reading this from berkeley.edu.
Yeah. Do you know what the celestial sphere model is, Mark?
Enlighten me, please.
Okay. Do you know what a protractor is?
Yeah, sure. It's an instrument.
Yes, an instrument for measuring angles, right?
Right. What's your point?
You, the observer, standing on the horizontal of that protractor underneath the 90 degrees. You are on the surface of the Earth, observing the sky above, measuring angles to stars like at 75 degrees, 90 degrees, 4 degrees. This is the basic premise of the celestial sphere. You, the observer, how you observe the world on a horizontal plane, and how you're going to utilize those things that you observe in the sky at a specific time of year, and how you can measure their location above the horizon in angles. So it's a flat plane we're measuring angles from to the sky. This is the concept of the celestial sphere model. We can then go on further with this concept of the celestial sphere and then build a coordinate system around it known as longitude and latitude, dictated by those things that we see in the sky. For example, where north is, where the equator is. For example, you will be standing underneath a point in the sky at either of these locations on the Earth. So the whole concept is on a horizontal plane, you measuring angles to things in the sky, and the longitude and latitude system is based on that curved thing that you see in the sky. You understand now?
Sure. Okay, but what's your point? So what?
So the horizontal bit is the Earth.
Okay.
So when we navigate the Earth, it's horizontal, is what we're pointing out. You seem to think that we're going to be navigating around a sphere because celestial sphere, and you have an idea of what that is. You think the Earth is a sphere. No, that's
No. I think
translated.
the Earth is
That's
the
a
Earth is literally
translation.
consciousness. I don't think it's a sphere.
Okay, dude, seriously. When you start dribbling consciousness, we're all going to point and laugh at you like the brain in the jar that you are. I've
Right.
just explained something very simple to you, some geometry, which requires a horizontal plane when navigating the Earth. Right? Please don't dribble about consciousness.
Right. Okay.
Right. Let's
What is Earth then? What is it? Explain it to me.
yeah, the Earth is as simple as you experience it. The Earth is the floor underneath the sky. The floor is the Earth and it does not move. The sky, where the sun, moon, and stars are, they are the thing that are in motion.
Okay. What is it made of?
And mute myself.
Hello. We need a flat earther for the event. Is anyone here down for it?
What?
We
What
need
do you want?
most hardcore flat earther here.
Yeah, I'll do it.
No, you won't. Sit down.
Wait, why
What
not?
do you want a flat? What do you want a flat earther for?
There's
Before I
no
volunteer anybody.
a debate event. It's gonna
Okay.
start.
What do you want to discuss, sir?
It's gonna be a flat
I think
earther
I'll
versus
volunteer at the
non-flat
split.
earther.
Okay, well, I'll be that flat earther until another flat earther wants to jump in.
All right.
So I'll be your huckleberry.
All right.
I'll be your huckleberry.
They'll ping you once you're needed. Thank you very much.
It seems that see, when we're looking at celestial navigation, their only point is that the horizon is merely used to get your local horizontal. But they say that the Earth is curved, and the horizon itself is the evidence of that. But we already have laser tests and other frequencies that we use with radar and stuff that prove
When are
other.
you using radar? When are you using that?
Well, I'm not using radar. I use my own methods, but radar has been used.
What methods?
Me?
Yeah.
Okay, well, did you know that well, let me tell you first. So, because the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, they claim that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet in distance. So, I went to the beach at Coney Island and checked because from Coney Island in Brooklyn, if you look across the water, you can see Jersey Shore. Now, adjacent to that or next to that to the left, you can see the open ocean. So, when checking to see if the horizon was actually the geometric limit of the sphere Earth that we live on, I determined that wasn't the case because me being a 6-foot observer, looking at Jersey Shore, the horizon should have been 3 miles away. Jersey Shore is over 6 miles away, and I could see next to Jersey Shore, like I said, the open ocean and the horizon far beyond Jersey Shore that I could see. So
Okay.
that was the method in which I checked to see if there was actually any obstruction between Jersey Shore and I, and there wasn't. In fact, the horizon was so far off into the distance.
And you really think that proves that the Earth is flat?
It proves that I did see horizontally from point A to point B, and Globers will tell me that that's impossible, but it's not.
Okay.
More than likely, they'll tell you that's refraction.
Not based on any real information, though.
Well, they'll say it till their dying breath.
You can just
Right.
Google it, figure out what like the most extreme atmospheric refraction will give you, and still doesn't do anything. Still says my observation is impossible, but my observation is not impossible.
Well, anything is possible, so I don't.
No, it's not possible to see around corners. That's not possible.
What if you have a camera?
You would just zoom into the wall because you can't see around corners. Everybody knows that.
What about a mirror?
Well, the sky isn't a mirror.
Well, there's a corner right next to me, and I can see around it.
Okay, are there any mirrors on the ocean?
No, I'm just tilting my head, but like that's not my point. My point is that literally anything is possible. I don't know.
Okay, except for seeing around corners
Why is seeing
without mirrors.
around corners impossible?
Well, you already know it's not possible. Try to look around the corner right now.
Why? Wait, why can't you see it? Depending on the angle, you will see around it.
I'm not going to get into this trivial 5-year-olds back and forth. Like, it's ridiculous. You can't see around corners. I'm not about to sit here and bore everybody with why you can and can't see around corners. Okay.
Okay, can
Maybe
you
we get
square a circle?
confused. What he's saying is you can't see around corners without going around corners. You
Sure you
realize he's
can.
saying that, right?
Wait, why not?
Is that a serious question?
Yeah, wait, why not?
Because the corner obstructs your view.
Why?
That doesn't make any sense. Why? It just does. There's no why behind it. It just does.
You
You're
don't
being
think
recorded.
everything has a reason?
You're being recorded. Thank you very much.
Okay. Like, okay, so let's take the principle of sufficient reason to be true, unless you doubt that. Then there is a reason, and so like, why can't we see around? Why can't we see through like walls?
I would just like to say, as a passive listener, the person who just asked that question sounds like a 5-year-old. Why can't we see
Okay.
through walls? Yeah, we can
Okay,
see
so wait,
around
what's the
corners.
reason?
Are you serious, bud? You don't see around corners. You don't see through
wait, why?
walls. No, that's where the conversation ends. Thank you.
So you don't have a reason.
Why are you turning this into a 20-minute conversation? Just be intellectually honest and accept you can't see around a corner.
We
Or
really
be
shouldn't be
dishonest and do
surprised.
what you're
You guys
doing.
are describing yourself as a brain in a jar. So I mean, is this really that different than saying you're a brain in a jar?
I didn't say you were a brain in a jar, though.
Yeah, this is just as bad. You're right. Saying that you can see around corners in light of in light of the conversation we just had, where he asked me what's my methodology for proving that the earth is flat. So now, for whatever reason, after that serious conversation, we have this person derailing it by saying or asking why we can't see around corners. I like, we all understand that that's what happened.
Okay, what kind of epistemological framework are you using to make the claim?
Well, the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, and every distance to the
That's not
horizon
an
measures.
epistemological stance.
What do you mean?
That's not an epistemological stance, that's a proposition.
How about
Okay,
you
so
define your epistemological
no,
stance
no, hold
so
on.
Elijah can answer?
No, give me an example of. Give me a very quick, like.
Empiricism, rationalism, transcendental and idealism, skepticism.
So give me an example, in kind of in the framework of what I'm talking about, so that I know where to go with it.
Okay, well, it sounds like you're an empiricist. It sounds like you believe that knowledge is derived from experience. Is that true?
Well, knowledge is derived from experience.
Okay, what about mathematical propositions? Are mathematical propositions derived from experience?
Well, they're not the same. What do you mean?
Are mathematical propositions derived from experience?
Are abstract concepts things that you can experience in the way
No.
that. Okay, so why are you asking me that?
Well, then it seems like there's an inconsistency with your framework.
No,
like
there's no consistency. The truth is, we were just talking about people believing that the earth is a sphere and that the horizon is the obstruction at a measured given point based on the size of that. All I said was, okay, I went out and tested that claim, and it turns out it wasn't true. Now, after asking about why we can't see around corners, you're asking me about my epistemological stance or etymological stance in
Yeah,
light
your
of what I just
epistemological stance. You were right the first time, yeah.
again, it doesn't make any sense. I'm just telling you what they told me to believe. And so I checked the thing that was falsifiable and it's false. That's it.
Okay. Okay.
What are you guys talking about up in here?
We're talking
So
about how this guy went to the beach and
what's
thinks
your response to
the Earth
that?
is flat because it looks flat.
So what's your response to what I said based on
My
everything
response
that
is
I
that you really don't know what you're talking about.
well, how don't I know what how do you so okay, which part? The part about the
Because you
horizon.
think that because you
Hold,
went to the
hold on.
beach and
Hold,
looked at this
hold on.
island that's across the horizon, you think
Listen, I asked you which part. Do you think I don't understand the part where I said the horizon is supposed to be a physical measured distance?
He already bounced, bro.
Do you think that the distance to New Jersey was wrong? Like, which part am I not understanding? The height?
He's already got. He dipped. He's gone, mate.
All right.
Yeah, he's a
But that
clown.
Dutch.
He uses that same tactic every single time.
What's your epistemology on blah blah blah? You should have threw it back at him. What's your epistemology on being able to see around corners? Like, what a clown statement that was. I hope that gets clipped and just played back every time he comes in here.
Yeah, he's just trolling. Elijah handled him very well, I think.
Yeah.
That's pretty neutral. I mean, I don't know.
I did hear a new person, Dutch, I think it was. What questions have you got there, mate? There's plenty of people that can answer them for you.
I don't really have questions here. I'm kind of hear the viewpoints of people. But I'm all open to having my mind changed, though. If you guys want to go through this process, but I obviously think the world.
Oh, well, in that case,
a globe.
You're now a flat earther. There you go. I just
I
snapped your
have a
fingers, you're a
question.
flat earther.
Wow.
Well,
Okay,
I have a question. I
so
have a
before we
question.
continue with questions and so on, gentlemen, please, our new friend has just joined. Is there any chance you could turn your microphone up or get closer to your microphone? The volume difference between you and Matrix has literally just blown out my eardrum. That's not you, Matrix. That's just because I had to put my phone into my head. So is there any chance our friend can make himself a little bit louder, hopefully? If not, no worries, mate. I'll deal with it.
She's asking if you can turn your mic up, Dutch.
I could probably get closer. I mean, but for now, I got to do all the settings, and I just got this.
No worries, dude. I'll deal with it, like I said. No problem. Anyway, how can we help?
So I have a question. I personally have a question. I'm a frequent flyer. I'm a member, 24/7 Flat Earth. Hello, gang. Uh, I'd like to ask about the current state and affairs of our political situation we got going on here. Do we think that anything going on right now in terms of Iran and World War III and all this jazz with the wars, do you think any of this has anything
No,
to do with flat
no,
Earth at
no,
all? Do we think
no,
any of this
no,
has anything to
no,
do?
no, no,
Okay.
no. And the reason why I'm saying that is because we've got somebody here who's interested in learning about the flat earth. We don't need another flat earther asking us opinions about wars and stuff. I appreciate the conversation, though. Maybe we'll do it in downtime, but I think maybe we should speak to Dutch. You'd agree, right?
Sure, I agree. Let's let Dutch
Right.
have his conversation. Yes, sir.
Cool. So Dutch, like we said, how can we help, mate? You said something about being open to having your mind changed. I'll say before you say anything, that's really going to be down to you. We're not here to change your mind, my friend. But welcome, Dutch. Like I said, how can we help?
Yeah, it's also a thing. You kind of can't really help here. You kind of sit and listen and gather the situation here. So I kind of joined literally 2 seconds later. The moment people join, you hop right on them, try to so kind of let people know what type of context of the situation. At least what's going on before. But yeah, it is. I'm kind of here to really listen. But I mean, if you really want to go through this process, I mean, we can definitely go down this path here.
Well,
But yeah, I mean, just what
re-
is the main fact you guys? Well, I guess I can start it off. What is the best the main fact you guys say to change the average mind?
what's the type of thing that we'd like to talk about to unlock someone's mind? I don't know. Does anybody else want to take this before I do?
I
Reline.
could add, I mean, I do have appreciation for this. We could talk
Well,
about the circumnavigation of the planet. That's always the biggest first factor to think about. Have we circumnavigated east to west? Maybe. But
well,
more specifically, have we circumnavigated north to south? Never. So there's that. So
Oh, that's a
I'm just curious, man. I mean, in order to have a conversation, like especially as strangers, we kind of have to intellectually get closer, you know. So, I mean, it's really more so about you. I know you want us to tell you like the best, evidence or proof or something that would change someone's mind. That's kind of very different than, asking what the best evidence for flat earth is. So I kind of paused and thought about it because actually that's not really something I can answer. Like Jedi said earlier, it's really up to you. So to the context of your question, it's really to the person.
all
Like,
right. Well, I'm a pretty I guess open-minded person, and I'm definitely I guess open to change, but yeah, I'm definitely that's why I'm here in the first place. Who clicks on a flat Earth chat in the first place? But
okay.
yeah,
So let's try and really, really break this down. This isn't as simple. Sorry, this isn't as hard as all that. It's actually quite simple. We've only got one question or one claim on the table, right? We're told the Earth is a sphere. That means a certain consequence for us living on that surface. That surface is going to be curved. At distance, for example, as you walk away or sail away across the ocean, you are, from a certain point of view, let's say me on the beach, watching you on that boat, you're going to go over the horizon and down the other side. So eventually, if you sailed far enough, you're going to be underneath my feet facing the opposite direction. You understand what I'm saying, right? This is the claim that we're told about our reality. This is a geometric claim. It's a shape. How do you prove shapes?
kind of what the team said. You kind of like transverse that shape. Go around it, north to south,
that's
up
right.
and down.
Yep.
You travel around and you look at it, and whilst you're traveling around, you're probably going to want to measure it. If we're dealing with shapes specifically, you're right. We're going to want to look at it to identify it, and we're going to want to measure it specifically to identify it because we're dealing with a shape. It has form. So the question's about geometry, right? Is the surface of the Earth curved or not? And you've literally got two choices with regards to a line. The line is either straight or it's curved. The line can be going in any direction, can be horizontal, vertical, diagonal. The curved can be all wiggly, but you've only really got two choices, a straight line or a curved line, especially when dealing with geometry. Now, when we're dealing with the Earth, the surface should be curved. That is something that we should observe and we should measure over distance practically with tools. The reason why we're here is because that geometric claim isn't met. The surface isn't observed or measured to be curved. The surface of the Earth, which is primarily water, the surface of water itself, over distances, all distances that we can observe and measure, the water is horizontal. Now, this is a problem for the surface of the Earth being a planet which would need it to be curved. we observe and we measure the surface of the Earth to be horizontal. That's just a fact of reality. But that's as simple as it is. It's a question of geometry. It's not a question of science. I don't need a scientist. I'm not making a hypothesis. It's just literally identifying an object, a form, a shape. That's as simple as it gets. Our claim is the surface is measured flat. That's it.
All right, so it is geological. Well, all right. Well, yes, obviously it wasn't measured, but yeah. So yeah. So I guess we're kind of stuck here unless we come up with this magical tool, to measure through, that can measure. If I guess from Japan, this protractor that can go through the basically the ocean, But other than that, I guess we're stuck here. I guess, right? I mean,
Why do you why do you think I would need to measure from Tokyo to say California across the Pacific Ocean? Why would I need to measure that far?
They're trying to prove if this curve exists
Mm.
or if it's flat. I mean, that's I guess you said this measure thing. We cannot
Mhm.
measure it. So since we can't measure it, doesn't exist, right? So I guess we're all
What
just
I'm saying
speculating,
is, what we do measure is the surface of water to be horizontal. It's not that we can't measure; it's that we do measure. Now, when you say from like Tokyo to say the other end of the world, I appreciate when you say, well, we would never know, right? When we're told the Earth is a ball, the planet, the Earth, we're also told its size, how big it is, its radius, diameter, its circumference, right? How far it is around the equator. Yeah, that also, that geometric form, that sphere, has got a curvature on that surface, doesn't it? If we know the radius, we know the curvature, don't we?
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, since like we don't know what's the actual like measurement. Does it kind of go for you, because you can't measure, so you kind of don't know if it's flat either.
Well, what we can do is confirm the radius of the Earth by measuring the curvature rate that should be there, dictated by that radius. So if I've got a circle and that circle has got a radius of 3,000, that's the Earth, then the curvature rate on the surface, let's say you put your finger on the top of a ball and you then use your other finger to trace that curvature all the way around, that rate of change of slope is 8 inches per mile squared. So just to add some clarity, 1 mile along that surface, 8 inches down. 10 miles along that surface, 66.6 foot down. 20 miles along that surface, 266 foot down. You understand what I mean, right? There's curvature after every mile, exponential. It gets worse and worse the further you go. It's a curve. What I'm pointing out that we're told how big the Earth is, and because of that geometric, there is a curvature rate on the surface that, according to the math, we should observe and we should measure quite easily within a distance of, say, 10 miles, very easily. Further would be better, but 10 miles is sufficient. Now, when we measure over those distances and further, what we measure is that surface of water to be horizontal. Now, we're told it should be at this rate. At any distance we measure, it's horizontal, confirming that the surface of the Earth isn't curved at the rate that they're telling us, and in fact isn't curved at all.
All right, so your whole thing is that the water exists, and you're trying to measure with like the water, and like even like you're stuck that like the water is flat, and like I'm just trying to keep bringing up the water is level here, and like
Yeah, because 72% of the surface of the Earth is water, isn't it?
All right,
Like the Pacific
I don't know
Ocean
if
and the
anybody wants to
Atlantic
take this a little
Ocean
bit
and so on.
seriously. You guys can go on, but I don't know, but I'm all right. But yeah, this is yeah. So this is kind of like like a troll here. I mean, like basically you're saying,
It's not a troll. I'll make this fun for you. Do you know what a laser is?
because of the water it goes on water just goes on level? Why doesn't the water curve? Like I mean, like it's I don't know, but
Do you know the
thing
picture of
about
the blue
it
marble?
is what it is, man.
Yeah, you know the picture of the blue marble, like the Earth from space, the blue and green thing. The blue bit's water, isn't it? And the green bit's the land bit where you and me are. I'm talking about the water because that's 70% of the Earth. We're told that gravity pulls everything towards the center of that radius, which would mean that water would be curved if we're on a sphere. What I'm pointing out to you is that water that should be curved isn't. When measured directly with like lasers, dude. You know what a laser is, right? You seen Star Wars?
Tell them how much. Man, I'll just tell you. So in case you didn't know, in 10 miles there should be 66 feet of drop below the horizon. 66 feet. You ever see like think of like two townhouses on top of each other or something? That's just 10 miles. It gets exponentially worse the further you go. But there's no curvature.
All right, look, but this is like a side question. I just really have a question, like, what do you guys truly believe? Like, all right, so like, you believe like it's flat, right? So like, do you really think like we're just walking on forever and like we just end back up like right back at your ass again, like in America? Like, do you think we just like
Well, that would just be working in a circle, wouldn't it?
like it's just oh yeah, well, yeah, ironic, brother. Oh yeah.
Well, if you went east, then you would literally end up where you started if you went east long enough. It's a circle, isn't it? East or west, being as they are directions of travel around a central point pole. This isn't a troll, right? This is literally how the coordinate system works. East and west are circles around poles. So if you went east, you would literally end up where you started from. It's a circle, isn't it?
All right, but doesn't that prove the whole point? Like, I mean, because if it's if the
If
Earth
it's
is flat,
flat,
it's
you
flat
can
all
travel.
the
It
edges.
doesn't. Sorry, dude. Before
Yeah,
you
but
say
all
this,
right, so
think. Dude, before you say this, think.
like, yeah, like, look, like,
A circle. Draw a circle on a flat piece of paper with a compass, the one with the needle in it and the one do. And then tell me that that can only happen on a sphere whilst you draw it on a flat piece of paper. Think, dude. I haven't just proven the Earth is a sphere because we went east. Now, have I? With a compass, you can draw a circle, can't you? Yeah, I know. You're crazy, dude, right?
yeah, because you end up back at your ass. I mean, so
Yeah, because it's a fucking circle, dude. East or west, it's a circle around a
bro, but
pole.
you said
All right,
Earth is
dude,
just so
dude,
hey
dude,
yo,
dude, dude,
it's irking. This
dude.
is really
I
yeah.
know,
So I'm done.
I
I'm
know the
going. You know, the
cognitive
water is
pain. I
flat.
get it.
So
I
why
get
is
it.
flat waters? You know, if the Earth curves, it's hey, all right, cause
You know, if the Earth
because
curves and so would the water, though, right?
yeah, right. You know, water don't curve; it stays level.
Not
Boys,
just that, the laser, mate.
Oh, well,
yeah, I understand that. Yeah, but the book, okay, but all right, but like the curve is so long that the water gets it stays level, and it's I mean, but I don't know, but no one has
the water's so long and
well
the
yard
what?
no, but no one wants to spend like $500 million trying to make this yardstick that can stay level stiff enough
No, we
for
use lasers, dude.
to like level
The fuck,
to measure off. I mean,
dude,
you will see the fucking
dude.
curve. I mean, but no one doesn't have
My friend, stop it, please. You're
can you
embarrassing
imagine the amount of
yourself,
money to like
dude,
support that
stop
measuring
it,
stick to
please.
like it would droop
I
so
know we
long. I
create
mean, like this
content
is
on
literally what it
YouTube and
like.
stuff,
It is
but
what it
this is
is, man.
embarrassing. Stop it.
No, it's
No
kind of
one's
dead
talking
serious
about
because you
measuring,
know.
dude. Please, I'm appealing to you. For fuck's sake, stop it. Right? No one's talking about building a straight edge with like millions and millions of dollars. We can use a laser. A laser.
A laser.
Yeah. You know, like
Yeah,
a
All right, but
line
since
of
all right,
sight.
but since all right,
Dude, a line of sight
all right, but
targeting system. Like you've seen Star Wars and shit. Come on. You're a guy. These tools you must know of, like a laser pointer. You must have maybe done construction, built something. You might use a laser or a laser distance finder. Right? These things are surveying tools used to measure the Earth. Why are you giggling? You're scared.
Who's your favorite Star Wars character, Jedi?
Darth Vader.
Oh, respectable.
I'm not scared. This is generally amusing. I mean,
Yeah. But it feels amusing to you. It's more amusing for me because of the way it's funny. Seen this thousands of times, dude. You're confronted with this and it's giggles and shit.
But it's not. But it's not amusing to him. He's just pretending that it's a coping mechanism to pretend it's amusing.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm like, why would I be upset, pissed off? What am I coping for? With the world is no, I do not think the world is flat. So why don't I be coping about it? Like if I'm seeing a certain
I know. I know what you think.
No one is coping.
Hold on.
Like I'm not like debating in my head or if it's flat. I'm not debating every day. Like so, no one's coping over anything. I don't know.
Okay, dude.
Make yourself feel better.
Okay, we know what you think.
You can sit there muted.
Dude, we know what you think, but what I'm asking you to do is entertain an idea from in the idea, and you're blinded by your belief that the Earth is a sphere, that you can't accept the words that are coming out of my mouth. I'm literally telling you that practically every single day with tools we measure the surface of water to be horizontal, which is antithetical to your position. Right? I'm telling you these words, but you can't hear them.
Like I mean, who further says like we always just measure water to be horizontal? I mean, who like I mean like what we can. I mean, just because water stays like level and works with like I don't know, just like I don't know, wants to stay level or whatever. I don't know, whatever way it's whatever the
Right.
I don't know, whatever's going on with like the Earth, wherever like it keeps measuring flat. Ayo, cause eventually, ayo, because look, it's just how water is. I mean, I look.
Hey, Dutch. Can I give you a question though, Dutch?
Yeah, all right, what's up?
A good question here, right? Just for the chat, is if we were able to circumnavigate the east to west quadrants of our planet, quote unquote, seeing that it's a circle, okay, why were we not able to also do the same exact work and circumnavigate north to south of our actual planet? Why couldn't we do that, Dutch?
Because of the I think I think it was because of like the actual like terrain and all that. Like, we actually couldn't like actually walk or something like that. That's what I think. But other than that, we would have definitely circumnavigated.
So why would? But then, so the question still is, why would we assume the Earth is a circle if we only proved that it's circular east to west?
Yeah, that is true, yo. It is that definitely is. I mean, I don't know, cause we have satellites, you know. Now it's, satellites are a whole nother debate, kind of on the water, the thing. But I guess the globe thing, we have like satellites and but yeah. But I mean, I don't know, but kind of if it works one way, kind of has to, kind of concludes it. I mean, like, do you really have to go east and south? Like, if you ended up at your own ass where you started, I mean, if you do it north and south, does it even matter? That you're going in some form of circle.
You can go around in circles on a flat plane. We all know that. The question is, why can't you prove the circular version, aka the spherical? We're not in 2D space, we're in 3D space. Why can't we just prove the overhead version? Why not? And the underhead version? Why not?
Yeah, I don't know what that is, but I mean, just going east and west, it shows some form of circle. It's some form because you literally going in a circle. I mean, it's something rounded. If it's oval, it could be the weirdest oval in the world, but you could still end up back at your ass where you started. I mean,
yeah, but that would mean it's not a circle, though. Now, sir, wouldn't that be true? Now that would mean it ain't a circle, though, right? It ain't a sphere if it's not a circle, right?
Well, yeah. So technically, the Earth isn't really a perfect circle. I mean, but I mean, it's just
Circle?
gravity works with the magnets.
No, you just travelled in a circle.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Just because you travelled in a circle doesn't mean the object that you travelled on a circle on is a circle. I'm still confused why you keep being confused about east and west. You would literally end up where you started from, like you said, up your own arse, if you travelled in a circle, which is what east or west are. They are circles of direction around a pole. We can use both types of compass to describe this, can't we? The one you draw circles with and the one that you figure out where north, south, east and west are. You'll notice that to maintain an eastward heading whilst keeping your compass needle facing north, east being 90 degrees to your right, by the way, when you're looking north, to maintain that 90 degrees, you're going to be travelling in a fucking circle. Or if you carry on straight, you ain't going to be travelling east, you're going to be travelling more south than east. We call that southeast, right? Are you confused still? Because we're not trolling.
The moment you start saying circle, I mean, I'm sorry, man. That's what I'm saying, man. You gotta fix somebody else, man. I'm all right, man. I was here to just, I mean,
You're fine, buddy. You're fine. I don't want to put you on the
I'll
spot if you
all
don't
right,
want to
man.
be. It's all right. You're good.
No, I'm good. Have you in the spot? I'm just, I'm really gonna ask. I mean, like, the next thing I was gonna ask you, like, to repeat it one more time. Yeah, I mean, but like, cause apparently, cause I mean, like apparently, I mean, like going the other way matters, and like I'm just missing. Like, if we don't, I mean, all right. I mean, I'm not saying Earth is a perfect circle, but it's some form of circle. It has to be. Like, what the hell? I mean, but I don't know.
Okay, but look though. Real quick though, another again clarifying of the question I was asking for you, Dutch, here in this topic specifically. Is a circle a sphere, or are they two different shapes? Yes or no?
Is a circle a sphere?
Yes. Is a sphere shape the same as a circle shape?
Patronizing final
All right, look.
boss.
No, like I understand, but like I mean, why? But like,
What are they the same
like,
shape? No,
like
you have to
we're
answer
doing
that
this.
though. I
No,
mean,
like I, because I mean, you can go in a circle, but I mean, I guess you cannot be like a perfect sphere. I mean, like, I guess, I mean, it's
No.
possible, or is that what you're saying? I don't
Is
really
a
understand your point.
circle a sphere?
F? Like, what's the problem? I mean,
I'm asking you a simple question about shapes here, my friend. I mean, math back in sixth grade, the idea is a shape that is 3D and a quote unquote sphere a same shape as a circle that you can draw on a 2D plane like paper? Are they the same or different? Yes or no?
no, because one's 2D, one's 3D. I mean, okay, and okay, this little extra wordplay and what we're doing here, we're playing dumb around, but we all get the gist. But like, what is he
Bro,
saying?
I thought you fucking like your volume close to your mic or something. It's so difficult to hear you.
He just answered though. I mean, he said one's
Either.
2D, one low key.
Oh, Dutch,
Please
I
work
just want to make clear though, Dutch,
Yeah,
if you hear me, but look, Dutch, the idea is that
what does that have to do with
the
anything?
It
argument is
sounds like
not
he's
whether
getting
the Earth is a
EMP'd.
circle. The argument is whether the Earth is a sphere or not. That's the real argument that people are considering when we say one side is flat Earth, one side is, oh, the Earth is a sphere, not a circle, a sphere.
Captain Obvious here. Come on.
Like, yeah, so like, yeah, what is this? So like, yeah, so this guy, I mean, like it's I mean, okay, I mean, it's something. This is redundant. Whatever he was doing,
Yeah, right.
order and all
Thanks,
that.
Captain Obvious. It's not a circle. Yeah. Figured that one out, mate.
Yeah, I literally have 0 point what the hell all that was with the point trying to break down the freaking circle in the sphere. Like, what is it? Like,
Okay, so I'd like to break that down then. The breakdown is that you're arguing that we've circumnavigated the Earth west to east, aka confirming in a few different sources, indeed, possibly indeed, that we could have circular understanding of our Earth, that maybe China is closer to California than it is to Pennsylvania, quite frankly. That is what I mean. You might be correct about that. You're not wrong about the circular reasoning surrounding this argument. The question is, how clear are you that the navigation of north to south is accurate enough in our modern era to say that we actually know that the top and the bottom of our planet is just as equally able to be circular? Because now that would change the argument from a circular argument to a spherical argument. You
Hold on, can
understand
we
that, sir?
establish that no one thinks the world is 2D? Because I feel like you're getting stuck on that term.
Okay, sir. No, I don't. I understand it's not 2D, sir. If you don't understand what I'm fucking trying to say, just say that, sir.
You know we're
a
in
circle with a sphere. It's the same
3D.
thing, but it can be different. It's like this is big, like
No, they're not the same. No, they're not. They're really not, though.
This major accurate, and like the people in like
No, because they're really not the same, though. A sphere is again a 3D object that says that we have made clear that the entirety of our Earth can be again circumnavigated. You and no one else have been able to do that in any kind of history or historical evidence way. Is the matter?
Yes, we are great. We
All
all
right,
understand
then.
that this.
All right.
We're all. You're basically this funny wordplay that a sphere can be a circle, but it's different. Oh, that's all we're doing here. But we all know what we're talking about, and you're just jumping away from the original argument. Basically, that's all you're doing here, and saying, "Oh, we're going to do the other side."
Yeah, can we move on from the sphere and
Yeah, so
circle thing?
this is just redundant. Like it's just all it is. I mean, but like,
I don't think
this
anyone
guy
gives a
just
shit.
ran away from the circle thing because like this.
Well, you haven't provided any measured curve or drop over distance to claim your circle or a sphere. Hey, Dutch, breathe!
You ain't make that $500,000 measurement to make the real measurement. So
hey, Dutch!
What if actually
Dutch?
The circle and sphere thing is much bigger than you think. All you, especially jackass over there outside of Dutch.
Tim, hold up. Teed up, you're buzzing.
Shit, sorry. Just clear that up, Matrix. Get him to respond to you in chat or something.
Okay, Dutch, I'm going to unmute you. Can you hear me? Dutch, can you hear me?
Oh yes, I can. Look, I don't feel like this.
Most excellent. Nah, that's a yes or no was more than enough.
Yeah.
Jesus, so rude.
I'm done. It's over.
Most excellent. Oh, so you're going to headphone yourself. So you're one of these rude people that likes to come in and monologue and talk about shit that wasn't even asked. Now we've got it sussed out. I interrupted him, or he was going on a little monologue again?
You interrupted him, mate.
Excellent. Have you got any proof of Earth curvature?
No, mate, not on me. No. Although, right, I was here the other day talking about the North Greenwich Observatory that I live near, where you can see a laser bending downwards over the Thames, right? Which just completely disproves
No, that's a claim. Show it. You'd have video or photo of that.
Does it bend down every day?
No, but hold on. I can do this without video. I can just tell you how a laser
bend down every day, though?
Hold on. Beyond that, I can tell you just how a laser works.
Yes or no?
That's fine, but does it bend down every day? This laser that's at Greenwich across the Thames.
It's not on every day. It's not on every day, so it's impossible.
Oh, so it's not on every day. But when it's on, it always bends down, right?
Yeah. Well, whenever I see it, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
So what a jackass!
I'm only seeing it at a specific time of the night, though. So like, I can only speak
at night.
Time. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say night, just dark. You know, it's like 6 o'clock. It's not really night.
Dude.
What a jackass you've become.
But beyond that, I can just explain to you how a laser works, like how it moves slower through denser light, which makes it bend downwards over bodies of water. It's pretty obvious.
Where's the denser medium?
The water, mate.
The water, okay.
Yeah, body of water.
In the gradient, the light's passing through. Man, he thinks he's going to teach me about lasers all of a sudden. He thinks I'm talking about the water. No, we're talking about the air gradient above the fucking water. Notice how my patience has gone really quickly.
Well, it's still above water, mate, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So we're not talking about the fucking water, mate.
Well, sure, you can not talk about what you want, but it's like the crucial piece.
Is
of
the
evidence.
laser going through the water or not, tourist?
No, of course it's not going through the water.
Excellent. Just a no was good. A no was just a no was good. So yeah, right. So the laser's not going through the water. So your discussions of the laser going through water are null and void.
Come on, man.
Not even what I said though. You're just like a retard. You can't hear what I'm saying. Clearly.
Okay,
well, obviously you're not fucking listening either. So start listening to Jedi.
So where's the denser medium?
Well, when did I say that it was going through the water? I never said that.
We didn't. You got confused when I asked you the question. So where's the denser medium? Describe
the
gradient to me.
Excuse him, while right? Like when did I say it was going through the water? Like genuinely,
I didn't. You didn't, dumbass.
You just said I did.
No, dumbass. When I asked you, see, you're very confused, aren't you? All of a sudden.
Dumbass. Jesus, you don't have to do it in such a strong British.
So stop talking. We're clearly going to be talking through the light passing through the air that we breathe. That's obviously the density gradient that we're going to be talking about because the laser isn't going to be going through the water.
Understand how water even works, mate. Like, but above the water, there's a beam, isn't there? There's a line of water.
I came up with this the other day. I haven't used it for a long time. Can you stop being a fucking wankstain, please? Thanks. We're talking about the light passing through the medium of air. We're talking about the density gradient of the air. I'm asking you to describe me the necessary conditions that need to be met for the refraction you claim, please.
Yeah, it has to be over a body of water. What I said at the start. Easy. Next question.
Over a body of water, is there a density and temperature gradient?
Yes.
Okay. Which direction?
Do you think the water? Hold on. Do you think
can you describe these temperature and density gradients, please? Because we understand air isn't uniform.
There's no need to shout, mate. Like we're on.
But there is when you're being an arsehole and talking through me. So there is a need to shout. I need to stamp my authority, apparently.
I don't know, Jedi. So let's say you're 6 feet tall. How much of a gradient can there possibly be in 6 feet if you're looking across the surface?
Is that poetry?
How much fluctuation in pressure and temperature do you think there is in 6 feet above the surface?
I find it interesting the amount of times that we've been in here and we've had people claiming about bendy lasers. If this clown has seen one multiple times, mind you, he said he's seen it multiple times, why wouldn't he have taken a photo of it or filmed it or videoed it, whatever, and placed it in the side chat?
I'll go get this. And also...
Excellent. Go and get it, bring it back, post it in the side chat. Laser bending downwards. Because seriously, we have been asking for this shit for months on end. Everyone claims bendy lasers. No one can show one bending downwards, conforming to the alleged curvature of Earth. So please, go and fetch it.
Are we going to get us a sugar water aquarium? Is that what's going to happen?
I interrupted you there, bro. Can I just answer
you go ahead.
All right, I will. I promise you guys, I will do that soon. I can't do it today because the tubes are closed and I can't get to Greenwich.
So you've posted in the side chat a laser bending upwards.
Well,
That's interesting because, we know lasers bend. We've got video and photo of lasers bending upwards. We're yet to find one in the open air, such as that one there, of them bending down. Best of luck.
No, this was just in response to saying, have we ever seen a laser bending? And because this is one of the ones
No. Your claim was bending downwards. Down being the operative word here. Down. Not just bending. Don't just delete the down off the end. Down.
No, hold on. Look,
you are going to You're going to provide one bending down. Open air, unassisted by people with flamethrowers or sugar water tanks or whatever other dumb shit you can conceive of. Just like that one there, a cool video, laser bending down.
Look, mate, I just linked right there, I've just replied in the chat to someone saying bendy laser, right? So that's what I was responding to in the first instance, which is what I just said.
Yeah, and you're being a dodgy little cunt. Stop sidestepping. Get the
I'm not
laser bending
sidestepping.
down.
Hold on, someone literally tagged me, right?
And your
Yeah,
internet
dude.
connection sucks too. Get it fixed.
Went to Greenwich and there's a laser that points across the Thames, which there isn't. And it bends downwards when I see it. Sometimes at night, when it bends down. I'm going to tell you how lasers work, Jedi. They bend down. Then he gives us a picture of one going up. What's going on?
Genuinely, like, if you're just going to mute me every 5 seconds, you're going to remain.
Yeah, but what's going on though?
Well, I could explain, but you'll just like mute me again. I've tried to explain.
Okay, well, I'll say this. You said Greenwich, across the Thames, laser, it goes down. Let me tell you all about it, Jedi. And then we got into a conversation. You post a laser going upwards. What's going on, dude?
You're just hold on. You're repeating yourself. You just said that.
Yeah, I know. So what's going on, dude?
Well, all right. Like I just said, that laser picture I posted was just evidence of a laser bending because someone said,
"Yeah, cool. We know.
Show me a photo of a bendy laser." So then I can move on. We can move on.
No, we're not going to move on. No. We thought you were going to educate me about how lasers work.
Your original question, mate. Like, we're just
No,
moving on.
No, the question was, dude, stop running away from your fucking self.
I'm not.
You said you were going to, dude. You are running away every time you open your fucking mouth. You don't. Shh. You said you were going to tell us all about it. So tell us all about it.
I will. I mean, you just said it wasn't real. Am I getting that right?
No, tell us all about it, dude.
You just said there's a big laser that
just
goes over
tell
the
us
Thames.
all about how lasers work, dude.
You got to answer me first, mate. It's a conversation.
No. This isn't how the conversation goes. This is what I'm going to do now is demonstrate what a weak man is for the audience. A weak man is the type of person who makes a claim, then fucking runs away from it as soon as it's fucking addressed.
No, I'm right here. Like,
Yeah. So can you tell us all about how lasers work then?
No, I'm talking about.
That's what you came in with your fucking balls out, fucking proud and loud. I'm going to tell you how lasers work. Well, go on then.
I can. I mean, do you know why laser speed changes in denser air?
Don't ask me questions, mate. I'm sitting fucking comfortably. Tell me all about it.
Okay, well, do you know why? Is that yes or no?
Ask me questions. You're the fucking king of the hill. You're the one that's got the knowledge. You're the one that's going to tell us all about it. So tell us all about it.
All right, I guess, do you want it in layman's terms?
I'm just going to do this. You do what you think is best, mate.
All right. So what the electric field interacts with electrons, doesn't it? And there's more electrons in air than there is as opposed to a vacuum. We can at least agree on that as like a foundation, right? Because there's more atoms, thus more electrons, right?
Yeah. Vacuum, air. Yep, gotcha.
Wicked, right? So then we take that and we say, like, all right, now let's put it in air. And now we put the air over a body of water, right? As we approach that body of water, there's going to be a density gradient because the water is actually in all states, even during extreme cold, there is actually a density gradient above the water. Like, all that changes during temperature is the size of that gradient, right? So like at colder, it's closer to the surface of the water, whereas when it gets hotter, it rises. You understand this?
Yeah. What happens to the
relationship? No, hold on. That's great. Yes.
Yeah, I do. I had a question.
Yeah, right. So
teacher.
Therefore, a laser.
I got my hand up, teacher.
Would experience a density gradient.
Got a question, teacher?
Yeah.
Is that all right? Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain the relationship to me, please, between temperature and density?
Yeah. No, density gradient, right? And I'm glad you asked.
Yeah, cool. But I'm going to need to understand the relationship between how temperature affects these things, aren't I?
Yeah, right. So you imagine the surface of a lake where you're doing these laser tests. On a hot summer's day, when the temperature is extremely hot, there's going to be a lot of evaporation around the surface of the water going upwards into the clouds. So that means the density gradient is going to be larger, right? Going further up.
What do you mean larger?
As in, like, taller, larger? What do you want to call it? More numerous?
I don't know. I don't know what you mean by larger.
More
The
numerous,
gradient is larger.
The gradient, yeah, it's
I'm asking you
right?
to explain. This isn't helping me. I'm asking you to explain the relationship between temperature and density.
Density gradient, mate. Very important.
No, but before we get to gradient, I want you to explain the relationship, how temperature affects things like density of gases.
Mate, unless you're talking about absolute zero, temperature doesn't affect
No,
density.
I'm not talking about fucking
density
absolute zero, ass, right?
I'm talking about density gradients. Very important.
Yeah, but please explain the relationship to me, because again, the temperature is going to probably have an effect on the gradient. So please tell me the effect that the temperature has on the gas, please. The density.
That's what.
What does it do?
That's what I just said. On a hot summer's day.
For fuck's sake,
dude, calm yourself. On a hot summer's day, there's going to be more evaporation, right? So you can imagine this imaginary line that we put, which is where the density gradient disappears and it just becomes regular air, right? Like bog standard room temperature, like just normal air, right? That the laser's going to pass through this.
Air denser when it's hotter or colder, teacher?
That's not got nothing to do with this. I don't know what that means. Like, we're not talking about that.
I need a new fucking teacher.
We're talking about the laser.
Yeah, this
right?
one's a fail. Go back to uni. You suck.
This is basic stuff.
Yeah, we're talking about the relationship between the pressure and density and temperature of gases and how they affect the path of light.
No,
you keep saying, "Shush, please, I'm trying to figure out what I've learned."
Yeah,
so
okay.
you're trying to express a gradient. I'm asking you how this gradient operates. Mm-hmm. So the relationship between the pressure and temperature and density of the gases. So, for example, what happens to hot air when it rises?
Mate, let me answer you seriously without you interrupting, right? There's a confusion here. I'm talking about the water. So we can acknowledge the air as a gas and we can break apart the air and we can say the air.
I thought we weren't talking about the water. You got really pissy earlier when we started talking about the water. I'm not talking 100%. About the fucking water, Jedi, you said.
You're interrupting me, which come on. I'll just let you talk. What do you want to say?
So you're not talking about the water, but you are talking about the water.
I've only been talking about the water. I mean, obviously, I'm talking about lasers.
You're supposed to be talking about the air above said water, not the water.
Jesus, you're slow. Fuck me.
I won't be fucking you, but it'd be funny to watch. You fucking idiot.
Crickets.
Exactly. So you're talking about the air above the water. The air heats up. What happens?
What? Right, all right. I'll tell you, right? The water evaporates. Easy.
And what's happening then? So now we've got water evaporating, the air's heating up, and...
So where does the water go?
It out. This is what the fucking stupid kid class is like, isn't it?
You'd know.
Correct.
I've never been in this fucking environment before. Sorry, dude. I do apologise. You're a bit slow, aren't you?
As a quick aside, Jedi, why did you say Darth Vader and not Anakin?
I said Darth Vader and thought Anakin in my head.
So, okay. So, yeah, same thing to you. I just thought it was interesting that you said Darth Vader and not Anakin.
Yeah. I like Darth Vader. People pisses him off, he sorts it out. I like it.
All right, interesting. Yeah. All right, back to it.
Cool. So what we're trying to point out to you, dude.
Let me get this out.
No, don't, dude. I've got back in because we met at an even level there. You spoke about Star Wars. I'm in a better mood. What we're trying to point out to you is obviously light is going to deviate towards the denser medium, but the problem is it's not always where we are supposed that it think it is. The denser medium is usually where the cooler air is. The cooler air is usually above where the warmer air is. The warmer air is where the water is because it's evaporating upwards. Surface temperature is usually warmer, right? So as it goes upwards, it reduces temperature. We understand the relationship between temperature, pressure, and how it affects the density of gases, right? Temperature makes the gases more excited, which makes them spread apart, less dense. Colder gases, a little bit sluggish, don't move as far apart, more dense. So as the air rises, the more dense medium is up, further away from the water, not downwards towards the water. So as the laser would bend towards the denser medium, like you pointed out within your picture, guess which way the laser goes? Up. That's right, everybody. Round of a fucking applause. We got there.
When I'm picturing that and it explained to me, where I must be fucking retarded, right? I see the body of water evaporating air, and I realize that temperature has no effect on the laser. It's simply density. It's simply the amount of electrons it's making contact with. So obviously, if you've got the
You think the temperature's got an effect on the laser? No, the temperature's got an effect on the gas that the laser's passing through.
No, the temperature has zero effect on the laser whatsoever. That's what.
Sorry. Hold on. We're talking about the relationship of temperature with gases, aren't we?
Are you just going to keep interrupting me and gutting my arguments, so I have to reset?
Yeah, because it's funny because you're so wrong. I enjoy ripping you apart because you're confident as well. It's weird.
If I was actually wrong, then you'd just let me say it so you could deconstruct it. Sure.
No,
no. Oh, he's going to pull it apart piece by piece. Oh, there's no point just letting you ramble, son.
No, but there's no pieces to assemble, mate. You've got no pieces.
There is. I've just demonstrated that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you think that your confidence and your ego means that you should speak more.
Your pride and your ego.
Yeah, this is all this is.
Honestly, mate, that is a reflection of your shadow self coming out, because you are so prideful.
So light deviates towards the denser medium, doesn't it? The denser medium being the air that the light is passing through. To talk about air, we must understand the relationship between temperature and densities, right?
Oh, mate, the denser medium than the air
is where?
Is the water below, right? But the laser's not passing through the water, right? But the water is going upwards.
Which
direction is the water going?
I know.
It's going upwards.
It's brilliant.
Tourists,
maybe he
while you're
thinks
ahead.
water
Seriously.
maybe lasers are
I'm
attracted
ahead.
to water, you guys.
You can have your fun triangles. I've got to do something.
That's what's hilarious. They're like, lasers are attracted to the water, you guys. It's like, yeah, fully, bro. It's like, imagine, we had this guy who was about to set us back 200,000 years in agricultural process because he was like, yo, this guy thinks the plaids need to swap places. Fucking retard. Just sets us back, generation.
You got set back? You got set back in school?
I think so.
Crickets once again. One day you'll make a funny joke.
I think he's recollecting some kind of past traumatic experience or something. I'm not too sure.
Because
I'm hoping
he'll
get to the end of it eventually. I think he's
opening
up
to us or just talking to himself? Because what he was saying didn't make any sense.
And no one laughed at your joke, mate. So come see, come start. Now you're hacking me in the chat, Jesus. I'm not gonna read.
That was fucking funny.
Yeah, fuck me. Come on, bro. It wasn't that deep.
Is that the best you got?
It's the best I'm willing to give to you, to be honest.
Oh, so that's all you got? You got nothing.
He asked me earlier if I want a tapping triangle.
Is that I know that if I were to just talk to Jedi about Star Wars, we'd have an actual good conversation and we'd rate each other. But instead we're doing this. But that's okay because that is the topic. So I'm just lamenting there for no reason.
Are you mad because the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
I'm mad because I get to talk about Star Wars with Jedi, but I'm not that mad because the Earth.
You can talk about Star Wars all you want. Are you mad because the Earth is flat?
The thing is, follow me on this, right? I am mad that I have to on the daily deny what my own eyes see in a way, right? On a spiritual level, because I'm aware that
your eyes see on a spiritual level. This is
he's talking
getting
about
more
his
interesting.
gland, dude.
Yeah,
he's his eyes.
It's getting more interesting as I'm glad I popped in.
He's now turned from our physics teacher into our spiritual guru. Please tell us, guru.
Is this the physics? Is this the physics guy again? Oh my god! Please, teach me some physics today. Tell me how air sticks to a ball in a vacuum.
You're a fucking embarrassment to Britain, mate. I'm Irish, bro, so that's actually like prideful to me. So, but
Really?
anyway, yeah, you're an embarrassment to what, the butcher's apron. Fair enough. Do I give a fuck?
I literally used to be a butcher, dude.
Yeah. Well, you know it's a turn of phrase, but yes.
Yeah.
Like I give off.
I appreciate. I
the
appreciate
British
your. Oh, yep. No, it's fine. I appreciate you. Obviously, have to defend your fucking honor, dude. That's fine.
Yeah.
Do you feel better though? No, you've attacked me a little bit. Do you think you put me in my place? Do I feel small to you now?
Sensible silence. You feel very large to me because I imagine you as Darth Vader. I imagine anyone as their favorite Star Wars character. So.
You do a lot of imagining, don't you? Well, you have to do physics without actually doing any physics.
Do you know who my favorite?
He's not the same. I don't want you to be attacked when you're not. So I'm going to jump to your defence. He's not the same guy who claimed he was like the physics student. He just came in early and said he was going to explain to us how lasers worked.
I want to hear about lasers then.
Yeah.
Full disclosure: I'm an animation student. I'm not a physics student.
So you don't know? Oh, you don't know anything about physics, then, do you?
He's an art student.
I mean, don't animators have to make things tall off buildings and stuff like that? And don't animators have to make things curve? And how come in your animation the Earth is flat?
You're at university, aren't you?
I could make the Earth round in my animation.
No, you can't. No, there's no coordinate system in a gaming system like that has a round coordinate system. It's just XYZ. You know it, and I know it.
Yo, that's too real. That's too real, bro. You gotta stop.
I think it's just hit him in the head that there is no circular system.
Not in Blender, no. Yeah, you're totally right. Unless you're using a sphere, but like that's not what the system's based on. So
incorrect. Right, you don't have an XYZ on a sphere.
Well, no, that's why I said like that's not what the system's based on. Like, look, that's such a quagmire.
This is literally where the student meets the master, dude.
Yeah, so I was correct. So then you don't have a spherical system in your gaming when you're doing 3D games. It's just XYZ like real life, right? You go forward, you go backwards, you go up, down, left, right?
You're making a lot of assumptions.
In real life and in games, right? You don't ever go around balls. There's no gravity. That's just a point in a computer that says, make this thing move at this speed from this distance, and that'll simulate what we see in real life.
The thing is, right, dude, I don't actually do 3D animation. I do 2D frame by frame, so it's not even my field.
So what?
So I'm not even like doing XYZ stuff like that. I fully am.
You don't do the hard stuff? Oh, that's too bad.
The hard stuff, I mean, it's just 3D. It's just a different medium.
I know, it's just 3D. I used SolidWorks myself. I know you don't know what SolidWorks is, but that's what I use.
Yeah, let's say that like Toy Story is just better than Princess Mononoke because it's 3D. That's what you're trying to say? You know?
No, I don't know. I don't understand. I'm not 14 years old.
He's going to get defensive about his art form, dude. It's all right. 2D works just as valid as 3D work. Fine, you're fine, man. It's all right.
They're both 2D. They just look 3D.
Oof, burn. That put me in my place. That's fair enough.
Oh man. Shut up. Yeah.
I mean, 3D though, like.
Wow, you're falling apart, aren't you?
Am I? Am I falling apart?
I'm sure on another day you would have been better, right?
I feel like you just project this stuff. Like, you've got to earn it to say stuff like that.
Oh, no, I don't have to project
You've got to have me reeling. You've got to have me reeling to be saying stuff like that. If you're willing to sound all
right.
Mr. Animator, hey, what are you going to do since my AI is better than you?
Oh, you're an AI user, fair. So, I don't have to listen to what you say, basically, because you're an NPC.
No, I'm not an AI user. I'm an AI builder.
Oh, wow. Okay, whatever. I mean, yeah. Have you seen Devs? That's you, bro. You're like 10 seconds.
He just talks to his AI a lot. He's not building shit.
Yeah. I build AI. I've got ChatGPT like building me a program that like scans the internet for drop shipping opportunities. Yeah, I'm a big fucking deal, bro. Step away. Am I supposed to be impressed that anyone uses AI? Like, a child could use AI to do anything.
Don't be mad because that's going to put you out of work. You got to find something that's going to be worth something that AI can't do, like cut the grass, trim trees. That's what you're going to have to do.
AI can cut grass now.
You like being on that side, the sort of like death cult side. It's like all the jobs are going away, the AI is taking over. Like, are you like an NFT? Are you an NFT guy as well?
Somebody's got to keep them running.
You think they're going to pick you to run the?
No,
AI
I'm already running AIs and building them out and taking whole factories and getting rid of half the people. I'm already doing that. It's not like do I think that they're going to want me to do that?
Fair, you're just like,
it's going to be you in 10 years.
The inverse of a Luddite. I mean, dude.
These guys all know I'm telling the truth because I do not waver on what I tell them that I do, and I give them updates on when we open a new plant, how many people we've moved, quote, like that.
Why would you lie about that? Like, why would I not believe you? Like, who would ever lie about
You said I'm in some kind of cult or whatever. No, I got to keep the shit running. We designed it. Who's going to keep it running?
I believe you. Like, what do you think I meant when I said you're in a cult? Like,
that's why I'm trying to warn you now. You need to get a job that you're gonna be required to actually do that AI can't do. Now I just found out AI is cutting the grass, so that's a good one. I'm gonna have to get one of those.
Maybe a barber or something like that. People are always going to need their haircuts. I don't think they're going to trust a robot to do it.
You think there were professional grass cutters like before just now?
It's going to start being more and more automated, mate. Like everything, right?
Jobs
have always been made.
The crazy thing about the AI death cult. It's a fucking bubble. It's gonna pop. Like it is completely useless. It just lies.
I know that's what they said about the internet. Isn't that funny? And I said, no, I don't think it's going to pop. I think it's going to take over. Is what I was saying when it first started. When I was on Freenet and you weren't even born yet. I was on Freenet. I said this shit's going to just take over, and when it does, it's going to be out of control. And I was like 16 at the time.
So you experienced the .com bubble burst then?
Did you see it burst anywhere? It just took over everything you do. What .com didn't do that?
Hold on. Do you know what the .com bubble burst is? What I'm referring to there, bro?
What, when Yahoo crashed?
You supposedly lived through it, so like,
what's there to live through? Companies' stock went down. Do you think that's like a nightmare or something?
No. 3 companies made it out. The ones you all know, right? And everyone else went bankrupt, right? And
like who? Name them all.
Exactly.
Like who? Who was important? The important ones lasted, like we figured. Like I've had investments in the whole time.
Hold on, is anyone on Napster right now or Overclockers? Like, is anyone?
Oh, you mean Firefox?
I still have certificates of Tyco and WorldCom somewhere.
I have what's that other one? Oh God, it was so old. It was with AOL.
Is anyone on Newgrounds?
CompuServe?
Yeah, CompuServe and Prodigy.
I've got a dead Tamagotchi.
Old dudes checking in.
Is that not? I mean, the thing is that it's useless. Like AI just lies. It just lies. Like it doesn't tell the truth. It doesn't work.
So then when you ask it the size of the globe, it's just telling you a lie, right?
Who knows, dude? I mean, sometimes it will tell the truth, but I mean, the other day I wanted it.
What days does it tell the truth, and what days does it lie?
Mate, who fucking knows? I mean, you've got to check.
Well, you know how to use it, don't you? You have to know the answer before you ask it the question. Did you know that?
Jesus, it just sounds like
like I'm talking down to you, because I am.
It sounds like no. The word I'm looking for is a palantir. It sounds like a palantir from like Lord of the Rings. It's doing all the thinking for you, and you're like having to negotiate with it. It's like, what the fuck? I don't want to have to negotiate with a calculator to like give me the right answer.
Don't worry, you already are negotiating with calculators.
Yeah, I'm talking.
I do appreciate his rebellious nature, though. I just think he's a little bit blind to what's actually going on.
No. Let's get real. The other day, I asked an AI. I was like, "Find this hat." Like, I had my hat stolen from me at work, and I was pissed off, right? Because it's like a sentimental hat, or whatever. And I had a photo of it.
God.
AI,
this
find
is why I drop out of the conversation.
Maybe he would like to interact with Flat GPT. If you could fire that up, Radwin.
Yeah. Hold on. I was like, I'll deign to use this shit. I'll see if it actually works, because, like, you know, I don't use AI. And then it's like, I found you an exact match of your hat, and it puts it in all caps. It says, I found you an exact match. I click the link and I'm like, it's a completely different hat. It's not even the right color. And then it's like, you're right. Great spot. That's fantastic. Well done for noticing that. I did just completely lie to you. And I was like, so why did you say it was an exact match? And you're like, you're right. I lied. Like, what do you want me to do? And it's like, I'm supposed to take this technology fucking seriously?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't even know how to use it. You didn't even use the proper tool for finding matches like that, did you?
And every single day, people rely on this tool to prove the Earth is a sphere.
Okay, well, I
To
mean,
us.
anyone relying on this tool is brain dead and an
Mm.
NPC and has no soul in the Gnostic sense. Like, I'll be so real. Like,
I
anyone who uses
appreciate
this
that.
themselves.
So
Like,
now
what is?
we just get that clip so that we can play that for Globers that use AI when they come in here.
Yeah.
Anyone that uses AI. I mean, imagine if you had a calculator and it just occasionally gave you the wrong fucking answer. It'd be useless. Like, it would be actually useless. Like, even if it did give you the right answer.
I already know the answer when I ask AI. I just have it put things in order for me.
Well, that just sounds like you're using it to think for you, right? Doesn't it? It sounds like you already know what to do and you could just think that. Like, it sounds
No,
like
what
anyone.
I do is I got like 4 going at the same time. I'm getting 4 projects done at the same time instead of a half of one done a day.
What projects? Drop shipping projects? Like, what can an AI do that you can't physically just do yourself? Like, what?
All my engineering notes on projects that I'm on, and get my daily schedule put together, and where I'm going to be and what I need to talk about to people. That kind of stuff that you don't know how to use.
That just sounds like my internal, like, thoughts, what I think to myself. Like, do you need it to tell you what clothes to wear every day? Like, this is so fucking ridiculous.
He's talking about the calculation and process power that it literally takes so much less time for the AI to do it than him.
Yeah,
He's
you're
got
right.
4 going at the same time where he can complete the same amount of work in half the work in one day, he said.
The thing is, you're right. It is less, it involves less energy if you just
So
have the AI.
So convenience, right?
Yeah, so you are basically the guys in Wall-E at the start, like the fat guy.
No, dude, listen.
Yeah,
so the convenience is the issue, isn't it? For the majority of people, you expressed that fucking hell, this thing is bloody stupid. Triangles is pointed out, yeah, but if you use it the right way, like he's pointed out, it can do X, Y, Z. It's convenient.
Like glorified spreadsheet or like
yeah, but it's convenient, dude.
It can basically.
And what do people like?
It can make a list, basically. That's what it does.
But people like convenience, don't they? That's the answer I'm looking for.
People like voting for Hitler and Coldplay, mate.
Yeah, people are stupid, aren't they? But they definitely like convenience because we're lazy, really. That's what's happened since before you.
Yes, that's all I'm saying. You're lazy.
Yeah, I know. We're agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you.
It's for it's literally the people in Wall-E, if you know what I'm saying. Like the fat people float around in chairs. Like that is literally what you're becoming if you use AI, letting it think for you.
Yeah, good.
You're letting it. The owner of ChatGPT is this like Zionist, like soulless bastard, who says he wants to upload his own mind into a fucking machine. He's not. This isn't a sane person,
This isn't the same world, dude.
You seem mad.
He wants to kill himself. I mean this so seriously. He said he wants to upload his mind into a machine in a way that kills his physical, that will allow him to transcend into the machine. It's like, are we fucking loopy? You're about to tell this guy your daily routine.
Yeah, I've seen Lawnmower Man too. That's awesome.
No, I don't use ChatGPT for that one.
But you do understand that this has been sold and marketed to people where this is something that they would accept given the choice?
Exactly, yeah. I mean, the same way that all propaganda is slowly diffused, right? Like, it's like the term recycling was invented by oil companies in the 1920s as a purposeful way to guilt humans into thinking that we have some original sin, like we're just inherently evil and we corrupt the environment, when we're not doing anything at all. Like, there's no sin in us. Like, it's these companies that are dumping like gallons and metric fuck tons of oil into the ocean every year, Like, you could try to recycle every single thing you find for your whole life, and Taylor Swift takes a trip on a private jet and it just makes everything you did redundant. but it's about the sin. It's about you thinking that humans as a whole are corrupt. And
I don't think that humans affect Earth at all. Do you?
Really?
Well, we definitely do. I mean, that's our
No,
main
we
thing.
definitely don't. It's not a ball that's limited flying in a vacuum. It's just
Our entire
recycling itself
is our
every
ability to
day. It's called a
manipulate.
water cycle, gas cycle. Every day, it just cleans itself every single day.
Triangle, you're supposedly a professor, right? This is basic stuff. Like, humans' main thing is our ability to manipulate our environment.
Pollution's
Go
one
ahead
thing.
and prove that gas is flying out into outer space and there's an ozone layer. Go ahead and prove all that.
What? Like, holy fucking topic change. Jesus. You can't do that. That doesn't make you sound smart either, just like running away from a question.
What was
had
your
no
question?
problem running away earlier.
What was your question?
What do you mean? Like, were you just not listening? Were you just like lining up a gotcha? Like what the fuck?
We have such a great channel on the internet, which was created like probably twice as old as you are by now. Didn't we do a good job for you guys? It was our team of people when I was growing up that built this internet for you. You should be thanking us every day that the guys you're listening to, most of us have worked on projects.
I think, to be honest, the internet has largely like destroyed the social bonds that surround us. And
It did, but you know what happened with the internet? We figured out that you fuckers are lying about what Earth is.
Why?
Well, I think like, the interesting thing about the flat Earth is that it's like what I just said about recycling. How like the goal of recycling was a propaganda campaign to make you feel like humans are inherently sinful.
Gas, water recycles itself, turns into gas and falls back down into water again. So it's always been around.
Well, I mean, you could chuck water out into space, right? And then you could get rid of it completely. Surely.
Space is fake.
Space is
What
fake.
happens to water in a vacuum, though?
I don't know. It freezes, right? I mean,
no, it turns into a gas. Why don't you know this stuff? I thought you were in school for something.
There's ice in space, 100%.
It's just not. Well, so they say. It's just
no.
not.
There's not. It would not. It would turn right from ice from solid to a gas. Sublimate.
If I look that up, what am I going to see?
Sublimation.
You're going to
you can see
CGI?
pictures. Yeah, CGI of ice in space, but you put a lump of ice in a vacuum, it's going to sublimate.
You put a lump of ice in your freezer, it's going to sublimate. Put ice cubes in a tray and see how long they stay there for.
I don't know. I'm seeing right here. I mean, this is Wikipedia, but this is saying there's totally ice in space.
Okay. What's sublimation, though?
What's what?
Sublimation. You know what evaporation is, right? We were speaking about it earlier.
I'm familiar.
Cool. So water turning to gas. So when we've got ice, when we put that into a vacuum, it doesn't turn to water. It jumps over that state of matter and turns straight into a gas. We call that sublimation, not evaporation.
Okay.
So when Wikipedia says in space there's great big lumps of ice in a vacuum, we put ice in a vacuum. See what happens.
Yeah, so I guess Wikipedia is wrong because I do own a vacuum chamber. And if I wait till it's like winter and I take my vacuum chamber outside and put some ice in there, it'll just disappear too, right out of the vacuum chamber.
How would it go out of a vacuum chamber?
Because it sublimates from a solid to a gas and leaves the vacuum chamber because I'm running it like your ever-expanding universe.
So you got an opening in the vacuum chamber.
How do you think you pump the air out?
So you close that pump like at the end, so it's a vacuum.
Then it's not. Then I'm not pulling a continuous vacuum like your outer space, so I can't use that as an example. I can only use what you guys give me as an example of your reality. Your reality says outer space is ever expanding, so in order to do that, your vacuum pressure would be getting lower and lower and lower at all times, every day, every second always. So in order to simulate that, you have to let the vacuum pump run the whole time. Don't you find that interesting?
I mean, I'm just reading this like interstellar ice on Wikipedia. It's just saying
Well,
there's
who
like
found that?
continental
Who went there and found the interstellar ice? Does that mean it's between stars?
It says it's found in the
Out
dense
by the
regions
Oort cloud and stuff, right?
where new stars are formed. Temperatures in
Wow,
these
and
regions
we've never
can be
seen
low
that.
as
But if we wait, what,
minus
30 billion
260
years, we can watch a star form in 30 billion years or something? You don't find that odd?
Well, you can see stars form with telescopes. Like, you
No,
don't have to
you
wait.
can't. Or we would
Then
have
what
a
about, like,
channel
Like
that's
now.
just called the Star Forming Channel, and people would be watching them every day.
Well, I mean, it's not every day. Like,
What are you talking about? There's not a number for how many stars there are, is there? It's like zillions of zillions. So there you go. How could it not happen every day?
because we've only got one telescope, mate. Like, it's not
What?
about how many.
Oh, everybody's got telescopes around. I mean, there's not 307 billion telescopes, but there's probably 1 billion telescopes.
Hold on. Do you think that just like a common or garden telescope could capture a sun dying? Like,
have you ever seen a sun die?
Not through a fucking regular telescope, mate. But like Hubble.
What kind of telescope did you
interesting.
use? Yeah, what kind of telescope did you use?
Hubble. Mate, I'm not like. I'm not about to capture that. You got to be like Hubble or James Webb Space Telescope.
No one's seeing this shit, are they? This is where we're going to conclude this point as we circle back to the thing we're trying to point out. And you agree with us? Yep. No one's seeing this shit.
No, Hubble has, bro, and this James Webb Space Telescope.
Okay.
A computer program.
So I'm going to have to point this out. So remember our conversation earlier, my rebellious friend, right, Iraniki and shit about how the fucking AI is taking over the world and everyone's fucking stupid. And now you're going to believe pictures on a fucking screen about shit you've never seen before. Why the fuck do you trust them all of a sudden?
Fully. I mean, I just choose to believe,
No. This is
more
the
beautiful.
grey area, right? It's the comfortable grey area, right? There's always a limit to what you perceive the lie or how big a lie will be before you can see whether it's going to happen or not. This grey area for you, you'll accept that there is deviance in the world, people lie, there's obviously deception, I always use as a tool, it's going to take my job away, blah, 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 blah. But there's a line that you just won't cross. They can lie about X, Y, Z, but they're definitely not going to fucking lie about this. They can't lie about this because, well, I don't know, it just makes me feel comfortable.
Who are they?
Hold on, you in the chat, you do choose to believe something. That's just how it works. That's how everything works.
In the chat? No, I'm not in the chat.
I'm just someone's responding to me, right? But like, just
I know. I'm trying to break through to you.
Yeah, in response to you, mate. I mean, I'm not trying to like flip the fucking script here. I'm not trying to like debunk you even. Like, I believe on a spiritual level, like a lot of what you guys or a lot of the ideas of the flat Earth. It's just you're taking it completely literally, like someone who takes the Bible literally is retarded.
No, we're not.
Because it's measured.
The Earth is measured flat. That's not taking something literally from a book. So you got that all wrong again.
From
guys, just talk to me in the chat. Like I can't do that. I can't. Come on, bro.
Do you take atomic modeling seriously? Like literally? Do you think like the atoms, little spheres with little planets orbiting around them?
What do you mean? Like, do I, what does that even mean? Genuinely.
Do you subscribe to the idea that atoms are used to be modeled? So, because most people aren't aware that it's no longer really accepted.
No, I know that like the kind of spinny around atom thing, not really what it's like.
Right. But people once did, right?
Well, yeah, I read
that,
I read science every now and then.
Right. Thinking the universe is probably like that, like it's been depicted to me in cartoon form.
Is this the like Always Sunny in Philadelphia thing where it's like you just look like a bitch if you try to keep up with modern science because it gets disproven 100 years later? Which like there is credence to that, but is that you just
no, it's not. There's no science involved in the globe. That's your problem. You guys think that's called science. It's
well,
not.
Mate, you deny that like space satellites. You think the Hubble space people are like being paid off as a giant propaganda campaign.
Space people.
It requires so
Dude,
much.
you're spiraling. Slow
so many
down.
people.
Take a deep breath and
Hold on,
slow down and go word by word.
It requires so many people who are working at Hubble and the James Webb Space Telescope and the Tesla rocket.
Who works there?
Within
How do you work at a satellite?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Even within private companies now, and like,
how do you work at a satellite?
Allow me to finish before, right? Because I'll give you the same respect when you respond to me. I won't.
Okay, go ahead. God, you know what question's coming up.
Yeah, exactly. I won't interrupt you. You don't interrupt me. It's just like, just be polite.
I'm not polite, but go ahead.
Okay, dude. There's private companies who go to space. There's also foreign nations who go to space who at different points have been at war with each other or have like major beef with each other. All of these guys would be required to just fully agree in turn. Like, let's all agree to like stick to specifically NASA, who in some cases are our enemy, right? And in other cases, you're a private company. And even if you signed an NDA, you get to be the whistleblower of the century who has like evidence the Earth is flat.
Yeah, we are the whistleblowers.
But you don't work at SpaceX though. You don't work anywhere.
You're just a retard with a tinfoil hat. There's a difference.
Yeah, I mean that is true, right? Like if someone from SpaceX came out and they were literally, I have the images that prove the Earth is flat that are being doctored by SpaceX, right? And it's a private company. Or surely like during the Cold War.
What does SpaceX have to do with anything?
They're a private company that goes to space.
So?
Right? But
No, they don't. They don't go to space.
Surely during the Cold War.
Nope.
During the Cold War.
You just switch. You just switch from SpaceX to the Cold War, just like that.
Yeah, I did.
Talk about me jumping all over the place.
No. During the Cold War, follow this. The Russians could have been like, yo, here's an obvious thing as to why the American government's lying to you. Like they're lying to you.
They did all that. They did say that we were lying. They did say that. Our newspapers just reported that they thought we went to space. So because we just put out propaganda just like they do. Their newspapers said we didn't go to space.
They literally were saying constantly, like, America's lying to you. The Soviet Union rules, like that was their propaganda, right? So surely if they were like, they could be like, dude, America's lying to you about the fucking shape of the Earth. Like, we're the good guys. We're about to blow the lid off this. Like,
The
America,
Soviet Union was the USA's little bitch.
Say the Earth is flat.
But are we saying that because of Operation Paperclip, the Nazis on both sides were coordinating the flat Earth model to like remain supreme? Like, even
what
then,
does the flat Earth have to do with the Nazis and
even if I
you?
grant you that the Nazis did uphold the flat model through the Cold War, and that's what stopped the Russians from exposing it, then why wouldn't the Chinese or the
Indians... are you making up such crazy shit? It's only Saturday.
I know, I'd allow it though. I would allow it, but then why would the Indians and Chinese play ball as well? There's just too many moving pieces.
Holy crap, dude! You're all over the place.
That's what I'm saying, bro. There's
you all over the place.
There's too many different,
dude. There are too many different that none of them can get the same pictures. Isn't that weird? None of them can get the same space pictures.
They do though. Like, what do you want about? Show me.
No, they don't though.
Okay, please prove that.
NASA doesn't have stars in their pictures. Now, wait, maybe this year they put stars in pictures. You know why they don't put stars in the pictures?
Hold on, NASA doesn't have stars in their pictures.
No, do you know why they don't put them in their pictures?
There's like total BS, isn't it? I mean, I've seen
because you would be able to figure out if it was true or not because you would see constellations and they don't see that.
Oh shit.
I mean, do you understand how cameras work, right? Like, if they're
are you saying if I move 8? If you telling me if I move 8 foot to the right, I'm going to see different stars?
Mate, like, actually listen to this, and I beg you, because I'm about to like rip your fucking argument.
If you're going to start explaining to us how cameras work and exposure, then that will be conceding that there's no stars in NASA pictures.
No, I can just imagine this, right? Imagine you go to the second darkest place.
Why do we have to imagine stuff? Just put the facts down, bro.
Yeah, this is the fact. If you went to the second darkest place on Earth, Texas, right, and you sat out under the night sky and you can see all the constellations, and then you would have pulled your phone out, or even a Nikon like 500 DSL camera, and you would have pulled it out and try to take a photo like pointing upwards. If someone were to then shine a torch 3 feet above the photo, you wouldn't see any fucking stars, because that's how cameras work.
Okay, so there's no stars in NASA's pictures then.
Right, so that means that when they said during the Apollo missions, they used the sets to get readings from stars in
sunlight off it. Yeah.
space. They were lying, weren't they?
Oh shit.
No, the ISS is just reflecting sunlight, right? It's a giant white
So during the
spaceship.
Apollo
It's
missions,
very
when they claimed to have used a sextant so they could navigate in space, they were lying, weren't they? Because you need the stars to see with your sextant.
I find it crazy that like you're debating whether or not the pictures they took in space were real when you don't even think they made it to space. Like, how does
No,
that work?
space is fake, dude. That was all done in a studio, and you believe it.
This is called an internal critique.
I see. Never trust NASA because what they saying ain't right. They lying right to
Well,
your face.
let's
They mark
internally
plain sight.
critique it
You
to
can
see if it holds up to scrutiny.
Spacewalk missions. It's detestable. I refuse to be another vegetable. Pseudoscience garbage.
Have you got some kind of like attachment to the idea that the Earth's a sphere, and anything that we say against it's going to lead to this type of emotional response? Is that what's going to happen? What we're trying to show, no, I know, dude, it's very painful. I get it. I get it. But what we're trying to very simply point out to you is an internal critique.
On the Flat Earth channel.
Do you know what an internal critique is?
An internal, well, like you're like the cricket in Pinocchio.
Oh, I think his time's come to an end.
He's only like 14, isn't he? Because he keeps talking about like children shit.
He draws cartoons for a living, so yeah.
How old is the Pinocchio animation? I bet it's older than you, mate.
So,
genuinely. When did that come out? Like the
something's older than you, Triangles. You're not going to sleep tonight, mate.
Oh yeah, because I watch cartoons. I forgot shit. Now I'll never be able to sleep.
Oh, dear me.
I mean, seriously though, is Pinocchio a new thing in the zeitgeist?
Dude, we broke you. You're just now you're spiraling and saying anything. You were talking about India, China, Russia, everything. All like within 10 seconds, you named like 10 different things. Is that weird that you're spiraling like that?
No offense, dude. I hate to do this to you, but you use AI, so I actually don't even have to listen to
do
you.
what? You don't know what I use it for.
Just in general, though, you're giving your brain to the.
Wait, what's wrong with using AI?
Why was I was giving my brain when I say get me a Word document, I need about 12 pages long on this topic, and here's all my notes from this topic. Rearrange my notes.
What I'm
Let me
saying.
see what you put together for me so I can pre-read it. Then it'll put
saying,
together something. I'll read it and I'll say, no, this isn't right. All this is wrong. Let's correct all this. And then I don't have to do it while I'm actually doing work.
Great. Now ask AI if the world is flat.
Yeah, it is the most boring thing to listen to.
You want me to
someone
bring
tell
out
you how they
Flat
use
GPT and see what it says?
No, not Flat GPT, retard. I said Chat GPT.
Ooh,
it is Chat GPT.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
is.
Ask any AI model if the world is flat. Let me see what the answer is.
Fucking Word document, bro. You need AI to fetch you a Word document, and I'm not supposed to look at you as if you're like
technology. They just
you probably needed a calculator to do most of your calculations at school. Can you pipe down now?
They love
no,
using
he just said, I use AI to
These
fetch
guys
me
have never worked in reality when you got 60 people on a project and 3 months to get it done, and you got a bunch of paperwork that has to go with everything you're designing. So when you're designing it, I let AI put all my notes together for me, so I don't have to put them together and move my paragraphs around and all that.
Why don't they just fire you and hire an AI agent?
Fold it. Why should I go through it when instead of me giving it to an intern, instead of giving it to an intern, I just give it to AI, and then I don't have to pay for an intern.
Okay, since that just hurt my ears a lot because there was like all of them talking at once. Teed up, you're buzzing, bro.
Sorry, man. Yeah, bro. I know you got hurt. It's okay.
I even tell the interns, we even warn them when they're coming in. Remember that, AI, we're pushing AI on people. Yeah. So make sure when you're doing your job and we're doing all this, that you're making sure you're keeping your own job. So we always have that built in back door.
Since you're on a roll, Mr. Triangle, we've got loading, we've got Mighty, and Tourist can have a break because he's just having a cope session, and we're over that. Which one would you like to feed on? I mean, talk to.
Oh, any of them. They're all of them at the same time, but they have to take turns.
No, they won't. That's the problem. They're just noise, chaos.
They have to promise to take turns or they're going to get red mics.
There you go. Loading. Mighty. Mighty, you're up first since you spoke first. Loading. Please wait your turn.